Hello, hello, everyone listening in. Welcome to Flat Earth Night on Friday, or I think maybe better name probably would have been Flat Earth on Friday night, but actually I think that is what it says on YouTube, so there you go. But thank you for being here and listening. We are just going to hang out and enjoy our Friday night and chat about Flat Earth.
That's not
Hopefully,
true. We're gonna invite all the worst toxic globes and have
I
just a
love I
fiesta of
love how
awfulness.
much you're dreading it. I love it. It's really entertaining to watch.
Ne'er-do-wells, gutter snipes.
It's not gonna be a great night. It's gonna be terrible and tragic, and you're gonna have just someone come up here and help me
Shane,
debate
you
these
you
people.
better you're guaranteeing me some globe trolls then, right? That's what you're guaranteeing me?
Actually, right? They are the type to just bitch and write me 17 different individual tweets, but not actually come here and
So you're
defend any
not
of them.
guaranteeing me any globe trolls.
So it's the worst of both worlds. Then I gotta put up with their bullshit, and they don't have to come here and defend anything.
Dude.
Fucking
Uh
Toby.
well, you can block them again after tonight if you want.
Well, let's open it up for a night and see if they have some balls.
Yeah. Yep, we'll see. Maybe one of them, maybe just one of them will pop in and say, "Hey, maybe they'll learn something from a flat earther." Oh no. I really like letting them know when they learn something from a flat earther. I think Alan should be back shortly. He's out walking the dog, I believe. Shout out to Hercules, Oz Flat Earth, Ashkin Nordic, Tyler Guy, Zach. I recognize that icon, but I don't recognize SLE RR1620. That lump, globe skepticism, and ominous optic. And of course, flatless. What is up, man? Shane, you know what that's the sound of?
Nobody coming to answer for the globe.
Exactly.
Is that the far distant twinkle of nothing happening to defend globularity?
You guys didn't catch it earlier. You should pop over to. Is that up on BitChute, Stone?
You bet it is.
Excellent. So you guys should hop over to Mana Stone's BitChute. Check out his latest video release. We were watching it earlier. A quick couple of thoughts about Google Earth. Definitely highly recommended. Illustrates the absurdity of their model. Funny, they all like to use Google Earth as their big tool to defend the model, but then you actually compare it to reality, and obviously we don't see curvature that looks like that. Fantasyland.
Well, I'm pretty sure we can invite some globe trolls if we just like utter Witsit's name. They'll all just like show up in a gaggle, right? Isn't that how they usually work?
True.
Yo, I respect that fan, Shane. Staying cool.
Can you hear
I wish I could feel it.
it? All right, so you're saying that because you turned your fan off to maintain audio clarity for everyone, that I should have to suffer and sweat? Is that what you're saying?
You just
I mean,
kind of sound like you're putting in extra time at the factory while you're here with us.
all right. It's for my dog anyway. I'll turn it off.
Maybe just a lower speed. I don't know, man.
He likes to lay in front of me, so we're good, I think.
Yo, we got more people coming in. We got Flat Earth Friend, Xavier, Space Ghost, Tommy Lee, Welcome, welcome. Rissa, Flat Earth J, TCMD, welcome, welcome. Eric, welcome. Malump, I see your hand keep going up. Are you wanting to come up on stage and say something? Oh, Flat Earth Front too. If you guys want to come up, go ahead and request a mic. Man, so Rue really we released that video. Stone released his new video, and then Ruhif popped in. He really tried to make the video mean nothing. He really tried. Really tried to potty on it. But I was not convinced that it was the wrong mountain range. Nice try, Ruhif. Quite.
Well, I really don't think the validity of the movie rests on the point he was trying to make in the first place. There were numerous earlier points made in the video that he did not address at all, and of course the main point that the cross-sectional function of Google Earth, the elevational profile function, um, is a rectangle. No matter how wide a chunk of land you look at from point A to point B, it could be 5,000 miles apart. The point is that they would still draw it as a rectangle, flat. And we have to look at why that is. I mean, Google Earth is this immensely intricate representational program to tell you all about how reality is. But this function is totally not like the rest of the app. And I think we need to look at why. And that's what I offer at the end is you can merely take it even as a visual suggestion for what you might see different when you look out the jet window at some other landscape noticeable, thing in the distance that you can see with your infrared filter on your camera. Don't have to rest it all on Mr. Toland's work. And in fact, I don't. And this is the point that I'm trying to make. And this is the kind of thing that escapes the Globies entirely. They try to attack one little teeny facet of an array of points that are being offered and think that hitting that one point just the right way is going to somehow knock all the rest of them down like a stack of cards. It's dominoes. Pick your analogy, your simile. Doesn't matter. The point is that it's just desperation. It really is. And in his attempt to disprove or invalidate the point I was making, well, he went the models route. I'm offering empirical shots in the video, and Rue is countering with models and simulation builders. And frankly, what he presented in terms of the cross-sectional overlay did not match the shape of the Baja Peninsula. I'm sorry. And I point out the 2,500-foot peak, which is not shown in his cross-sectional overlay. Anyways, yeah, just to revisit that, it was a fun little exercise and an acid test, I guess, against some Globie who seems to be paying at least a little more attention than others. But yeah, it was an interesting interplay.
Dude, he did pop up immediately. We were like, "Is this new proof by Stone?" And oh look, Ruhif with a self-contained pre-made debunk on this that same second. How did no one's questioning the timeline? All right, onward re-roll.
He's the Globie equivalent of herpes. You just can't get rid of.
Dude, he did seem more intent on discrediting anything you specifically said than anything to do with Google Earth.
Oh, I'm sure he is. He is my most avid fan, no doubt. I'm sure I live inside that guy's head just like Jesse, 24/7.
Yeah, you get a little heated when he comes around too, Stone.
Oh yes, I do.
It's kind of there's definitely it's clear there's some history between the two of you because
I have run
you
out
guys
of
both have
patience.
kind of a different tone when
admit
each
that.
other are around.
He's just so keen to call me names. It's so childish.
Yeah. Yeah. Whole
So
Rudolph.
where are the loudmouth trolls? Where are the
Well, I
grown
live in
men on
that.
the internet who respond 12 times to another man's tweet? Where are they now? Somebody stand up and show me.
They gave up. It's flat Earth on Friday night. They're like, you know what? It's Friday night. I guess Earth's probably flat. Let them have their fun, and they're not going to show.
Now, what they say is, boy, when they mass in numbers like that, I don't really want to show my face because I get manhandled in public, and then it's hard to, like, nurse my ego back to some sort of feigning masculine state. So I'd rather just not bother. I think that's actually how it works.
Yeah. Yeah. Too close to home there, Shane,
Yeah,
for some of
probably.
them.
I don't know. I picture a significant piece of them just going out and blowing $85 a head on their adventure to the A-list movie theater to check out the latest super woke A-list production from Hollywood. You know,
Yep, that's their line. That's their lane, rather. Way over there. That's your lane, guys. Way, way over there on yonder where they're queuing for things in the government to vote and shit.
Stone, you probably don't watch a lot of Hollywood movies, which, mad respect, but I still dabble a little bit. You know what I noticed is in every movie they seem to do like word programming where they'll talk about gravity, but it won't just be like, natural. It'll just keep popping up. Well, like, oh yeah, gravity, 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 because it's a globe, stuff like that. Like they'll just throw it in there. It's pretty,
oh yeah,
it's pretty cool.
it's at the front of the mall, Universal Pictures with their big globes swinging around. Don't forget, every time you see anything produced by that guy, Universal, oh, there you go, and that's something they've been doing since what, the 40s, with their little plane flying around perpendicular, like wings perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. You remember those old animations they used to put in front of movie productions? Go way
Mm-hmm.
back. They're hilarious to watch.
I'm just gonna start sending mics to people.
So that's what I'm doing right now.
Damn
Like,
with
come up
it.
here and talk or say something. Oh God.
Openly taunting mode engaged.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Yo, what's up?
What up, G?
What up, bud?
Tag
What's
team.
going on, lads? Fuck
And
the Globers! Fuck the Globers! Fuck the Globers!
Love the enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very skeptical. My troll dog went super hard.
Yeah.
There. I don't know what happened. It had like a spike or what's going on, bud?
Shane, your troll dar is usually pretty good.
Nah, you guys are wrong. He's just a very enthusiastic lad.
Could be. I'm open to being wrong. Just saying.
Is there FE Friday today?
What's that?
No.
I-
Yeah, they're taking a break. They said taking a break
Yeah,
from Happy
taking
Friday for.
number 101. They're taking off.
Yeah, maybe come back next week. I think they said.
said, yeah, he was in there saying that they're working on some new content. Maybe next week. Maybe the week after.
Ooh, that new drop. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. They got some stuff in the works. It'll be cool when it comes out.
He said, you guys got to make it 35 hours.
Dude,
Yeah,
I'm not
there's no
even gonna
way.
make it 30 minutes, bro.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how things go. If we actually get some people coming in here with something interesting to say or some questions. But
All right, I'm gonna share it.
yeah.
There it goes.
Man, you guys don't even have a purple pill.
I know,
what's up with
man.
that?
What is up with that? But, me and Elon don't have necessarily the best history, so.
Man, I had guys of mine that couldn't even see that anybody was in the space. I could hear everybody, but everybody was blank.
So the customary crap of Twitter, really? Can't know who's talking. I can hear one person, but that person can't hear me. But the other two people can hear me when I talk to that guy, but that guy can only be heard by those three. And this one, like, what?
Everyone just needs to know who to communicate to.
But
Kinda
hey,
like
man,
a telephone communication telephone line type of thing.
if only we had that NASA technology that got to the moon, man.
Well, it's weird when we hosted spaces from Aether Cosmology, we got the purple pill, but I guess my account just doesn't deserve it.
Yeah,
Well, I wonder if
That's
I'll
great.
get one. So I was thinking about doing this thing where when certain people, like there's this guy who's investing in space technologies and giving this big speech at a conference in Cape Canaveral about all these like patents and ideas for space technology he has, and he wants to talk to me. And I'm like, I thought it'd be cool if there was a way that I could do it in spaces while also like streaming. But I see you guys don't have a video icon and you don't have a purple pill. And so it's like, would that be what it's like if I tried to do it?
It would be a crapshoot. Like, you might get those two things, or you might not. Like, you won't know until the day up when you
Yeah.
pass the
And I
link
even
around, or you
upgraded
can-
my
yeah.
Twitter. I even upgraded my Twitter earlier to like the next level of premium, hoping it would fix the purple pill issue on this account, but apparently not.
There are levels of premium.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
There's 3, I
Oh
believe.
yeah, you don't have the tier
then-
3 package, bro?
And then you can go past that. You can go to the $1,000 a month version, the Twitter
I heard about
developer
that.
account.
That's like a business, yeah. So what? How much is the 3?
Dude,
So what is
I'm
it,
on my,
$3, and then you can go up to like $14 or something like that.
I'm on my second account. I didn't get this check mark, and I always get the purple pill.
Yeah, I can't find a rhyme or reason to it. Sometimes when I created it 1 week, we got everything. We were fine, right? We had,
Yep. And I think
then-
I think when it showed up for Sacred, it was random.
Yeah, because they always had the same person creating it, so that's probably
Oh.
a better standard.
Yeah,
than,
they had to
Already
do
did-
like
already
80
did
episodes
premium.
before they got one.
All right, I think that's enough free marketing for
yeah,
Twitter
it's, no one give
services.
Twitter money.
I mean,
Jesus,
we are
guys.
Right.
on the platform right now, so
And would you look at that? Just as soon as the bell was done ringing, there's Jenny G holding the mic. What's going on down there? That's what I want to know. Jenny G still in the room there?
Dude, what's up with it? It got one reaction on my post, man.
Yeah, I see Jenny G. I see what a Mines area, something like that, with a hand up too.
I'm here.
Ah, there you are. How's it going?
It's going good. I'm on summer and I'm going to be teaching earth science next year and I need your help. I need a flat earth curriculum. So that's what I'm going to be trying to develop this summer, is to kind of figure out a way to open some minds in some interesting ways without sort of getting, I don't know, it's going to be interesting.
Have to put some oblique lesson plans together.
We'll teach them about the nature of water. And
Yeah. Absolutely. So, because I'm more of a biology, person. So that's kind of my field is biology. So, but I've been open to everything, and this is, I'm fascinated. I'm just absolutely fascinated. So, I've been. Anyway, so
So now you're into geophysics.
yes. Yes. Yeah, I was even like getting my summer reading and I just had received Seeing Red, and then you guys like went off on it just the other day. And I was like, no way, they're reading
last night, yeah.
back to spot.
That's awesome.
So yeah, my light summer reading, and I'm like Seeing Red, and then I'm into biology, so I'm also got my the Béchamp, which is the kind of the other side of the argument to Pasteur, and the microbiology thing that happened. So anyway,
It's like you almost got to teach them more than the Globers get taught, right? It's kind of unfair, but they need to learn the globe from you, or at least parts of the globe. They need to learn someone teach it in the way of like, this is what they teach, but it's just a theory, and look at all the things they're taking for granted, like the angular size of the sun and the moon being the same, and just the magic of the sky, like all these things in the sky that really we can't explain, and even NASA admits that these things in the sky are in apparent positions. So I don't know how necessarily to fit that into the curriculum, because you've got some kids, just depends on, they don't care, but if you can teach them just how to logically, it's all about logic at the end of the day. If you can teach them logic and get them to open their eyes to at least be skeptical of the globe, I think that's a really, really good thing you could do.
Yeah, and I mean, even this year I was, just certain things would happen offhand, like, they have the various different layers of the earth, and we were looking at the the kind of the what the mainstream says magnetism is, and then I told them that I didn't agree with that, because and then I taught them about the Curie point of magnetism and how magnets don't work when they're melted.
Nice.
And then I was like, well, this is the unicorn. So the unicorn layers. I don't believe in the unicorn layers. So they were all making fun of me about that. But in a good way.
Nice.
Like, it was like opening this box, and I was even like the one of the students who gave their little speech at the end of the year kind of honored me by saying how that I was teaching them to kind of look outside of the box, and so that was really sweet. So
That's
it's
awesome.
Fantastic.
it's been a good year, and I want to do so much more for next year, and I'm going to be doing earth science next year. So the first thing we're going to
Nice.
do is maps. So I'm going to show them all the other maps and which map works best. And anyway, but I would love to see if I could like build some sort of Dropbox for, people who would be interested in contributing to information that I could, sort of synthesize for middle schoolers, because I've got to kind of take all this stuff and then figure out how to explain it to students who are younger, and and sort of unlock or unpack what they have learned that might be incorrect, and then give them things to look about in different ways. So
I would also recommend you preface their analyses with the overlying theme of the difference between the kinematics and the dynamics of any situation. That on one side, you've got the strict analysis language of kinematics to describe something, but on the other side of the fence, you've got the dynamic, formula based, prediction based analytical pursuit for cause and prediction and that kind of thing. That's the whole other side of the fence, and that we can learn to segregate those two entirely and see as you go through the curriculum who's jumping the fence. Get them like to be keen to see the difference between those two in analysis, and nothing will ever happen in their lives where wool would be pulled over their eyes ever again, because they can see the difference in what they're being presented.
yeah, yeah. I mean, that's because you want to teach a student like how to think and not what to think, and give them a toolbox so that they have the logic behind them, so they can kind of assess their world as they're going through it, instead of saying, okay, here's the information. It's just a little bit harder because I'm working with middle school students who, they're at the level they are, they're not as analytic as high school students when I've taught high school. But at the same time, they've been as we all were kind of programmed to say, this is what this is, and this is how this goes, and this is a globe, and that's in every school classroom that they've been in, and there isn't one in mine. So
No, I agree. That is the pedagogical challenge right there. And nothing scores like nomenclature and frequent use of it. That's how you gear the mind. I can't stress it any other way.
yeah, anyway, so I have a big challenge ahead of me, but I'm excited about it. So like I said, I would love any like perspectives, resources, that sort of thing. I'm going to be collecting those as much as possible. So I don't know. Anyway, that's that. I'm off for the summer.
Yeah.
Nice. Looks like we have a couple hands too. If I'm reading this right, is my interface
Yeah,
working?
yeah. So I got a list going here. We're gonna get
right.
Miss Star next, and then we're gonna hit Bill, then JT, then Ken, and I think I saw Orwell pop in here, but I'm not sure. And then also there was a guy, Mo Fe. I dropped you down for Ken. If you want to come back up or whatever, just throw a hand or re-request a mic, and I'll get
Although
you on that.
he did send my
Right.
shoulder a little bit. Okay, is that why you were
Yeah,
like,
yeah. That's why I was like, I'll just quickly replace, and yeah. So anyway, Mister, we'll kick it off with you, sir. And Jennifer,
Yeah,
thanks for
what's
dropping
up,
by,
you
man.
guys?
Much appreciated.
What's up,
Yeah,
man?
grateful to be here. I was thinking, I live in the Rocky Mountains. I could probably just take thousands of pictures and send them to Ruhif, and he could match them up to whatever arbitrary kind of Baja he would like, and he could figure one of them out to work.
Nice.
Because we've got plenty of them here in Utah, and I'm sure I could find one that he could chop up and get to work. So, um,
Perfect.
I want to respond to what Jennifer G just said because I had an interesting thing happen today. So I work in the field of mental health, and they all know, like all my clients and everything, know that I'm a flat earther. And they asked me to go through some of the stuff, and I had saved some images from some of Witset's stuff from like the globe timeline, the globe deception timeline. And it's super useful to go through some of that schooling Glober stuff that Witsit does. Even the Aether Cosmology you can go through and break down. I mean, there's so much information out there that you can use over the, you said you got to look stuff up over the summer. I would start there because it's very easily digestible. And the my basically that my the therapist I work under, he after going through it, he kind of asked me, he said, well, why would it matter if it's flat or if it's round? How that doesn't really affect our daily lives. And I said, well, I would think the contrary, because once you understand that this place has, implications, that it's centered around how important human beings are, and that there's nothing else like us that we can find so far that we know of. And that the sky is like a big clock. I mean, it says a lot, and it was a pretty powerful moment because I'm in a room full of people, and to be able to see their eyes kind of open up to that thought, it was pretty profound. And so I would say and I was able to use, those clips and the stuff that I've saved from the work that you guys have put in, and it's a very useful tool. So I would encourage you, Jennifer G, to check that out and try to use some of those things, because these guys have put in a lot of work, and it's really amazing. Like,
Hey,
so I want to,
congratulations. Yeah.
yeah, well, thank you guys for all that you do. Stone, you're definitely on a level that I'm learning to understand, what you're saying. And it's the same thing with Aether Cosmology. Like all three of you guys, speak a different language. And so it's taken me some time, and I'm still trying to learn it. But the more and more I immerse myself in it, the more I start to understand. So I'm,
Right
I'm
on,
really
man.
grateful for that. So that's all I really wanted to say. And that Ruhif thing, I heard that. I was listening in And that just, I watched that and I was like, I don't know, I could probably make that happen with just the mountains in my backyard, you know?
Dude, your comments are always like top notch, well placed, pertinent, on topic, and just well received, man. Thank you.
Well, thank you
Tick,
guys for your
tick,
hard
tick.
work. Yeah.
Yeah, well said. That's the second or third time I saw the fade. I just couldn't help but just start laughing because there were parts of it that were too incongruent to take it seriously. Like there was peaks where there shouldn't have been peaks. So that couldn't help but laugh. Good call. Oh, and more importantly, the Baja, like the actual or the golf, like the actual golf that was there, and like the whole thing is kind of illustrated when Stone's video. It cuts to the part where it shows the golf on Google Earth versus the actual picture of the golf. That's pretty. I mean, to me, a pretty clear illustration of what you're looking at. But
Indeed. And I actually cut the globies a bit of slack right at that moment in the video. That the angle, the negative slope that you're looking down at Baja in the Google Earth shot from 150 miles above the Earth shows a lot less curvature than if you were 6 miles above the Earth looking at that cross section. If you can understand that, because of spherical geometry, that the more over the arc you are, the less of the arc you see in terms of up down. Hope that makes sense. But yeah, I was actually cutting the globies some slack by several factors there, and still you can see it plain as day.
yeah, it makes sense. It's pretty wild.
We don't have a purple pill, but I can still share stuff. So I put Globe Deception Timeline up there since someone threw that out. That is a hugely important, monocle. Let's just pass that around for people, I guess.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Bring that up for the boys on the screen.
No, who did that?
Well, it's from this PowerPoint I stole from this dude on the internet. I don't know, man. He seemed pretty smart, though.
You know what's so cool, crazy is like you see how they made all the intel agencies right around the same time.
Oh, the 3 letters? Yeah.
Yeah, dude, they started popping off intel agencies as soon as they said we're not gonna let you go to Antarctica.
I'm thinking they all got the same Christmas card from the Cabal that year. So bam, there it is.
Going over that, there is one you missed though with it, and it was the MIB statement in 1998 or whenever that movie came out when they said the Earth was flat. You missed that one. You got to add it to the timeline.
I missed the Men in Black quote.
Yeah, the one minute.
The Will Smith moment.
Yeah, I had to say it because it was my opportunity, and today I was like, oh shit, it doesn't have the Men in Black thing. They're not going to take me serious, and so.
I thought he was talking about. He said MIB. I'm like, oh, is this like this is a new agency I didn't know about?
I mean, it kind of is.
No,
Haven't you heard? They're the best of the best of the best.
Yeah.
Dude. Oh man, I may or may not have just rewatched that recently. Men in Black. Shout out to
Oh,
Will
it's
Smith.
slipping back into normandom.
Dude, I've been watching some stuff.
It's a classic.
No, it is a classic. I like the Roach bit too. It was well produced. You got to give him that.
Yeah.
And that's when they said, people are a person is smart and people are stupid, and you know it. But this globe timeline here looks like it's off of I think it's the principal. I think they posted they put this.
Now, isn't that Eric Dubé? I think it comes from Eric Dubé. No, that's from Witsit's Schooling Globers. There's a whole Schooling Globers all about that timeline that everyone should go check out.
I knew I'd seen that before.
Dude, I may or may not export your whole PowerPoint as a video right now and post that, if that's cool.
Speaking of presentations, can you upload that logic one you had the other night?
Yeah,
that was a great one, and you did all the legwork to putting all the definitions to it. So I'm gonna need to swoop that.
I think that one demands another Flat Earth 101 video.
The one with all the super triggered Glober AI art. Is that what you're talking
Yes.
about?
I remember you making all that one night when we were just
For a
chilling.
debate.
I didn't know you were going to be putting it in your presentation. Dude, we were having such a good time laughing, and then the next day I see it all in your presentation. I was like, oh.
My
I think you should-
preparation for the debate is the only debate I've prepped for. I'm like, I need to make really angry Glovers.
Yeah, pepper up that presentation with some robot polisher spikes here and there, just to keep it spicy.
Dude, speaking of him, we should get him in here. Can we not attract the polisher himself?
So we popped up to 134 pretty quick, right? We got 134 now.
Man,
He's just too busy. He's
don't think
cutting 5 videos simultaneously.
Right, he's sitting in between like 4 computers, and they're all rendering videos, and he's got a pivot chair, and he's got 2 monitors on each computer, so 8 monitors all around him.
He's got slowed down because of the rendering. What a hassle.
I bet he can
Right.
do that and talk to us, though, so let's get him in there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's listening to it along with listening to like 4 other Flat Earth videos and streams at the same time.
He's super supportive.
He's secretly like a modern day Tesla. He's figured out how to tap into the ether. He's like Flat Earth conversation to the left. He's everywhere. You know, he's like, dude.
He's like, oh, Winston just made a point. Hold on, everyone, stop. Let me go screen grab it in real time so I can actually record it and put it into my video.
Dude, the Glovers think they're getting away. He just pops in anonymous in all their spaces. And it has to be what he's doing because he's caught them saying crazy stuff, like making plans. I'm like, oh, robot polisher went anon.
He chased that one guy off Twitter straight up.
Dude, he got rid of Pride Guy, man. That's fine.
Yeah, Pride Guy.
Thank God
he
for
caught
that,
that
dude. That
guy
was well
saying some
done.
crazy stuff.
Oh yeah, did he piece that guy out?
He did.
Oh man, he said he's
beautiful.
yeah, he got busted him sucking this, but yeah.
Wait,
And
what
then-
happened? What happened?
Rest in peace to your boy.
He I don't know how he must have been an anonymous listener or something to one of their spaces, and Pride Guy just like went real deep about how he was a troll and how he was like lying to the flat earthers, and it was just like I can't recall it all exactly, but it did not make him look good. And then Robot Polisher edited it up, and he's no longer on Twitter.
By the end of his confession, he had also stated that he likes to suck dick. It was hands down spanking time kind of information that he never should have uttered in public.
Yo, we need earmuff
That was
warnings.
the least shocking part of the story.
But yeah, man, Robot Polisher like dropped like 4 videos today or something, man. That dude's
He's like a robot.
he's like a robot polisher.
Nice. Well, yeah, dude, send him an envy, and then we're gonna get to Bill. What's up, Bill? Good to see you.
Is Bill on the highway?
There he is.
Out, John. House is open, and it's you can go over to.
Yeah,
So,
Bill,
free-
Bill, you're breaking up pretty bad, brother.
Why don't we cycle to someone else, then we can try coming back to Bill.
Yep. So Mo Fe, if you're there, we can cycle you back in because we skipped you for Ken. But since you said you wanted to come up, we can get you in now. Otherwise, we're gonna grab Ken.
We'll feel you out.
Or no, I'm sorry. We're on JT. My apologize. So while we're doing JT, Mo Fe, if you want to come back, we'll get you before we get Ken because we did skip you for him.
What up, Mr. Mayor?
Yo, mine's gonna be short. I wanted to speak up for Jennifer if she's still around. Yeah, I see her. You may already know this information, but I DM'd it to you anyway. So, Josh from Creation Standard, he runs the channel Flat Earth Brothers. Well, it used to be Flat Earth Brothers. Now it's Founded Earth Brothers because he has a twin, and they're like legendary flat earthers. And his content on his main channel is epic. So anybody that hasn't been to Founded Earth Brothers should check it out. But he's recently started up Creation Standards because he's an 8th grade science teacher, and he really wants to teach like life science and doesn't want to teach evolution and doesn't want to teach globe shenanigans. So he's breaking away from school and the mainstream, and he's going to be trying to do classes. A lot of y'all have heard about this, but check out Creation Standards. It's really cool. My kids have been enjoying it, and like what you were saying earlier, some people were saying earlier, I love being able to take a fresh mind, like kiddos, like mine, and just saying, "Hey, this is what you're going to learn in school. These are theories today, right now. These are what man thinks about the universe, but it hasn't been proven. And, you know, your dad, talk about myself, believes we're not moving, that we live on a stationary topographical plane, that we're enclosed, and that's how we have pressure." And I just break it down logically and simply. And I think that she's thought, my oldest daughter has thought it's been enjoyable and cool, because we never told her Santa Claus was real. We never said the Easter Bunny did anything, and the Tooth Fairy. Like, she knows for sure that the parents do these things, like provide the gifts or put $5 under her pillow for her tooth. Like, we still let her partake in these fun things, but we've never tricked her or lied. And so whenever I started finding out about flat Earth a couple of years ago, you know, I'd never mentioned it, and she was almost, you know, 6 or 7. And then as I was telling her, I just told her, "Hey, I'm looking into this stuff. I'm curious. It may be something different than what we've all heard." And now I'm just hardcore after looking into Michelson Morley and interferometry, and can't find that curve anywhere. And now I'm confident that, you know, we're not moving. And so helping people to slowly have an inquisitive mind, and be able, give them permission to have a little bit of moment to freak out, because it's super freaky in the beginning. But then as you seek truth, you find truth, and then you want more of it. And then you meet a whole bunch of people that are here listening and putting in work. So thank you all. I might be able to come back on, but if not, much love, and keep this space going.
Nice, thanks,
Yo,
JT.
much love, Mir.
It's our white noise generator. What's going on?
Yo, Shane's joining us from the top of Mount Everest. Shane, what are we looking at? Is the horizon curved or is it flat?
That is clearly not me.
Are you in a helicopter?
Oh, is it not you? My bad. I just assumed.
I already took. I'm already suffering in just the AC with no fan, dude. There's no actual.
Do you have AC? This guy has, he has AC and a fan. Oh, dude, that's cute.
I absolutely love this community.
Yo, whoever said that, I can't see the thing.
Oh, there she is. There she is.
Is that TM? Oh, there she is. What up?
Hello.
Yo.
Let's make sure we don't skip Ken.
Nope.
Time to meet up
we're
there,
about
Shane.
to.
Very good.
Yeah,
Dude, is that Whitsit? Whose white noise is that? I will find you, whoever you are.
Dude. Yeah, we're about to get to Ken right now. Thanks, JT, for sharing that.
For real.
Yeah, I just had something for Jennifer real quick, and I don't know curriculums, and I don't know what hurdles she has to get over, but I thought there may be a little bit of safety in geocentrism because you don't have to specifically say the Earth is flat, but it's almost identical other than the shape of the Earth, and it's there's plenty of physicists out there who share this view and has tons of work on it that you can look at, and so that might be an option for you to introduce different ideas. Like I say, I'm not an educator, and I don't know what hurdles you have to pass, but that might be like a stepping stone you could use that would be fairly safe.
Yo, yeah, that's a really good idea. That's a really good point, because I think a lot of kids, that's a really nice seed to plant. The idea that the scientists can't even tell if we're actually in motion or if the sky is what's in motion. Huh. Just plant that seed. and I got a feeling the kid is going to grow up with a slightly different point of view.
Yes, people don't even know it's an
Yeah,
option,
because they,
man.
yeah, because I'll be honest with you, my kid was in school and he believed in flat Earth, and I didn't even know it. He just didn't talk about it, and he started telling me about some of his friends that believed in flat Earth, and I've met these kids. Nobody's ever said anything to me like that before, which is probably a good thing they didn't, because at the time I would have told them, "No, man, the Earth's a globe. What are you talking about?" But I mean, there's lots. You would be surprised at how many kids out there think the Earth is flat, and I'm betting that if she even hints around that it isn't what we think it is, a lot more kids are going to feel confident about stepping up and saying, "Yeah, well, my brother said, that the Earth is flat. He's in high school, blah blah blah." I think she'll find plenty of that.
Couldn't
Dang.
agree more. No,
How
really.
old are these kids?
Oh, in Jenny's case, we're talking middle school, so adolescent to early
Middle
teen.
school.
I mean,
Yo, you
really.
guys
That's
are all
shitty.
way too nice. Like, hey Asher, what shape is the Earth? What shape?
A circle.
Yeah.
Nice. I'll
The
take it.
circle, man. Okay.
He's 4, but
Will do.
I also don't think. I mean, I think the emotion thing is great, but also not kind of beating around the bush too. Like that doesn't help either. Can cause further confusion, I would think. But
Oh,
that's
when it
my
comes
Yeah,
to
opinion.
but well, it gets different once the kids start getting older because social shaming starts to become a thing.
If we bring it back, guys, together we can do it.
Like I've seen it
Dude,
with
nowadays, social
Social
shaming exists
shaming
if you
is
don't think that you can
terrible.
identify as a helicopter.
Shane is trying to bring it back.
Trying to bring it back hard, guys. I really think we need it. I need it.
Let's
We need
do
it.
it. Make a
We
solid
stomped on
effort.
Toby, but Toby, you get what I'm saying with us?
What'd you say? I missed it.
Nowadays, your child will get shamed if they don't think you can identify as a helicopter. Like, if they aren't a big fan of furries.
Yeah, well, not necessarily.
yeah.
Like like I'll just say I know some family members that they go to like Christian schools, quote unquote, or Christian getaways or whatever, and the kids are generally pretty, like I'd say open-minded,
Straight.
straight. Yeah, they don't think they're helicopters and that they can, go to the litter box instead of the potty or whatever. Um, but they still socially shamed my, some family members into wanting to walk back their flat Earth claim in one case. So
Let me tell you a story, Toby. Okay, there's this guy. He taught me a lot about the Hebrew. Cool guy. He's got a daughter. Her name is Shemaiah. Probably the smartest little girl I've ever met. Right, very young, and she will smoke 80% of the general public of adults in a conversation about the Earth. Like dice them up. So
yeah,
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like I want this is my opinion on this. I've thought a lot about this. I'm not gonna keep the globe from my daughter, but I'm just gonna teach her logic, and then I'm just gonna show her the information, and then she's gonna want to know what I think, obviously, and I'm gonna tell her what I think if she asks. And if you do that, they're gonna be very founded and understanding about why they don't think the Earth is moving and stuff, just like Shemaiah. And like whatever. Like either you're going to uh like lead them to think that the Earth is a spinning globe or could be, or you're going to just show them both sides, tell them how to think, and then they're going to think it's not. And then if someone shames them. Like if someone tried to check Shemaiah, she would just slice them up. Someone her age tried to be like, "Oh, you don't think the Earth's a globe?" She would just
well,
embarrass
sure,
that kid.
yeah. And I just real quick, I'll say that it was 2 family members. One of them ended up walking it back and being kind of embarrassed, but he just wanted to fit in or whatever. And then the other, uh, just just kind of laughed at everyone else and said, "At least I'm not a globe-tard," I believe was the quote, and went back about their business.
That part is crazy.
Yeah.
To redress the point we just went across is if I were to jump back into a classroom and stand at the front of it for any length of time, I'd bring a big glass jar, my UCA jar, and I'd jam a bunch, I don't know, half a dozen or at least 50-cent lollipops right in there with the clear plastic, right over the top of them. That's my unfalsifiable causal assertion jar, my UCA jar. And while I'm explaining mainstream on the chalkboard and we're going through it, and I say this, that, because the other thing, first kid to put up the hand and yell UCA gets it. You get one out of the jar and they're motivated. They're motivated to analyze things on two levels constantly when they take in information. Whole new way to learn about a new concept, and you just motivate them with a little sugar because that's what drives them. And as the kids get older, you change the prize, of course.
I'll give them some natural sugar. My daughter thinks fruit's a dessert.
I think children have a natural ability to know the truth, and you really have to work it out of them. My son is 7, and the things that he says, when we're talking about things, as a flat earth or whatnot, just showing him how water works in the lab, or this and that things, he will say the most uncanny, just beams of light truth. And I really do think that has to be manipulated out of children's hands and minds. And but that's what happens. So I don't know. It's
Yeah, they invented the science and then perfected it. It's called social engineering, right?
It's the practice of learning that they embrace is repetition of mantra. That's all it is. They don't actually figure out how they got to the mantra, and that's what we really need to give those kids.
I think it happened to all of us. I mean, I remember learning about the globe, and when they told me that I was spinning and that there were people upside down in Australia, or that I could be upside down, I remember thinking how crazy that was as a young child.
it was funny
I think
when I I was looking into flat Earth, and I never was taught about the Coriolis effect in high school and whatnot. Like, that was a completely new concept, and it was totally ridiculous. Like, I didn't even know that was a thing until it came up in flat Earth conversations.
well, I think it's also important you take your kids out in the woods, out in the nature, and teach them all about nature and stuff. I think that's something you also need to do too.
So, like, if someone had told you, yeah, either you're upside down or you're not, either you're moving or you're not, either the sun's moving or it's not, make up your own mind. Like, I mean, what would you have done?
Exactly. Like, but you're told you're moving. So, but at the same time, I wasn't like told that, like, if you went up in a hot air balloon, the Earth would be moving under you. But like, it was something that was never explained to me in those terms. And so then when I realized that that is explained to children in those terms, it was like an amazing moment. Like, I can't even, like, there's so many things when you're encountering the narrative, the globe narrative versus the flat earth narrative, where the flat earth narrative just makes beautiful logistic profound sense. And the and and that's why I'm here. Like, it's just like that makes sense, that this is, we have such a problem in science, where science has become this scientism nutso world, where we don't have proofs for all of these evolutions and you know, what's going on with the star, all of it. It's just, it amazes me.
Yeah, we
Another
certainly
thing,
weren't taught about how the fact that even the astrophysicists and everyone like still can't confirm whether or not we're flying through space. Like that was never mentioned. It was mentioned as this is fact, you are spinning around the sun. There is no other option. You know, that was never addressed. And I think that having this conversation now about the future of not only flat earth but of the children is going to be key on how we do this, because if we want to make some real significant change in this, that's where it's going to come from for sure in these conversations. And I think I'm in agreement with pretty much everything I've heard, so that's what I would say to that.
Yo, thank you. So yeah, do
another
we
thing
have?
also,
Well, go ahead.
another thing also is usually the globe earthers, they aren't very consistent in their science.
No, there's a bunch of ways you can show that.
Yeah, I thought you were going to cite a particular example.
Oh, I don't have any particular examples right now. I kind of just joined in and wanted to bring up some things, I guess. I mean, I guess there are some things that I could bring up. And one thing that's interesting, actually, people, I've heard some things from like really old people. Actually, I've seen some videos, and for some reason, I'm not 100% sure if it's true, but some of them have said that they used to teach flat Earth in schools when they were like kids and stuff.
Sure did. Dave Weiss has a good video on that, interviewing a 100-year-old.
Oh, nice.
Ruth.
Yep. If you go to his channel and type Ruth, you'll see, you can see the interview.
Ruth.
Yep, it's splendid.
Hey,
Cool.
I got a chance to shout out Lighthouse. They just restarted. They just started it up. It's a new platform. It's kind of like YouTube and Facebook and Etsy and X all kind of combined. Nothing wrong with Elon, no. You know, we don't want to hack on Elon there. But you can go over to lighthouse.com, look for the three eyes that are red, green, and blue, and you can get to it there.
Nice. Yo, I see the mic request and stuff. I got a queue set up, so we'll be rotating some mics in and out here in a few. But I got, let's see, we got Ken coming up next, and then while Ken's speaking, I'm gonna rotate some people out.
I already spoke. If you need my
Yeah.
mic, you
Are we
can
into what Shepard's up to now?
you can take my mic.
Yeah, just I just wanted to say hi, guys. Popping in, you know, the friendly Glober. You're almost convincing me. You guys are so close. You guys always comment. I'm on the edge. I'm there.
Is that Shepherd?
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, welcome,
You gotta
Shepherd.
you gotta make some things make sense to
What's
me.
up, Shepard?
I need to understand the weather. If I can understand the weather, flat Earth
Shepard,
weather.
why you hate me so much though?
You know what? I don't hate you, brother. You're a good dude. I know that. I know you're a good dude. I want to go. I want to have a good conversation with you sometime.
I mean,
Everyone
that
else seems to
works.
like you. Everyone else seems to like you, so I'll forgive you
Yes,
for
please,
some reason
please.
you're in my mind as not cool.
I know.
You
I'm sorry. That's all my fault.
Uh-oh, he seems like he deserves it from you. He's
something
instantly
occurred
like,
on that
like I don't know what
timeline,
happened,
bro.
dude.
Something occurred on that time. I did not just randomly think that, but it's all good. It's all good. Have you ever
Every
seen the weather? Have you ever seen the weather mapped out on the AE map?
No, I haven't. I need to see that.
Okay,
Yeah,
2
it's
seconds. We
insane.
got you.
And also check this out. You know how they say that on the globe, so the summer and winter, right? The seasons is created by the tilt. And so you have the 90-degree parallel rays coming from the sun 93 million miles away. Then you have the Earth tilted. But the hottest part actually isn't the part getting hit by the parallel rays first. It's actually not where it's supposed to be on the globe. And then when you look at the flat Earth, it's like, oh, well, the middle portion that we refer to as the equator, the arbitrary line that we call the equator. It's arbitrary, although it's kind of roughly where you can't see Polaris anymore, Anyway, that is where the sun actually is physically over top of in the longest and in the greatest proximity. So if you look at the heat distribution throughout the year from the sun, it actually makes significantly more sense on a flat Earth. On the globe, they just start making up claims about like water and land retention of heat and all this stuff. Does anyone else know exactly what I'm talking about? You guys have seen the side-by-side comparison where they have the tilted globe and then they have the equator. They have
I got you preparing high def version right now coming at you.
Nice, yeah. If you'll pop that up front, and then like obviously the wind patterns and all of that. If you go to bobwinds.com, you can see all the weather mapped out, and it's just way more coherent on a plane. So.
All right. Well, look, I look forward to more conversations with you guys. I do definitely want to apologize with it for. I know I made a couple comments directed. It might have looked like it was directed to you, but in any case, I shouldn't have made them. So my apologies. I appreciate the opportunity to come in and say hi. I'm out. I was listening, and you guys are always doing good things, man. I like the community you guys bring, no matter what. I'd love to come in here and have a good flat Earth versus globe Earth debate. It doesn't break down and talks about science. So I look forward to that sometime. Okay.
So there we go. There's a nice heat distribution map outlined by the wind pattern and the sun pattern, which is the tropics right over flat Earth. Makes way more sense since the heat distribution follows the sun's path identically. And on the globe, it looks I don't know how else to say this, but retarded.
Nice. Did you put that in the Yumbo or what?
Yeah, it's the only thing we can do, and it should be there now.
Nice. Oh yeah, this is one of my favorite maps. Or favorite heat distribution maps. Very nice.
I just wanted to make a final comment for my time with the mic. Shepard, man, that was a good vibe. I've heard you a lot, and I appreciate how you said what you said. And I just wanted to say, I'm a normal dude. I don't have any kind of agenda. I just want the truth for me and my kids. And I've been digging at it for a while, and I love this community as well because they're very accepting, and we all look at things from all angles. We don't want to make any kind of rationalizations or whatever, and we're just trying to dig and find, and I think we are. And so yeah, man, any person that's like, whoa, I need to look at this again, or hey, can you get me some more information, they're going to be welcome. And any glober that's like, dude, looks like I was wrong, you're going to be welcomed in, like no problem. We were all globers before, and I don't even I don't have anything else to say, but welcome. I think you're heading that way.
Nice.
Peace out, much love.
Later, G. Yo, TM, did you wanna get in on this, brother?
I've been trying to get a glober in here for a while. It keeps running.
Some globs? I see we got a queue built up. I'm about to get in there. There might be some globes hiding in there.
I mean, I've been offering such warm, welcoming comments as get in here and defend your bullshit or be a circle jerking twat, but I'm not sure that's helping anyone. Maybe I should do like a kinder outreach.
Yeah, probably be a little bit more welcoming with that sort of statement.
Yeah, sorry.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead. What's
Go
up?
ahead.
So, I don't really like Twitter and Telegram and stuff for like contacting people very much. Does anybody have some sort of like chat room type thing where people, I guess, can like gather and like talk and stuff? Sort of like Discord, maybe. That's a good sort of thing, probably.
Never heard of it.
Dang.
No, yeah, we're on Discord and Telegram. I would say
Discord?
join. Are you on Discord? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm on Discord.
Oh yeah, you should join Earth Awakenings for like a super open server where like there's a ton of Globers, a ton of flat earthers, and they talk about like literally anything, everything. I recommend that server. And then also you should join our server, which is Aether Cosmology. We're a little less open as far as we just don't put up with trolls. Like we're open to viewpoints, all sorts of viewpoints, but we have little patience for people that are wasting people's time. So that's I would recommend both of those servers. And then you can find a bunch more through if you join those. There's a bunch more. If you're looking for like flat Earth servers, there's flat Earth servers, there's anti-flat Earth servers. But on those two servers I just mentioned, people are on those all the time. There's the 24/7 flat Earth servers. There's like two that are on. There's one that's on a politics server, one that's on a. So they're like hidden inside these politics servers. There's a politics and a religion server and a politics server, and then they have flat Earth voice chats in there, which is pretty interesting because they get a lot of in and out of Globers. So yeah, you should check those all out.
Oh, I found the Aether Cosmology one.
Yeah, if you go to ethercosmology.com, you'll find the link to our Discord there. It's on the left side. And I think and our Telegram as well, if you happen to be on Telegram. I mean, we honestly spend more time on Discord. I wish we spent more time on Telegram, but it is what it is.
All right, thank you.
My pleasure. Great questions.
All right. So while all that was going on, I did some mic rotation. Did anything happen in reality, though?
Ooh, are we having one of those things going on?
Great.
Yeah, because it looks like everyone I rotated out is still here, and the people that I
thanks,
brought up are
Elon.
not. All right, cool. All right, I'm going to leave Toby and then recycle me.
Okay. Will it show that he leaves? That's the big question.
I still see him. Ay.
I'm just gonna cause chaos and approve everyone. What do you think?
I already tried it. Didn't work.
Okay.
Man. Yeah, this is being buggy, huh? I don't really know what to do. We might have to start a new space. It would be pretty tragic.
Don't do that. We'll just suffer with no pill and barely any. Oh wait, we can't move.
Well, we can't rotate mics though. It's gonna
Well, that
be really
flipped
lame.
around. It should have changed for you once there when Ellen came back in.
Good. Yeah, it looks like it's catching up. Okay. Good. See if we can get Alan back up here, and then we can some other people as well.
We have what may or may not be the real Dustinemos. Let's see if he's chilling.
Is that a fact?
I don't know.
I just approved him. I'm trying to get Alan still.
Yo, I'm okay to leave and drop my mic and come back in. When I first got on, I noticed that Shane sent me an invite to speak, but I still had to request. And then Toby, I think you were the one that answered it. So I don't know if that
He's
says
saying I have no
anything.
real power. I see. Okay.
I don't know. My mic wasn't on when you sent me the invite. It said invite to speak, but I still had to request. And I was like, well, if he's being nice enough to offer it, I better request it. So.
Yeah, I think you have to request it in order to accept it, right? I think it assumes that you're requesting in order to be sent an invitation. So if I happen to send someone that hasn't requested, it's like, don't, no, what, can't, you.
All right. Well, I'll drop down and then I'll leave and come back on. It's fine with me. No problem. Thanks for letting me share.
You're always welcome as far as I'm concerned, dude.
For sure. Thanks for sharing. Much love.
I think Elon needs to hire back some of them snowflake programmers that he fired last year. Get those bitches back in here quick, Elon.
Yeah,
Get
this
some
is
money
rough.
snapping, bro.
Like I can't even get
This
Alan up
interface
here.
sucks so much ass.
Can't even get Alan up here.
I mean, browsers are freely available to the public. They're available to Twitter staff as well for free. I think they need to circulate that memo, and they might want to start to adapt to them.
Yeah. Yeah, well, like I said earlier, me and Elon don't exactly have the best of histories together, so, you know. There's that. Alan, I see you out there, but I don't see a request from you.
You shall have to request in order to be given the honor.
Yeah, let's talk about this this goober on the post. I shared the space, and someone said, since we're just oddly whispering into Alan's ear, this guy. All right, this guy said, appears to be. Kepler makes. I put trying to figure out if the Earth is a ball flying around the sun. Anyone think they can help us out? This guy said, appears to be. Kepler makes more simple sense than Tycho Brahe or the like. Regardless, it appears more and more that you are about to come out as a geocentrist, not a flat earther. Ooh, those are not mutually exclusive.
I double dare ya.
They don't know that it's not mutually exclusive. How goofy. Anyway, I said Kepler, the guy that said he worshipped the sun because it was in the center of the entire universe, singing a heavenly song, causing all the other spheres to move around it. You mean the guy that only could even propose his kinematics after stealing all of Tycho Brahe's data and then flipping the ratio equivalence? Weird. And then the guy says, you have no idea what you're saying. Can you even attempt to explain what flipping the ratio equivalence means? And then this other guy said, even AI doesn't know what you're talking about, and screenshotted the AI where it said, like, this flipping the ratio equivalence makes sense. So what I did, so I put the kinematics is derived from the ratio of movement, and it's literally just the periodicity and radii relationship. The kinematic equivalence is stripped from the geocentric to heliocentric. It simply depends on what you put at the center. And just because the guy put the AI, I went and asked ChatGPT. It says flipping the ratio equivalence would refer to the conversion of observed periods and distances from a geocentric framework to their true heliocentric equivalents, mapping the observed synodic periods, the time between successive conjunctions of a planet with the sun as seen from Earth, to the true sidereal periods, the time it takes for a planet to complete one orbit around the sun. And then it gives an example calculation using the sidereal periods of the Earth and Mars. This conversion process essentially flips the ratio from an Earth-centric to a sun-centric perspective. So the phrase flipping the ratio equivalence makes sense when considering the mathematical transformation required to switch from geocentric to heliocentric coordinates, translating observed planetary periods and distances into their true heliocentric counterparts. This conceptual shift also allowed Kepler to derive his laws and further solidify the heliocentric model. So
Good
that's
bot.
pretty funny. Yeah.
Here's a cookie.
The true heliocentric model.
I had to switch it to its heliocentric equivalence, which would be the truth.
That's what they're going to say too. Instead of being like, oh, wow, you just totally exposed that I'm very ignorant and don't comprehend this at all, they're going to say, the AI said that the heliocentric model is true. Anyway. It's so funny, though. They're like, yeah, dude, Kepler smoked him. It's like, Kepler was a weirdo that worshipped the sun, bro. What are you doing?
Yeah, he does have a weirdo vibe.
Yeah, Elo's just in the comments. That dude never joins space.
So there are 0 Globers here?
I wouldn't think so, right? I mean, there's what, 176 after I challenge Globers and they're in the comments. So you mean like Globers with like the balls to get on the mic? All right.
Yeah, like here in the space.
Like in the space, but not on the mic, right? I mean, like.
Are they listening anonymously already?
Yeah, bro.
Oh. Well, get on up here, boys, fellas. Come on, do the stupid, very easy, simple task of defending the most common sense, most easy to debunk nonsense thing ever.
How do wells send sonar waves 10,000 miles horizontally on a ball?
Yo, also really quick, I think.
Anybody?
Yo, I think I figured out the. I think I fixed the bugged space, by the way. So that's
Nice.
pretty good news. So hopefully we'll get Alan back here in a second.
I'd like to know how air masses outpace the Earth with an increased R. What's pushing this air even faster than we're supposed to be moving at the surface to keep up with us? How's that happening?
Hold on, I deafened, but did I hear a booming, deafening silence, or was it me?
You did.
Ah.
Sorry, Stan. I'm not gonna lie. I was trying to get this. I was doing stuff with this Twitter space. Can you repeat your question, sir?
Yeah, sure. It was actually for the Globies. This is another thing I'd like to hear someday is an explanation for how air masses keep up with the rotational speed of the Earth with a greater R. What's pushing them along at hundreds of miles an hour and even faster than we're supposed to be going at the surface?
Yo, where'd Shep go? He said
Where's
he
that?
wanted to talk about weather.
Yeah, that's why I was following up with that question specifically, actually, is because he
Yeah.
asked about,
Oh,
"Oh,
Shep's
understand
listening.
the
Great.
weather." It's like, well, there's the first point.
Yeah, that's a great point, Stone. I wonder, have you ever? I don't think I've ever heard anyone try to invoke that as part of weather patterns, but you would think it would have to be related. You would think.
Reminds me of a video I did about Felix Baumgartner, one of their favorites. Taking those
What
fish
about?
eye lenses way up high, 24 miles in the sky. Look at all that roundy. Nuh-uh.
I think he told
Nuh-uh.
Earth straight up, like you don't see the curve of the Earth at all.
Yeah, because there ain't none. But more so that he actually outran the speed of the Earth by 6 miles. Actually, I
Per
think it
hour.
was even more than that. That he actually landed to the east of takeoff site while launching in a balloon being in the air for an hour and a half under still wind conditions. Just not sure how exactly he beat the Earth to that spot because he only dropped out of the sky for 9 minutes in free fall and then shoot after that. It's an interesting piece of math. I recommend people check it out on my channel on BitChute.
Hmm.
So this dude fell too far to the east to be traveling with the spinning ball.
Yeah, he landed several miles to the west just because you have to have zero wind condition at surface in order to even launch his balloon. And then he went up 24 miles with no propulsion on board at all. Somehow he outran the Earth.
Well, I mean, he would have to at the least be a little behind it. It'd be a little bit, right? They claim that it's like almost lockstep, not lockstep, but just not that much. Now, when you fly a plane, the plane makes such drastic corrections that you wouldn't know. But that's the stillman, right?
Oh yeah,
So
for sure.
so in the
For
balloon,
sure.
you got nothing. What do you got? So you're going to be behind the Earth, not in
And at
gravity.
his latitude, they're supposed to be doing about 660 miles an hour at the surface. And the wind's supposed to go faster than that with nothing pushing it. And somehow this guy in his balloon outran 660, going up 24 miles.
Let me jump in there. I'll play the Globetard role here, because you guys do know that I don't fully subscribe to the globe model and everything. Just to remind you of that. But I can explain I can explain a lot of things that they say in this model. And the weather and the speed of the air, the speed of our atmosphere, is supposedly pushed by the heat of the sun. And I don't know that that makes any sense to me. But that's the explanation they would give to you on why our winds travel faster than the Earth rotates. What do you think about
Okay,
that?
so the sun is responsible for creating convective cells, is what they call them, and that's only going to have an effect as high as you see clouds. Now, when we all look at the famous satellite shots and weather satellite shots that are all over the place on the net, you see the clouds tightly hugging the ground essentially from that altitude. That nothing above that altitude is being affected because the sun went by and it's pushing the air from this side to that side of the continent. The scale is completely other than what would be necessary for that to happen. And the thing is, the globies never take the time to quantify anything. They just throw theorem at you and they piece it together and make it sound good. But when you look at the actual formula they use, the numbers they use, and then you look at reality, it's just not there, man. It's just not there.
Yeah, the only thing I would say back is that their math is their math is horrendous. I don't trust their math. I'm not the globe. I'm not the globie that comes in here and wants to defend how they come to their conclusions and the bullshit that they tell us about like the Big Bang and stuff like that. But you got me thinking on this one. I need to look into this a little more because it doesn't make sense to me from that point of view.
Mission accomplished. This is precisely the prescription for this problem. Is how do we convince the globie? And you have to do it one very small phenomenon at a time. Big waves of the hand just aren't going to cut it. They'll jump in with incredulity and appeal to the mass and appeal to credential every last time, every opportunity they will get, just as a reflex, because they think that's normal debate tactic. So you're not going to get anywhere that way with them. It's got to be one small physical point fully quantified so you can just look at it for what it is and then ask them to try to explain it. And they can't. They can't.
Yeah, I hear that same silence again. Almost like they really can't.
I got some questions if you guys don't mind me interjecting here for a few
No, yeah,
minutes.
go for it.
Fire it in, man.
What's up? What's it? Heard you on Sam Tripoli, by the way, a little while ago. Congratulations. It was pretty awesome. I am not a globe earther or a flat earther, I guess. I'm like Shepard. I'm like on the fence, 50-50. There's this book that I've read quite a few times. And then again, if you read our profile, I pretty much read everything, even if I don't believe in it. And it's called The Universal One. I'm sure you guys have heard of this if you guys listen to Rogan. It just got brought up by Terrence Howard a couple days ago, and it's
So is this
compelling.
Josh or is this Zach?
Oh, this is Josh. I'm usually the guy talking during the week, but our podcast,
Okay.
Zach usually comes over. But my question is because I somewhat understand both sides, but the way Terrence Howard explains it is that it's all based off of pressures, densities, and wave conjugations, meaning from the dawn of time, even Einstein was false. Neil deGrasse Tyson's false, and he explains all this. He even discredits gravity. You know what I'm saying? So,
Okay.
and my only question is, from the way I understand it, is gravity is technically a discharge from electricity. And he explains this through electromagnetism. And I think Tesla explained this a little bit too, because he was talking about the ether and all this stuff.
Well, if
But
you come
if
to
anyone,
This stuff.
Oh, sorry, go
Hold
ahead.
on a second.
yeah, no, I'm almost done because I just have questions. I'm not really arguing either side. If the pressure is because he explains the pressure is coming from the outside pushing in instead of what we think of as the opposite. And he goes on to explain this and how they created Saturn in a simulation. Now, just bear with me here because I'm not backing him up. I'm just stating what he said. They created
Who's they?
based off of pressures and wave conjugations based off of it had no gravity in it, no dark matter, no dark energy, nothing. It was just pressures and wave conjugations. And it created not just the planet, but the rings and the hexagon that I know. I don't believe in NASA either, but I'm just saying what he said, what they state on the pictures. Now, I also have some questions on the flat Earth side because I know the distance, should account for the curvature. And I've seen so many videos and read a lot of stuff. I even have flat Earth books, for crying out loud. But my question is, for the flat Earth, if we do live on a flat plane, what are we on and what are we in?
Okay, check this. All right.
Yeah.
One, we're on a plane, and in my opinion, we're inside of a torus field, giant torus field. So ironically, he talked about the sacred geometry, the flower of life. I haven't seen the whole thing, but every single bit I've seen, he's talking about the flower of life. The way he came with the Jupiter thing, for anyone that doesn't know, you take the flower of life, the sacred geometry, so just a bunch of like overlapping circles, right? And you end up getting the flower of life, actually the logo of Aether Cosmology. And he's talking about the negative space within those overlapping circles is going to, if you start to overlap them or start to combine them, the negative space is going to give you this like slightly deformed 3D pyramid. And if you start to put them together, you get other shapes, and they start to match like the quote unquote molecular structure of different elements and stuff. And then he brings up the universal one, brings up Walter Russell, and shows how using tonality and vibration he was able to predict elements and how it matches that, blah blah blah. There's probably a decent amount of truth to that core concept, right? And that's Walter Russell. That's not
Yeah,
this
that's
guy.
why I brought it up. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is the problem. This guy, and this is not just him, there's a few people doing this now, going viral, and they talk about the ether and they talk about MMX, and they don't seem to understand the implications of what they're saying. If there is an ether, MMX proved that the Earth is not moving. That is why mainstream science cannot say that. So when he says stuff like there is an ether and the interpretation of MMX is incorrect, and gravity seems to basically be an electrical draft, like an effect, an emergent property of like the electrical discharge, that sounds decently accurate to me. Meaning, like, gravity is this big blown out of proportion thing when actually it is nothing in and of itself. It's not like point specific, meaning it isn't like a force pulling anything to specific points. It's just like an effect. There's a background and things react, and it's like the equal and opposite reaction within the background. And so, like, if I throw a rock into the pond and it ripples out, if there's a boat in my pond and it moves because of the waves, like there was no gravity, the water just moved. So, all that to say, but he leaves out the major components, which is that if there was in fact an ether, then the Earth cannot be moving. That was proven with MMX and subsequently with Dayton Miller, who showed that the drift that was detected was consistent and correlated to solar motion, meaning the time of year and where the sun was at, the periodicity of the sun, the cycle of the sun, and altitude. And so if anyone's going to bring up Ether and Michelson-Morley and they don't bring up that they did get a measurement, they don't bring up that it shows that the Earth's not moving, and they don't bring up the subsequent test by Dayton Miller, if they run off into all these other stories about how the Earth is moving and they're coming up with models, like, they're immediately discredited. Immediately, everything they're saying is discredited from that point forward. Not that, what I'm saying, like, not to say that he can't have truth in what he's saying, but you have a fundamental misunderstanding of MMX if you say that there was an ether, they improperly threw it out. Gravity doesn't actually exist the way they think it does. It's just an effect of electricity. And then you turn around and talk about how the Earth is flying around the sun. And he start talking about how it's moving away 1.5 centimeters a year, and that means that the Earth is 9 trillion years old, and all this crazy stuff. So it's like, and that was a lot there, but that's just my quick take. It's like there's a lot of truth to it. Walter Russell seems to have been on point, right? He introduced that periodic chart using vibrational tone and predicted elements before we discovered them. And so that's pretty significant, right? You have Mendeleev or whatever. 18,
Yeah, it was like 144 elements, I think, is on his table.
And he predicted a lot, and then we discovered him. You got 1867, you get the periodic chart. We have Mendeleev or whatever. Then you have 1926, I think, Walter Russell.
Yeah, it was like 1910 he wrote it, and then they published it in 1926, 1927, something like that.
Yeah, and so that part's cool. That part is
Well, he explains the
cool.
toroidal field too. And like electromagnetism, the plus and the minus, the positive and the negative. That stuff's compelling too.
Yeah,
But
so
Yeah,
that can also
he says a
exist
lot
on a
of what
flat
we
plane
say.
too.
He
well,
says a
Yeah,
lot of what we say, but he
yeah.
leaves out the major
yeah.
conclusions. He may not understand it, but he's leaving out the part that makes it
I
coherent.
mean, do you guys believe in free energy? Do you think that that is actually a possibility?
Yeah.
So like, do you get there's like a really simple part of the logic here though that it needs to be stated, I think, repeatedly, is like, if you're gonna like, if this makes sense to you, the ether thing, if you're gonna like, if you think conceptualizing of the world in this way is, more logical, then you have to then ask the question of why then can't we use that ether, if we can measure this ether wind, if we can conceive of this as the medium that becomes inducted, and that light is actually an inductance of the medium, then we have to then logically take the next step of saying, well, then why can't we proportionally measure the motion of that medium? Why can't we measure the orbital velocity of the Earth using that medium? And then why can't we measure the galactic speeds of the Earth using that medium? And then even worse, why does the quote unquote rotation speed that we measure seem to correlate to the movement of the sun in the sky rather than what would, be expected with a rotational Earth motion? And so that's like I guess that's a lot. It's a lot more than just a simple line of logic. But the idea is like, the ether would be the thing we could measure the movement against, and it turns out it's there. Like, we have new experimentation showing that. So that means logically we need to have some way to explain what's going on with that. And we're here saying there's an ether wind that matches, a relative velocity that is proportional to the motion in the sky, but it's not. It fluctuates with the motion of the sky, but it's not. It's not. We're not measuring the sky directly because we're not in the sky measuring it. We're not measuring that motion. So, anyways, I know I just said a lot after which it said a lot, and it looks like he left. So, oh no,
But
there
like,
you go. You're still there. Cool.
let's say it really simple. Like, you're measuring light against an ether. If there is an ether, which is a background medium, then the Earth can't be moving through it, or you would be able to measure the effects. If the Earth is moving through an actual medium, it would have an effect on the light, c plus v, relative to the velocity of the Earth. You would have to be able to measure it if there's a medium. It wasn't measured. They threw out the medium. You can't double back a century later and just bring the medium back like it never happened.
Well said. And when you look at the math from Michelson-Morley, real quick, they're taking measurements with respect to light's inertial frame, right? So the whole equation ends up being v over c for their predicted velocity amount. So they knew how to interpret the fringes. They knew how to make the measurements. They knew how, the direct relationship with that. And then when you look at the equation used for modern gyroscopes, it's the same equation. So back in the 1800s, they knew exactly how to interpret the velocity of light, and this is why they had to redefine all of physics over this, because the measurement goes directly against the Copernican principle. And then further, when you read the end of the paper, Michelson-Morley, he starts talking about how uh, so, uh, Stokes' theory about the ether isn't tenable, and how Lorentz's isn't tenable either. And I think there was one other guy. Oh yeah, Fazal's theory. But basically, all those theories contended on, because they had the stationary ether theory, but there was a velocity component measured, so they couldn't they couldn't use any how should I say it? They couldn't use any of that velocity, so they couldn't use any of the explanations given, because it would require the light to be carried in the opposite direction of motion for their theories. And then for Lorentz's theory was Lorentz contraction, which they did end up going with, but they had to say that the amount that was measured was actually a zero, and it was just like instrumental error. Now, they don't say that in the paper. This is what's put forward later as the explanation. So just kind of keep that in mind. It's like none of the theories that they put forward to explain it with a stationary ether were tenable, because there wasn't measured velocity. They all knew.
Interesting. I appreciate the information, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Could I address some of your earlier name dropping?
Yes.
That would be about Terrence Howard. For some reason, and I am baffled, he has resurged into the mainstream media eye. So for some reason, I guess he just came out from under his rock. Frankly, I am amazed that when he spoke at Oxford, they did not simply just laugh him out of the room. I've said it before. I unfortunately have to say it again. Terrence Howard is a free range moron. Okay, at Oxford, I quote, scientists have measured that the Earth is moving away from the sun at 6 inches per year. He says, half a billion years from now, the Earth's going to be moving out of this sweet life sustainability zone in the solar system. We're going to be moving towards Mars there. So by then, we're going to have to learn how to go interstellar, he says. And if you can't figure out from those 3 statements why nobody should be ever listening to this dough brain, I cannot help you. I'm sorry.
With all due respect, though, he holds 97 patents, and the whole
Oh
AR,
my
VR world is
goodness.
based off of his patent. So he can't be a
My
complete idiot.
goodness.
Well, I'm just saying he can't
Have
be a
you looked at
complete
his
idiot, man.
patents? Have you looked at his patents?
His patents are in jewelry and toys. Come on, man.
His VR patent is for like a specific application to use VR. It's not like a
just take
VR
a look at what
he
comes
showed the
out of his
patent
mouth.
with everybody that was was copying his patent, and it was like Raytheon, Microsoft, Amazon. Everybody was using his patent.
Okay, let me ask
so
you.
if you look up the patent, it came out in 2010. They showed this. They weren't hiding anything on that.
Do you think it's possible somebody could have written for him?
Wait, I have a different opinion here, bro. Like, okay, but listen to him. He has retained lots of information, so it can't be that he's fundamentally stupid. He has not the best discernment and maybe an inflated ego in terms of what his intellect is. But the fact he was so able to, like, this page, that page, he was quoting, like, the retainment of information is, of course, a textbook sign of intellect. So he isn't, like, literally dumb. He's just very misguided,
Right.
and he's
Yeah.
making a lot of like a lot of claims that don't even coherently fit together. Like he maybe lacks a bit of cohesive pattern recognition, but he also has pattern recognition as well. That's the part that's being inflated, is his pattern recognition. But anyway, that's my take. I mean, if you actually listen to it, you have to at least admit that he has some intellect. He's just misguided.
Yes, like I
Do you guys think
mentioned
it could be
earlier,
part of
storytelling.
this greater strategy to like this damage control, heliocentric damage control? Like
Maybe it would be weird to use an actor that's like beat women and has a terrible rep, right? Yeah, maybe.
Hey guys, can I maybe jump in, add a couple thoughts real quick?
You betcha.
Wait, quick on the Terrence Howard thing. The first 2 minutes of him talking to Rogan. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I interrupting, or am I good?
No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
He said he remembers seeing his hand in his mom's womb, and he said he said, I didn't know it was my hand, but I knew it was my friend. He's obviously a smart guy. He's saying words that sound good, but he's clearly a deluded liar. No one remembers being in their fucking mom's womb. I don't care who you are.
I want to
Straight
talk
up,
about
dude.
the motion of. I want to talk about the
go
motion of
ahead.
the Earth, guys. So, are any of you skydivers?
Nope.
Oh, but we just talked about one.
Absolutely
We just
not.
talked about the best one in the world.
Oh, well, yeah, we had the Felix guy, but there was that one special guy that jumped out without a parachute, right? 25,000 feet above. So, an old man, and he actually landed in the net. And that was a really great example of what we're looking at, the motion of the Earth. This guy jumped at 25,000 feet or whatever with 2 instructors on the side, and he flew and he landed on a net. Like, he just was right above it. All he had to do was just move, going down the motion of the air. And I skydived several times for my first experience. A little story. I actually fainted, and I had the instructor pull my chute, and the landing site was below me. And, since we're going 1,000 miles an hour, as they say, I still ended up landing in the same spot,
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, and I was like, dude, how the hell are we moving 1,000 miles an hour? That's definitely just silly to even think about. And that this skydiver, you guys can look it up on YouTube. He jumped like 20,000 feet above without a chute and landed in this net straight below without a chute. It's incredible. And that's really big. Like, we're not really thinking deeper or how simple it really is. When you skydive, you're literally the only three things in the sky that are really moving is airplanes, rockets, and helicopters, right? Unless you're skydiving. Skydiving, you're able to move the motion left to right, pick up the speed. Wingsuiting, especially, is really remarkable. I want to get to that point. But I think there's no motion above as we go up. And when I was jumping several times, man, I land in the same spot, 15,000 feet above. I'm floating down, free falling for 60 seconds, I think, until they put the chute around 5,500 feet. And then you can actually maneuver whichever way you go. It's motionless. There's nothing up there. By the way, I'm at a West Palm in Florida. I have a skydiving prepared here in a little bit.
Humble flex.
What was that?
Humble flex. I see you.
No, I mean, dude, I like skydiving. It's one of those things. But when I'm gonna jump in about a month, within a month, I'm gonna take my phone. Actually, it's probably illegal to do, but I definitely want to do it just because I can. I'm gonna actually, when I open my chute, I'm gonna be able to record everything around me, and I'll still land at the landing site right below me. So we like everything that we've been taught from childhood, starting from Santa Claus, all these little fairy tale things. It's a belief system to make us as children, we're like a sponge that absorbs this information because we're young, we're gullible, we don't know anything. But once we get older, we start learning the differences from what's right and wrong, good and bad, and so forth. And I think as we get older, we start really realizing that a lot of things they've been teaching us is just indoctrination. Off topic right now, like, just everybody's like hating, like, you're wrong, you're wrong. Honestly, dude, if you skydive, you're gonna notice the Earth does not move an inch. We are the ones moving through the air. We can maneuver, go left, right, pick up the speed. And if you never really skydived, you can't really understand that experience. First of all, of it's the motion is all based off of you. If I was jumping out of a plane and the Earth is moving 1,000 miles an hour, my guy, do you know how much I'd have to plan to land at a landing site? Look at these genius Red Bull fly wingsuiters, right? They go through cracks of mountains, little gaps at 200 miles an hour almost. Like, that's mind boggling. And they're saying the Earth is moving that fast. So, like, that's just something we gotta slip aside because we're motionless. We cannot be moving. Another thing is, I live on the ocean. Dude, on the calmest days, you can swim out for miles and this water is just flat. When we think about the word flat, everybody gets the confusion, right? The flat, the round. People confuse the word round like a coin is round, but it's not a sphere, it's flat, round. And people like argue about these things for so many years. It doesn't make any sense. We gotta think so much simpler. Very simple, guys. And if you skydive, I definitely think you guys would really see a bigger picture of the Earth, and it's probably one of the best things you guys can do. But I just wanted to add that part. Like, we're definitely not moving anywhere. We're not moving
Well,
anywhere.
I do see your point, but I have a fundamental problem with jumping out of a perfectly functional aircraft. But that's just me.
Yo, so this is actually great, dude. I should make this one of my top arguments now when it comes to motion. I go straight for the correlative nature of the periodicity and altitude and direction of the interferometry measurements, and people are just like, oh, But like, yeah, this dude jumped out of a plane, and the
Without
Earth
a
was moving.
parachute,
I
man.
mean,
Without a parachute.
I mean, even Felix, right? Felix is the damning one, so it's like it doesn't matter. All of them are right. But like this is similar. It's probably similar to a pilot. Like pilots, when they fly, like they know intuitively, like this Earth is not moving and it's flat. And when you jump out of a plane, you're like, this Earth is not moving underneath me, right? But this is just to give the stillman for the globe, right? So we go back and forth and we say, so is why does the Earth not spin underneath the plane, right? Like why does the plane not have to adjust? And they'll say, oh,
Exactly.
well, the Earth's atmosphere moves with the Earth. You're like, wait, it moves in lockstep with the Earth, like it moves right with the Earth because what about Coriolis? And they're like, oh, that's different. Like, no, it's not. But even worse than that, it violates the law of conservation of energy and momentum. If the higher levels of the atmos was moving all in lockstep with the lower layers and the Earth, that would mean that the higher up you got, the more energy you would need because the air would have to go faster and faster and faster the higher you were, right? Because the radius of its orbit is going to be higher, right? Like if you take the Earth being a ball, you draw concentric circles around it to keep getting bigger. So the higher up you are, the bigger the circle. Which means if it's gonna all move together at the same angular rate, that means the tangential velocity has to increase, right? It's going to have to go faster and faster the further out from the surface you are to keep up with the surface. Well, in order for that to happen, you would have to have energy, like additional energy being introduced to make it go faster, right? So if you said the entire Earth's atmosphere is moving with the Earth, it would violate the law of conservation of energy and momentum unless you had a proportionate increase in energy. So like an increase in energy proportionate to your increase in altitude. That obviously doesn't exist. It's insane. They couldn't even make up a mechanism for that, right? So what they say is, oh, well, it does drag behind the Earth a little bit the higher you go. But when you're on a plane, and this is the mainstream stillman, although when I really looked into like specific answers, there's not even academic answers. This is just an unanswered question. But anyway, they'll say when it gets higher and higher, it lags more and more behind it, but it's just not that much. And when you're in a plane, the plane's making such drastic corrections constantly that small amount is compensated by wind and corrections, everyday corrections, like you know. Now, when we come over here and talk about this, we talk about Felix just going up and sitting there and then jumping out. They don't have that excuse. They can't claim that just because a plane's flying and making corrections that they don't have to adjust for it. So when Felix jumps out, he should be slightly behind the Earth by the time he lands.
Exactly. But
Like
somehow he
objectively.
lands right below himself, or right
Well,
straight down.
well, Stone was saying he actually landed further east.
Well, you guys, plenty of YouTube videos. You can watch how people
Let me
control
get
how
the
you
figures
fly.
for you. No, really, I took the video and I mapped out where he landed and checked it distance from the airport where he took off. We're talking miles plural. Let me get that for you.
Dude, I was thinking while you was talking that was a really good point as well. Like people who are trusting their life to a needle eye at rocket speed shooting with no jetpack, who are like wingsuiting. Like, yeah, that shit ain't moving, dude, and they're damn well sure of it. That's a really
May I
good
ask?
point.
May I ask another question? Well, two, I guess. They're kind of not related to each other. Can someone explain cataclysms and or when you're in like an F-18 G forces?
Let me give you the numbers just before we do, because I got them right here. Okay, so he was in the air for 158 minutes until he jumped out and spent 9 minutes achieving more than Mach on his way down to the ground. So the globe model says if he didn't have any thrust in his balloon and he just went straight up and he just lost R value, as in his tangential speed relative to the Earth remained the same, but he just went straight up for that length of time and then jumped, he would have landed 6 1/3 miles to the west. However, after going 158 minutes up 24 miles and jumping out for 9 minutes, he landed 43 miles to the east of the airport where his balloon took off in stationary wind condition 158 minutes before.
That's
I
an
hope that quantifies it for you.
undeniable refutation of the globe.
I hope that does it for you there, Josh.
Yikes, bro. What the?
Like you go ahead, check the
Well, no,
video, man.
that's fine.
Challenge right there.
I asked about cataclysms and I asked about the G force in an F-18.
Well, we talked about winds and weather for quite a while first, and I was just following up with quantifying what we were talking about, which is the most important step. Wouldn't you agree?
Dude, that is
To
so.
quantify what we're talking about.
Bro. Is all the other flat earthers on the same page here? Like, that's wild.
Rest in
6 1/3 to
pieces.
the west,
Yeah.
43 3/4 to the east.
Global
So
motion
that's
say what?
50
mentioned,
miles
but
ahead of where
never
he should have
like
been.
precisely.
Interesting.
This is bad. That's so like, is everyone understanding what's going on right now? There's no way out of this. Trust
Well,
me,
I
I
wasn't.
know.
I wasn't
I know. I've
arguing.
been
I
in
was just looking for information. So
no,
this
no,
is
no, no.
just
I'm
me
just trying
seeking.
to talk to the crew here for a second. I've been in the trenches, guys. I promise you, this is a problem, right? They don't, dude. They do
For
not.
anyone that has
What's
even like,
how far do you think we are from like critical mass? With like honestly, if you had to,
I don't know. It depends on if they roll out the Brazilian aliens or not.
It's a pretty fierce fight against the mainstream media, man. This battle's going to go on for a while. Even if we have 50% of the crowd, this battle is going to go on for a while.
Does no
50%
one
would be wild.
remember
but
that
yeah.
thing that happened for 2 years, wherever the governments did the lockstep thing?
No, I don't remember that. What are you talking about? I lived my life like nothing was happening. What happened?
Same
That's true.
here.
You
In
did.
Georgia, we weren't tripping about it.
hey to just take a 90-degree turn real quick here. What do you guys? What's the consensus here with the Northern Lights, supposed Northern Lights that everyone saw like
You mean
last year?
HARP?
The
You guys
HARP
thinking that's
tests.
CERN? Is that CERN? Is that like
No,
something
it's
else?
quite
It's not
clearly HARP.
CERN, but it's
Yeah.
HARP.
Well, Harp did
Or
admit
HARP?
that
I'm
they were
sorry,
doing
HARP.
Dude,
that. They were artificially
CERN, first
creating
off,
them.
to eliminate them, Josh, CERN is underground and fully enclosed in an electromagnetic field the shape of a torus. So you're certainly not going to see something in the upper atmosphere because of what they're doing underground, parallel to the
Well,
surface.
there was that one time. I'm just
Sorry
kidding.
about that. I know that was a change of subject. I just wanted to
Oh,
get
I
you
didn't
guys
bring
a chance
anything
on
up
that.
about the
Not a different
Borealis. That
guy.
was somebody else.
So
Yeah, that was a different guy.
let's okay. Let's
Wouldn't the
bullet through them.
Borealis
Let's
be
bullet
proof
through them.
for the
Harp
flat
was
Earth?
real fast. Let's bullet through them before we just start stacking them up. Okay. All right. So Harp did admit that they were doing artificial, like they have an aurora activation program that they were doing on that exact same day, coincidentally, right? So they were artificially creating auroras, but same time there was solar activity. Could have something to do with it. Not exclusive to a globe or flat or anything. Electromagnetic activity can excite different gases in the atmos and cause different colors. Certainly, if you understand that, we think that you get closer to the center, you get closer to the center of the vortex that diverges out from the center of the magnetic field. No one really knows. It's sketchy that Harp was doing it on the same day. When you come to Cataclysm, that's a super broad and unspecified claim. Like, what do we think about cataclysms? I don't know what you mean by that. Okay, I think we're caught up there. You asked another one, but I forgot it.
I could take a stab. No asteroids, no meteors, no giant things. We believe in the flood, and that's about it. There you go.
Yeah. I mean, the craters are like the whole like meteorite crashing from the sky and creating craters thing was written in a science fiction book before the first one was ever allegedly discovered.
Fairy tale.
And you have to find the rocks, and they do exactly this. It makes the exact same pattern that happens whenever there are like undersurface water activity that will like kind of implode in and shoot water out or implode in. Basically creates like a bubble that implodes based on like a pressurized water. So we don't believe in magical rocks coming to kill us.
Also, speaking of meteors and plasmoids, would be the next presentation that I'll be working on, so that'll be fun.
Nice. Have you heard there's a theory about there's some type of interaction that can happen inside of like our atmos that creates that phenomena?
All the super heavy elements too, as a matter of fact, not from exploding neutron stars, burning hydrogen, helium, hydrogen, and iron. It turns out, but actually from the upper levels of the atmosphere in conjunction with the harmonic water system.
Quasars. Sorry, dude.
But I came from those stars.
No, you came from literally the stars falling from the sky. Like that's how is that not like more beautiful?
Dude,
Sort of
I'm made from stardust. Yeah, I'm just kind of hung up on the whole Felix Baumgartner thing. Like, this is rough.
Isn't it nuts?
It's mind-boggling, is it not?
You really gotta stretch. Like you gotta step outside of it's. It's another one of those cases where you just gotta step outside of reality and accept an illusion.
It's nothing special. He just skydived a little far above the normal skydivers and just in a better suit. That's it.
Oh, well, I explain sunsets.
I love it. So yeah, we're gonna discuss relativity. We're gonna bash on quantum mechanics. We're gonna go through interferometry, high level measurement, all of this. But nighttime. Oh boy, you got me. Holy crap! Never seen the night. Oh, pack it in. I'm gonna go home, delete all my channels. See y'all later.
Never even thought about that.
Hey, did you guys know that time zones are defined arbitrarily just by the governments? So, you know, and did you know they only work on a globe because the rotation? Dummies. It's like,
Yo,
dude,
how?
yeah.
First of all, how the hell did they know that the Earth, a spherical ball, is 33 degrees angled? Like, make that
Dude, you
make
know what's so
sense.
fun? You know what's so funny, man?
It's
Like
just,
first it was like time zones prove the Earth's a globe, and then I did my time zone thing, and across the board overnight it was time zones don't matter. They're just arbitrary. They don't prove anything. It's like,
That was wild to watch like a ripple happen, like legit real time. To be like, actually, no, we're not saying this. We're all saying this now.
dude, it was that slam dunk proof, and then all of a sudden it was like, you're so stupid. Why would you even bring this up? This doesn't mean anything.
dude, another dumb thing that they ever taught us is wherever we are right now on Earth, that someone directly below our feet on the other side of the ball is living a life. Like, dude, that's the dumbest shit they could have ever
Dude,
taught
this
us.
it's called the shadow antipodal you, and it's always present. Look out.
That's the dumbest shit ever, dude. Like, someone's gonna live below your feet. Like, that's like, it's just another story people have to believe in, you know, because they want to believe in things. We really do, you know. It's just the wrong things we believing in. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. As you get older, you realize, like, half the shit, most of the shit in school, dude, that's just indoctrination, just pre-programmed by teachers to
Wait, you don't
teach you.
believe in antipodal you? You weren't told that if you didn't follow and do your things, he would come and take all your shadows away, and that you would disappear? Crap.
No, no. I just honestly, what we see with our eyes and observe are really important things. You know, I can tell you one thing, but what you see is a whole different thing. So I think people confuse themselves a lot with what we're being taught. But if you really look at it simply, the only thing that ever curves is a raindrop falling from the sky, or maybe a little raindrop on your table. Put it on a basketball, on anything. It's not going to bend itself. That's just silly. And the fact that when you get, yeah, I mean, I just wish you guys would just skydive and really see how beautiful the Earth is from above. It's not even
Yo,
expensive, really.
speaking of skydiving, while you were talking about it, I was playing some videos of some skydiving lads, and I put some up in the jumbo.
Oh
Like,
yeah, really?
yeah, it was awesome, man. Good stuff. It looks
Oh,
really fun.
it is like in these
You know
the
what?
specific.
As they were about to jump out, though, they all had their compasses and protractors and stuff and stopwatches so that they could figure out where they were going to land on a spinning globe. It was
Are you
really
sure?
weird.
Are you sure they
Yeah,
didn't need the
so
whole globe with them though to tell? Like, what if they
yeah,
need the whole like curvings? Like, they had to have to move it to spin it and see where they'd be,
yeah.
right?
Well, yeah, they had one guy jump with a theodolite so they could take measurements and figure it out.
Yeah, they just give you an altimeter on your left hand that say 15,000 feet, jump out. By 5,500, pull the chute. By 45 is your latest. They say the new modern parachutes are around like 1,000 or 2,000 feet. It's like an airbag, automatic explosion, and it opens. You're gonna get messed up when you land, but at least you'll live. But that's the worst case.
Going
So
crazy.
5,500 feet is probably the best time to pull a chute if you guys go.
This is
I like
excellent
to roll the
advice.
dice with my shoot pulling. I don't pull unless it's 900 feet.
Those
Yeah, that's not
skydiving,
necessarily.
those
Oh,
So
for
skydiving
real?
lads, man, they're crazy.
Who's this bonehead who thought of a trampoline? Like, you can't even use it. You're falling at the same rate. What? I guess maybe there's a bit of a drag in a trampoline. Maybe it does work.
Oh, oh, bro, they
Yeah,
tramp
okay.
up, they play soccer on it, then they jump off. It's badass.
That is kind of trippy. Okay, second opinion.
I thought it was dumb too when it came up in my feed, and I was like, wait a
It's
minute,
hard
I
to
gotta
believe
see
that
these
Mint
guys
Mobile can get
trampolining
any
in the
better, but
sky.
really, all it takes
Bro,
is
that's
a little.
relativity trampoline.
Oh yeah, they're
You
actually
don't
not
see
even. Did you know when you skydive, the Earth is coming up to you?
Yeah, man. Yep.
what?
Yep. And the
I thought
corrections
you're
come in the
expanding
form of
into each
coral
other.
space bucket.
Yeah.
I don't know, guys. The first time was a tandem. You jump with an instructor. If you don't pass out, they allow you to jump solo. The second time I jumped was when I passed out, man. They said, hey, if you don't pull your chute the third time, you'll never jump again. So
Yeah, but
I
when you
really
passed out, he was making corrections and
he
calculations
did
for
exactly.
yeah
He
your
did. He
space
actually
time bubbles.
controlled my
Yeah.
body. Yep. He moved me left and he pulled my
Yeah,
chute
there
like a
was a relativistic
4,500.
jump plane. Yeah, he had to do a correction real quick. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made it.
He's like, whoa,
You're,
whoa, whoa, dodge that temporal time pocket.
Oh, the time pocket, dude. There's definitely temporal time pockets wobbling all around there because of the tri-axis wobblerity kind of shoots them out when it doesn't adhere. So
Or what are they called? They're called temporal what?
Temporal hot pockets.
No,
there we go.
Ether hot pockets.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can buy them by the bucket at etherpatriotsupply.com.
Yeah.
They
It's the end
last
of the world.
up to
It's the end of the
55
world.
years, I believe it is.
The only way you'll survive is Ether
we
Patriots.
got these ether bars, right? You can just put them in your basement.
You're good for 30 years.
So enter the code FLURF for 20% off.
You only have my channel. I can't even do it.
so there's a video of Neil deGrasse Tyson a little while back. You guys can probably find that on YouTube, where they're asking him about the curvature of the Earth, and he takes the globe ball in his hand, and he says, "You know how high the ISS is?" And he points like a quarter inch off the Earth. He's like, "That's how high we are off the Earth." So it's
You are
just
1 millimeter above this beach ball, sort of thing. I remember that.
yes, yeah. You know, and people, and actually, they actually basically like bringing him down in a way. They're actually getting him out of the spotlight because he's kind of talking a little bit too much. If you guys haven't noticed in the last couple of years, like Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't really give a shit anymore. He's trying to spit out these facts, and they're cutting him out of the like the television. So because he's starting to speak a lot.
Yo, bro, by the way, for who it concerns, I am literally looking into, like realistically looking into, what's its word salad dressing. So stay tuned.
Oh, please.
Oh, rock on.
Can't wait to paint my
good.
salad with it.
I'm not joking. Dude, they're going to be like, he's basically admitting he's a grifter.
I put it on hot dogs.
Double for you.
Dude, it's going to be good, man. It's going to be
I bet it goes really good with an ether pocket from the bucket.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, we might can collab, man.
It's like a lot of people think it's just a salad dressing, but it's more like an all-purpose dressing, like ranch. Like you can put it on steak, McDonald's. It doesn't matter.
I think
Yeah,
that
who doesn't put
whole
ranch on
Ether
steak?
hot pocket flavor all by itself.
What? You
Ranch
guys
on
never had-
steak?
What
What?
was that, dude?
It's
What?
like ranch, you can put it on a steak.
Oh, you guys fucking steak saucers or whatever? You
Dude,
guys like
this guy
A1
just
or
outed
whatever?
himself
No, I know how to
so
cook
hard as a
steaks, man.
Midwesterner.
Yeah, I
Steaks
don't
are
know.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, have you ever tried it with ranch to make it taste actually good, or are you just pretending? Are you one of those people that doesn't even cook your steak, bro? Oh, dude, are you a medium rare lad? Do you pretend?
I'm a medium rare lad, yes.
Nice. That's
Get that
cool.
nice buttery
Yeah.
texture.
I like to fully cook the meat so you can see brown all the way through, and then dip it in ranch. I don't know.
And then you like chew for a day.
I mean, the tougher the better, I think.
Alan has a sore jaw for a week each steak. This
Yeah, I'm
dude
more
said
into
ranch
let it
on steaks
bleed.
and McDonald's. What a terrible
Yeah.
suggestion of food.
Yeah, that was not a good sales, dude. Not a good sales pitch on that one.
But nah, I'm pretty serious, man. Like I don't really eat salads. That's the only problem. But whatever.
Did we have a list
Salad.
going?
Look, man,
Yeah.
Ether hot pockets are 0 calorie. Everybody knows that.
Dude, we
Almost
got
like they're not even
Counterspatial-
there.
Counterspatial hot pockets. Like, oh no, they definitely showed up at your house. You didn't see them? Well, yeah, they're counterspatial.
Dude,
Yeah,
they're definitely there. Yeah, we definitely took your money.
Yeah. Yeah, you put it on your counter space. All right, we got some hands. What we got here?
Well, yeah. Do we have a list going? Let me take a peeky here.
Only Alan was keeping track, so to be honest.
Oh, looks like Lily's up.
Yeah, so we're on. So when I was doing the reconnect rigmarole, I got kind of jumbled around, but we got Dimitri, we got this and that. So I think the Muddy Paws person in ABBA left. So there's Hacks Kitty, Hide and Seek, or Drain the Swamp, and then Liliana.
This guy's seeing
Yeah,
totally
there
different
was
people than me. Are you guys seeing the same list?
Yeah,
just
that's why I
now?
think we're up to Lily up now.
No,
Ladies
we're ready
first.
from a private list. So yeah.
With all due respect to Twitter, this thing glitches so much. I
Oh
hope
yeah,
they fix it
you don't see
soon.
the
like
list.
no respect to Twitter.
I was gonna say, with
Well,
all disrespect,
you
I keep
start with that, and then you give them an insult. And that's usually how I run it.
It's pretty superstitious of you.
Well, I mean, this does glitch a shit ton, man. Like once you get past 50 people, it starts freezing, and most people don't even see your hands.
dude, ask Elon if I take the Neuralink, will I stop being shadow banned?
That's their plan. That's their plan,
Jeez
man.
Louise. All right, Liliana, what's going on, lady?
Hey, thank you. Hey, just as a rule of thumb, you never need to stop a natural flowing conversation for me. I'm happy to wait, and I was really enjoying this conversation you guys were having. So let the conversations always be organic, and I'm so happy to wait because it's not like I'm waiting. I just feel like I'm enjoying you people's conversation. But actually, I wanted to just talk about a little bit concerning like Jennifer and her teaching and all that. Um, it seems to me that an important point, even from like a legal standpoint, is that we somehow have to instill in the public that there really is no proof, no objective evidence for motion of the earth or the curvature. Because I think until that happens, they're always going to try and like legally come after us for like, spreading bad science or something. So I think even for legal purposes, I think we have to really basically um, get people to really buy the idea that there is no actual, objective proof or evidence for motion or curvature. So yeah, I mean, and all these different points, that all the different proofs we have for the lack of curvature and stuff. I mean, that's something they have to learn, and that's how we all came to this conclusion. But I think that's just a really important point, even for a teacher trying to like protect herself legally. If we can somehow really come up, establish the fact that there is no evidence, so then that gives us a lot of legal clout, I feel. And then I think also hopefully if that concept can be really materialized in the public psyche, then they'll say, oh, there's no proof, and then they might want to dig in, they might want to investigate further, and then they can learn everything that we've learned, all the different points, that pertain to this factor that there's no evidence. But yeah, it's amazing. And also, I was just going to say about your salad dressing, what's that? I mean, this could just be the start. Because if this is just like going to be a salad dressing with like really noble ingredients, like really the best, cleanest, most healthy, like antioxidant type of like gorgeous ingredients and also a good taste, which, that's so achievable. Like my daughter is literally like, she is the most amazing cook I have ever eaten her food. And she uses like goes and finds like heirloom grains and like biodynamically produced grains or ingredients. It's just various ingredients like her dairy and all the ingredients that she buys is like as close to like directly from farmers and whatnot. I mean, I pretty much only buy all my produce at farmers markets, except I'm in the Pacific Northwest. So, in the winter, there's not a whole lot of selection. So that, I just go to the health food store and get organic stuff. But I mean, can you imagine like we could branch out with, I'm saying we, but, I'm just saying that the flat earth community, I think that as people start wanting more and more truth, they're also going to want food that has truth, like food that is really noble and is really clean and good. And yeah, I mean, I think there are things we can like one of my pet little ambitions has been to market bitter melon chips because I really love the taste, but they're like a medicinal snack. It's like having a medicine instead of a snack, you know, and I don't know, I can ramble on, but it's just
No, for
really
sure.
exciting with everything that's going on.
Who makes them?
Oh, bitter melon chips. I mean,
Yeah.
we just make them at home, but
I get you.
yeah. But
Okay,
I think
great. Well, I would also respond to your earlier comment about salad dressing ingredients. Another good one. Also, remember that Globe tears are pretty low in salt, so those will work too.
yeah. No, it's just very exciting. I like hearing all this stuff.
Yeah. Of course, if I was ever gonna make anything, it'd have to actually be like healthy and like all clean. I'm not even joking. I'm actually trying to figure out if I can do it because you got to keep everything fresh, and if it's all organic, you have no preservatives and stuff like that, right? So you got to find a way to be able to actually keep it fresh.
Globeteers would be natural saline, though. Honestly, I think that's probably.
Yeah, they'll also be like genetically modified. So
that's a good point.
you think I'm really gonna lose my organic label because of these Glober's tears? Come on, man.
No, you could find Globers that have been vaccinated and then get their tears. Might be extra better.
It'll be GMO. It will immediately go down in value.
Super healthy, I heard. Yeah.
Totally throw the organic thing out the window with that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Dude,
man, it's like, what the hell, dude? How's this work? And then we just take this like DNA genotoxicity and throw it in there. Come on.
Phytoestrogens and probably some
It
seed
doesn't have any
oils leaking
DNA in there, except for the 200 billion foreign fragments.
You know, I mean, it really wouldn't hurt, like, for us to somehow figure out making money in a really noble way, in a way that, you know, we're doing things that is providing a very real service to our community and, you know, to people, and also make
Welcome to the
money. Because
party.
I think everybody here would take the money and do something noble with it. You know, like I think even for us to you know, re-educate people about flat earth or whatever, I mean, even that's going to take money, you know. So I think we should always, I mean, look at me, I'm poor as a church mouse, you know, but I'm able to eat clean food and good food. And I think it's just a matter of like really inspiring people to eat that way and live that way, you know.
I'm trying to encourage a bunch of young people to become truthers, find out about the earth, and then start making tons of babies really young, and then grow gardens, and then we win. You know, they homeschool, grow gardens, make babies. We're good.
Facts.
Yeah, isn't Japan running out of young people? Like in 10 or 20 years, I think the seniors there are going to outnumber the young people. It's a bad situation. Hasn't Elon been also saying that underpopulation is going to be like a problem soon?
Yeah, just so we can come up with the solution of putting a chip in your brain, make everyone live forever, to make a few clones. But no, yeah, it's a very serious problem. Birth rates on decline across the board.
Yeah, his whole Neuralink thing to me is just so bizarre and weird. But once in a while, he says things that, you know, make sense.
Isn't it funny when the richest man in the world buys the biggest news platform in the world, and then you go and check the biggest news platform in the world, and the richest man in the world's in your feed all the time? That's always funny.
That seems legit to me, dude. I don't know why you're so buggy about it.
Guys, chill, man. Like, I'm trying to go to space.
The magistrate is trying to go to space.
I was actually going to ask about that. Do you guys? What are your thoughts on? Do you guys think there's anything below us?
Yeah.
Nobody knows, but I think
Like
so,
you know,
yeah.
like an underground, like a ecosystem.
Well, I
Anything
think
like
there's
that?
never going to be nothing. So,
Right. You know what I mean?
something.
Like, do you think like there's civilizations below
Well, there are
us?
deep underground military bases, as
Yes,
opposed
I know
to
about
something
that.
further than that.
Talking
I'd
about like
like to add on.
reptilians and
Well,
Agartha. And
have you any of you guys heard of Phil Snyder? Anybody
Yeah,
here?
yeah, where he said he went into fight
Yeah.
some aliens that smelled like trash, and then they
Shrev.
got pissed because he pulled out the 9mm Ruger, and then they rubbed their chest, and then a giant blue beam came out of it and fried half his body.
I'm
And blew
pretty
Henry
sure
into
that's
the
not how
ground.
it went, but
That's
That
what he
yeah,
is
said.
exactly how
That's
it went,
exactly what he
bro.
said,
something along
dude.
those
That
That
lines.
Marine
happened.
grabbed him and stuffed him
Yeah.
into a bucket so he could
Dude,
go
I'm not
back
even
up and
joking.
get pieced back together.
I got more details. This is in New Mexico. Deep underground military base has 6 layers. At the very bottom is where you find the actual aliens. And then they were basically running everything, and they smelled really, really, really bad. They smelled like trash and decomposing bodies. And then in the layer above that, they were doing these crazy, weird hybrids and stuff like that. And they were basically running our military operation. We were working for them. And everyone was really scared of them. And then there was some type of altercation that broke out. And he said instinctively, and the way that they went down is they would lower you in like this basket type of thing. And he said, I watched way too much of this back when I was like globy. And anyway, then he said that they got into this altercation, and he pulled out his 9mm Ruger, emptied the clip, said it didn't even phase it. It just made it mad. And then something about touching his chest, and it shot out like this directed energy weapon. And that's why he lost a couple of his fingers, was because he got hit with the direct energy weapon from these aliens in the deep underground military base. So
That sounds better.
With it, can I
this
add
is like the
something?
same exact
Yeah,
thing.
but and don't forget they make really good salad dressing.
With it, I'm gonna
But yeah, I did intentionally make it. I did put all the most ridiculous parts together real quick on purpose.
Yeah, it's all good though. But yeah, it's interesting. I will say that whole
No, I mean it
concept is
seemed like he
interesting.
was being real. Then he died, right? So like,
Yeah, there was like 13 attempts on his life during his lectures, and I don't even think he got above 100 lectures. On the 14th attempt, they killed him. And when you look into his homicide, allegedly, it's very suspicious.
yeah. No, I will say,
He didn't even go back for his paychecks, man. Like
yeah.
none of that. Dude, he was like,
And
fuck
he
off.
real deal was missing fingers. I mean, there may be some truth to like them doing these crazy like hybrid, abominations and stuff like that. And there may be some type of entities. Who knows, right? I mean, he
Well,
never
what's
said that they were like
crazy,
aliens from outside of
yeah,
this
what he
world.
said was the crazy thing is he said every 12 months the military advances in their technology by 44 years, and he said this has been going on since 47. And if you do the math, it's like 3,080 years in advancement in technology, more than what we perceive that we have access to today. Like if that's even true, that's fucking mind-boggling, dude.
It's supposed to be mind-boggling, I think.
Even 100
Oh yeah,
years,
but
though,
still,
would be
like,
insane.
with
Because
it, I
look how
wanted.
much technology changes every year right now. Like think about 100 years.
It's a parabolic growth rate, so yeah,
yeah,
exponential, right? Yeah.
compounds.
I wanted to add something. You guys were talking about the underground tunnels. So, I moved to Florida 2 years ago, but before that, I lived in Colorado for 22 years. I know a very close person that used to work at the DA airport, and you guys all heard about that, right? Illuminati built it, and there's like all these underground chambers and shit.
Like the most
So,
evil place on earth. I've heard of it. Yeah.
yeah. So, well, let me share with you
I
guys
love
something
their
just.
statue.
I love the
big horse,
balls on their
the blue
statue. Yeah,
demon, yeah,
Bluey
dude.
or whatever. Yeah, go ahead.
So, a very close person to me, I'm not going to disclose him. He was working at DIA when they were building additional parts. He told me they would go down. So, if you guys ever go to a DIA airport, you're going to take a train about 3 or 4 floors below the ground, from terminal A, B, and C. He said they were doing electrical work 5 floors below that train. And that train track would go from DIA Airport to Colorado Springs, which is about 85 miles away down south. Underground. That's freaking insane. And obviously, they had even president's bunkers actually in Colorado. If you guys didn't know, in case of a nuke, the president's hiding his ass in the Colorado mountains because we had Air Force right there in Colorado Springs. So it's really well protected with military. But I didn't know that until he told that to me. Because if you guys ever go to Colorado, check out the train track. It's really cool. That's the only way you're going to get around from terminals. But below that, there's 5 floors more that they were working on for 4 years doing electrical work.
Dude, do you
And
think
that
the
shit's
president
crazy.
knows nukes are fake when he's hiding from them in the mountain? Do you think he's like actually suspended from
Well,
the
I mean,
rads?
we worked at the Airforce Academy for about couple of years on and off, and they have nukes in our mountains right there in the Colorado Springs Mountains, obviously for self-defense and then defense weapons and military. Above my knowledge, but the things that I've shared, I'm just sharing with you guys. Colorado is pretty remarkable in how much things it actually has. And in case of like a freaking nuke, I'd be going back home to Colorado and hiding up in the mountains, really, because everything else gonna get squashed.
I don't know. I might wear a bathing suit and parade in front of it. We'll see.
But yeah, that's about it for me.
But yeah, dude, that Colorado headquarters, like before my truther time, man, spent a nice overlay at that particular juncture, man. There's a lot of art, there's a lot of paintings, there's a lot of insidious things about injections and like all sorts of connections through the art and what you would call maybe the headquarters of whatever. When the
Illuminati.
yeah,
That's what they're
I
calling
think
it, really.
yeah. Well, there's a little statue that pops out and says exactly that, right? It's like hee hee hee.
Oh,
It's
you
like
mean
wait,
like
wait a
yeah,
second.
and then
They're mocking
you also know
us
about
like
the
we're
freaking
stupid.
apocalyptic horse that killed the guy that was making it.
Yeah, the
Oh,
blue horse. The
yep,
balls fell on
that's
his head and
true.
killed him. I think. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure he
you know
got
the
killed
real
by horse testicles.
isn't
I
it called
think they
Lucifer? It's
removed the
called Lucifer. It's
balls
called
on that horse.
Lucifer. Literally, the horse is named Lucifer. But you know what's so crazy, bro? Is like Colorado Springs is where Tesla went and tried to create his Wardenclyffe Tower because of the electric activity, the natural electric activity.
So you think it's like on a ley line, perhaps on a
I think they may be
concentration?
using it for things more than just making Lucifer the horse.
I don't know. It's a pretty historic achievement. Are you sure that wasn't their end goal?
But you know, Bob used to work there actually, and he said it's creepy.
Did he? I mean, I got it was creepy. It's a big blue horse named Lucifer with balls that kills people, dude. I'm already scared.
I mean, it's
No, I
pretty
mean like
big.
the
It's
whole
only like 10 feet. Okay.
Lucifer, dude. It's like, sounds like somebody I know.
I mean, fact check that, right? I think that I'll look it up.
No, you're right, dude. I had a friend on Minds who was just like naming himself Lucifer. I remember. I was like, so you know too. That's my boy. And wait, do we still have a list? Do we have hands? Oh, dude, as I said that, all the hands just popped up on my UI. Someone's listening to me right now.
It's literally like Lucifer, a blue horse, apocalyptic horse with red eyes that fell on the person that created it.
Literally turned on its creator and killed him. Yeah.
Hey guys, mind if I say a couple things before I take off? I got to leave here in a little bit.
Go for it.
I really appreciate the conversation. That's pretty much what we're all about. This isn't just directed towards Witsit. This anybody who's interested, but Witsit, we would like to have a conversation with you at a future time if you're willing, not just about flat Earth, but about other things, like just other perspectives. And if you don't want to, that's fine. And that goes for everybody else. We record every weekend on our podcast, and we don't really push an agenda. We talk about a huge wide variety of things, whether it's health, spirituality, reincarnation, so on and so forth. And I would really be interested in everybody's perspective. Witsit, just listening you talk on other podcasts and having this conversation with you. I'm curious as to other things that you are that you think about and what your opinions are on other things. So, with that being said, I'll leave you guys and Witsit, if you can make it, we'd appreciate it.
What's your podcast called?
It's This and That with Josh and Zach. It's on all major platforms that include Spotify, iHeartRadio, Amazon, anywhere, pretty much Apple. We record once a weekend. It usually goes from 3 to 5 hours, and we talk about a bunch of stuff. We just started incorporating spaces on our last episode, and it went pretty well. So we are going to continue doing that. And like I said before, we just care about conversation, and we don't argue. We don't even really debate yet, because it usually leads to arguing. And I just want to have an adult conversation. So Witsit and anybody else that's interested, just hit us with a DM. We usually check them once a day, and yeah, we look forward to seeing you all this weekend. So.
Wait, are you the gentleman that was talking about the underground thing? Were you the man?
I had brought it up, yeah, with Phil Snyder when me and Witsit were talking about it earlier. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've got a lot to say about that, so maybe I'll try and connect with you guys.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Hannah. But yeah, other than that, guys, it was great, and I hope you guys have a good night. All right.
Hey man,
Yeah,
thanks
we'll
for
try
coming
to
on.
we'll work something out, bro.
Yeah, I
And be
appreciate that with
legit,
it. Yeah,
because
man.
you did sound legit, and we appreciate the questions. I think the questions you came off the gut with were like pressure mediation, electromagnetic. I was like, this dude's legit.
Yeah.
This
Well,
is
I'm just curious, and I feel like if you're not curious, you're not going to seek out information. And I don't like being told how to think. And I would rather read as much information as I can and then make my opinion based off that information. That is
yeah,
why I always ask the questions. Always.
that comes across, man. So that's really good. Thank you
Yeah.
for coming out, and we'll
Yeah.
probably all be on the show if you want, man.
Yeah, man. Everybody's welcome. Like, we don't care how many followers you have. We just care about perspectives. I mean, even if we don't agree with it, we're still going to listen to you. I mean, obviously, we're going to ask questions, but like, other than that, yeah, man.
Sounds cool. Yeah,
All right, guys.
your
Have a good
approach
night.
is great. Take care, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much, guys. Have a good night.
Yeah, much love, dude. Their branding is way better than mine. That's for sure.
Right, I'm checking them out.
Yeah, you can go to their X and you click on their website. It looks way better than mine does. Cool. Real fast. Sorry to be this guy that brings this up in here, but does anyone know a very convenient and aesthetic way that I can use an automation trigger? So if I like tweet, then it just goes to my Telegram, goes to my Discord. Like, is everyone just gonna say Zapier because that sucks? So like, does anyone know anything? If not, I mean, I don't know. Just throwing that out there. If someone knows something, then message me or something. I'm trying to figure it out. You know, like obviously a lot of these big content creators, they have Telegram channels and they just tweet, and that tweet pops up in their Telegram. And I had that set up earlier, but it looks terrible. But anyway, we don't talk about that right now. If anyone knows it, they'll message me. That'd be great.
You should be able. There's ways to do it with webhooks for. Yeah, you should be able to do it for Telegram and Discord.
Yeah,
But
you just start
you're
saying
always that
words
guy.
like
just
that
so you
though,
know.
like because it's like client ID, API, webhook, and I'm like, okay, all right.
Yeah, if
You
you
know what I'm saying?
post ethercosmology.com, it shows up on the Discord. It used to show up on the Telegram, but our Telegram is too quiet, so it was like, yeah, it's too noisy to have.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I
probably
had
turn
it. So
back on
I
at
look,
some
I
point.
had it set up through. It's called. Have you guys ever heard of IFTTT? So
No.
you create applets on IFTTT, right? And I had it working, but it looked gay. So like I'm just looking for another one, but we don't talk about it. But
Yeah, we
you know,
can
that's a
definitely
good
talk
idea.
about this
Everyone should-
later, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everyone should think about it. Yeah.
Unless
This is
anyone
like
has a
more
nice
boring than.
fix.
No, I know. That's why
Linux.
I was literally saying we shouldn't talk about it. You know, like I'm just throwing
Yo, did this nerd say API, dude? Get him out of here.
He said
Yo,
webhook.
Yo,
He
yo,
said.
what a,
Dude,
He
the
said
fact that you
so
just
many
called me a
terrible
nerd,
words.
bro.
That's
I will
geek.
fight you, bro.
dude, sounds like a geek right now talking about APIs and
Dude,
codes.
not gonna lie, dude.
All right,
Like
ECI.
which
Chill
is which is habit is drawn from experience. Like when you're hanging out with a bunch of resourceful like flat earthers, you can literally just pose a question like that, and some super specialized, very talented person will just be like, "Yeah, I can do that," and bloop, there it is. It's done. Right? It happens all the time.
We got hands. Well, save
Yeah,
me from the embarrassment.
we got Hacks Kitty, Hyde, and Simpu. So let me see if those people are on. Hyde needs a mic, and Simpu looks like he has a mic.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What up?
How we doing?
Let's not get it confused. Flat Earth is an observation, globe theory, or globe Earth is a theory. Let's just knock that out there.
I can get
Straight
behind
up.
All right. I've been loving what I've been hearing from people. Enjoying, what y'all are saying and keeping things open and the additions to the conversation. I just wanted to bring some things up. I don't know if y'all are aware or y'all know or y'all do. Just creating some conversation in this path. In 2019, there was a court case against Flat Earth and Globe Earth. Does anybody know who won?
Yeah, of course. FE. That's
Yeah,
mine.
we
Never heard of it.
Y'all,
What
okay,
was
so y'all looked into it. So it wasn't a case of proving that Globe Earth is a thing. It just wasn't enough evidence to prove.
Yeah, so it's my boy Zen Garcia from Atlanta. I kicked it with him a couple times. It was actually 2 cases, and he had offered a $10,000 bet to anyone that could actually prove, empirically prove, the rotation and curvature of the Earth. This guy claimed to have done it and then sued him, so it went to court. And it was ruled in court that he didn't do it. He just made some stupid program assuming it was a globe. And so when they went to court and he tried to provide evidence that the Earth is in fact a rotating globe to win his $10,000, the judge ruled against him, and he brought it back to court and lost again. So flat Earth was 2-0.
Yeah, it was a step in the right direction. But now, from the book, if the word is true, because it's always in question, um, you know, uh, if you believe in the globe Earth, that's going against the Creator, apparently, because that's in Genesis with the Creator establishing a firmament. If the word is protected and all that, you know. And it's just strange with all the religions around the world coming to the same conclusion uh, of where we're at and things being stagnant, like we're stating, free energy in the air. I feel free to interject. I don't want to take up the mic. Not too much.
Yeah. I mean, obviously it's disputed as to what it had been. Pretty much every ancient civilization that acknowledged design said that there was a container. It's pretty much also the same thing. It kind of depicted a geocentric stationary topographical plane with a dome. So,
Certainly would explain a lot.
The deepest part, what I think the most profound part of the inversion is, right? So it's like, oh, it says we're stationary and, like we're there, we're good to go, like we're solid. Oh no, we're totally tilted, wobbling, spinning, flying uncontrollably. So it's like stationary, nowhere moving. It's like a plane, up is up, down is down. You can trust where you are. Nope, actually there is no up or down, blah, blah, blah. But this is the craziest part, right? So in the scriptures, there is a bottomless pit. And it is not a place you want to go. Some pretty scary stuff comes out of it in the end, according to the scriptures. Take them or leave them. This is just a point I'm making here. The bottomless pit is a real thing in the scriptures, and it's intense. They told you that the bottomless pit was surrounding you, omnidirectional. So they inverted it from it being down, and now it's up above you in all directions. You're engulfed in a bottomless pit, literally, because they say it's expanding, but we only know where the visible universe is, and there is no end to the universe, and it's just emptiness effectively. So they literally said, oh, bottomless pit, took it, inverted it, and made it omnidirectional.
Is that the dude with the globe called Crypto? Is that who was talking?
Indubitably.
Yeah. How do you have a ever expanding infinite universe? Does that make sense to you?
Why are you asking those questions with the globe as your profile pic? Is a better question.
Well, yeah, I switch profiles, NFT projects all the time.
That's mighty more
I didn't.
suspicious, homie.
Hold on, I didn't have a profile on hand, but I get a lot of smoke for this conversation, so I thought, let's put up. I was scrolling through some of my screenshots and I saw this, and I did search for a real photo of the Earth, and I mean, I haven't found one yet. Supposedly this is the real one, correct?
Okay.
Yo, what up, Simpu? My boy.
What's up, you guys? I just wanted to kind of just throw this out there. I was just sitting down and I was just kind of messing with Google, and I looked up the definition of vibration, like on the Merriam-Webster, and I didn't like look up synonyms. All I did was just look up the definition of it, and started looking up words out of the definitions it was giving me, and it took me like 20 words to get back to like vibration and frequency. And there was like a lot of words I went through. Like I went through time, went through instant, moment. It was like a lot of words that meant the same thing. That they kind of just like it was a crazy rabbit hole.
Sorry, say that again. What do they mean? Same thing?
Like
Just a big etymological circle.
yeah, and it took me too many words to get back to a word that was kind of similar to vibration and what vibration means. It was like it was more than like 15 words. It's like that's how they kind of like convolute the understanding of the main word. They hide it behind like 20 other words.
You mean 23 synonyms? That means
They only
almost
needed
the same
2.
thing?
No,
It's just
and it wasn't
a
even
perturbative
necessarily
oscillation.
synonym. I didn't even click on any synonyms. I just grabbed words out of the definitions they were giving me, and they like, and it just, and they weren't even on the synonyms list. Like there was a synonym list that I was making sure the words
Got
were
you.
not on there.
So they're defining words as other words directly, one for one, in a big long chain. Got you.
It seems like they only need 2, and that would be perturbative oscillation. Those would be the 2.
No,
Put them together, all
it
done.
went, but it went way further, like past that. It was just, and it was just,
Yeah.
it got to, like I said, it got to like time and stuff like that. And it was just, like time. Why would time like correlate with vibration?
Well, how many times is it vibrating per second?
But if time is something that we have to make up in order to correlate a moment, and the moment is an instant, the instant is a moment.
Yeah, time and space have to coexist. You can't. I don't believe you can have one without the other because they are dependent on one another.
I don't know. I've just been on a crusade against numbers lately.
That's funny. I've been on a crusade with numbers, and I've been smacking Globers in the face with them like a big old club. But both ways are fun.
Dude, Shane,
They
what's
are
been going on
my
with your
weapons of
crusade?
war.
The what?
I said I heard. What's been going on with your crusade? I heard you dropped some new numbers recently. There was a new number fight.
A number fight? Which specific number fight are you addressing?
I mean, you could just pick any random one. It was just a general pre-dunk, but you know, if you don't have anything loaded up in the chamber,
Yeah, dude. I didn't know which specific number fight that was a pre-dunk for, and also, I didn't play basketball, homie.
yeah. Well, me
Oh wait,
neither, dog.
really? No way.
Oh no way, dude! Spoilers.
Dude. So I mean, it's just funny, right? Because I think I spent a good like year, like not even going into the math, and I was like, nah, they got that shit on lock. Like, why would I bother? Obviously, it's gonna help them. And then the first thing you do is like, wait, even by your standards, with all your silly nonsense variables and assumptions, it's still retarded? Oh, okay, hold on. Well, this is going to be fun then.
It's been quite a journey watching you unpack it.
What was the recent one? Someone's like, explain this tangential velocity when I get at the Tropic of Capricorn, not using a map and geodesic latitude. Ha ha ha. And it's like, oh, the good old angular velocity without a radius trick. I wonder how you derive an angular velocity without, from a circle without already prescribing a radius. And it's like, oh no, you've already used the radius of Earth to magically transcribe this into angular velocities to be like, guess which model the speeds match, Flurf. Oh, well, the model that you derive them from, I presume, the graticule and the longitude, right? So that's a nice one. It's a good example.
A little angular derivation there.
Yeah, angular velocity of the sun to determine lengths. What else we got?
I'm just watching the Apollo 17 liftoff from the moon. I like to do that every now and then just to make sure I really believe what I believe.
Is it the Rainbow Sparkles one? Like my favorite?
Oh yeah.
I don't know them by number or anything because I couldn't give a shit. But that is
Oh,
my
I know
favorite.
Apollo 17. It's my favorite. It's my favorite It's my favorite way to draw NASA into question. Man, it's bad. That horizon line. Woof.
That's the worst part. The horizon.
No, of course I do. You're talking to a connoisseur here. I've watched this video so many times. The pan up, the hilariously theatrical. We're on our way, Houston. The fact that the thing is like the size of like a tent that I would have made, or like a fort I would have made in my bedroom as a kid. And it's supposed to be traveling 230,000 miles with enough gas and enough food and enough water
and back.
Well, yeah. Well, they're on their way back. This is on their way back. I'm only taking that into account at this point. And they're real juiced up on adrenaline from waltzing around on the moon. So, got to give them that.
I just remember that post.
Nah, you're good. It's all good. Go ahead.
That post about the most retarded shit has garnered some excellent entries in the NASA spell book.
That's a great thread.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up. But
Yeah, you should go ahead and put that in the jumbo. Shout out to Zetetic for all his contributions.
Dude, his undying vault of retarditude. I don't know how he did it.
The one of Saturn rising from around the corner of the moon is.
Honestly, I was watching that twice today. I had it in the background.
I'm gonna pull it up. Oh yeah, I'm gonna pull up your little edit you made.
Someone was talking about Saturn, and I had it in my stream, like creeping around, like dude. I couldn't even laugh.
Where is your? I want to find your edit.
Hey, where can I get an aurora like that? That looks like something I want to wear for Christmas next year. That's dino. I need to get some Amazon Prime going.
Yo, is Hyde up here? Hide and seek.
I don't see him.
All right.
Been trying to get him like for a while.
Yeah. Okay. So I've been trying to get a part in Taylor. So Nathaniel, you're up. Yeah, Nathaniel, and then you.
Hello, guys. I don't know if this is possible, but I was because I guess I was thinking the Gleason's map, and that's one thing I know. And then these people think Globers will try and say, "Oh, Australia is too big on the Gleason's map," so they say, "Oh, therefore it's not true." But I was thinking, is it possible that you could put like the city of Perth in a different position, and then let's say because like it's on the western coast of Australia, you sort of put it like on a coast, but sort of it's like a southern coast type spot, so it matches the distance of so its location will match the distance of say of the globe. But then because people think it's on the western coast, they won't think that you can actually drive a lot further west than what. Because they'll just think, oh yeah, Perth at this at the end of Australia. If it's not actually there, then you could. That'll be a transformation. I guess it's a possible transformation to pull off.
I mean, that's just so like when they say the Gleason's map is stretching and comporting Australia, the misunderstanding say what a azimuthal equidistant projection would be, what the aspects are.
Yo, Nathaniel, can you mute real quick while you're echoing a little bit?
Oh, sorry.
Just like how it would work, right? Is it takes the same data, the same graticule, the same longitude and latitude defined data set, and it projects it according to an azimuth equidistant, which is spreading out lines of longitude, which correspondingly will, elongate the southern continents, but maintain the same equidistant points, which is, equidistant between, say, longitude and latitude marks, which is exactly what Gleason's does. Just like for the general knowledge of everyone.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Can you share that post you made earlier to the space where you show the transfer? Yeah, actually, I think I have it right here. Yeah, you can see the different transformations and the projections. It's all the same. Glob equals glob. And then when they present it to us, like, why does my glob not match a flat? It's like, well, that's still the glob, brother. You're still globbing. Like like, how crazy is this, dog? They didn't realize they've been globbing themselves the whole time, and then instead of realizing the issue, they just keep globbing, and they're like, but the flight difference, like, nah, dog, it's the same map, brother. Like, isn't that a crazy trick?
They don't have there's only one map, right? There's only one allowed data set that we can play around with and put in different projections and look at different ways and display in different visual distance scaling things, right? But it's all the same data. It's all defined by longitude, latitude, which is based upon sight angles to the stars. So we have literally a 1-for-1 mapping of the geoidal, Earth to the celestial sphere, and that's how that works.
Yeah. And keep in mind, this coordinate system imposed is for a two-party system so that two people can, find each other and navigate, right? So like dimensional wise and all that, this is all based off of the optics that work so that two people can look at the sky, which they already know, like everything in the sky is in an apparent position. You see it relative to where you're at. And, so from that, they made a coordinate system based off of that, and they have the only one. And they just happened to tell us that one of the projections that they can put it on is a globe, and they're like, oh, that's where you actually live, boys.
So actually they specifically don't let you do that. They don't let you project to the globe. They pretend that it's like the master set, but you can easily put it on a globe and project it all the time. I just added the option on a back end to my G projector, and Bacon, a wonderful glober friend, has it on his site all the time for everyone to use. So like, it's totally possible. They just pretend that it's not, and it's like not one of the 201 available projections, though it absolutely is.
Very nice. Excellent question, Nathaniel.
But no, or do you think actually? Do you think Australia is bigger than what the globe map says, or is it just that? Is it just that because of that? Because you think like in the south there'd be more area, and conversely in the north less area to make it. Because how would you make the flat Earth work otherwise? I think the Earth's flat. I would like to. I always think that because they sort of try and make the distance. The official distances they give you, they sort of make it work on a globe, and then they'll try and claim, oh well, driving distances and times match the globe, therefore globe. So it makes it more
Well,
convenient to convince people that it's a globe. I want to be able to explain how it works on a flat Earth, but I don't know how.
so we only have distance measurements, let's say, in nautical miles, which are converted to statute miles at a rate of 1.1067 or something. So all we have is literal distance measurements based on measurements to the stars, which could just as well be geodesic points on a celestial sphere, since the spherical trig required to compute those angles when you get to convert it on the coordinate system would invoke that, right? So we have to invoke curvature and angles to the sky to be able to get distances. And even then, if you call it X, that's still the actual distance. We don't know. They've just given it an arbitrary land amount, which would correspond to the what do they call it? To the arc length of the chord instead. So instead of giving us a chord length in the relationship of arc to chord, in geometrically speaking, they've computed the rate of nautical to statute to be exactly that rate, and then it's kind of all history from there.
Oh.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy what they did, man. And well said, Shane.
Man, the stuff you learn when you dig deep for presentations, huh?
Yeah, for real. Well, should we cycle? What do we have on the list here next?
We got Taylor.
Taylor, what is going on?
Hey.
Oh no, did we lose her?
Where's she at?
All right, looks like
Oh,
she
man.
immediately dropped out when it was
Oh
her
no,
turn.
I wonder if
so-
I wonder if she left the space when she
No.
went to unmute or something.
That's funny. All right, let's see what requests we got queued up. Well, my list says hide a part of one in Senpu still, but I know Senpu's here. So I don't know what's happening.
Can you hear me?
Yo. Yes.
Hey, it's Hyde.
Oh, what up, G?
Yo.
Hey.
I just wanted to share like a little anecdote. I was at work today, and I deal poker in a casino, and I'm at a table full of guys, and they're talking about space, and I'm like rolling my eyes, like, oh god, here we go. And they started talking about quarks and all sorts of NASA nonsense, and I'm just like, oh boy, here we go. And then one of them says, you know how the sun and the moon look like the same size? And I was like, my ears prick up, and I'm like, whoa, what's this guy gonna? I know where he's going with this. And he's like, what are the odds that we'd have perfect eclipses? And like he's like, what are the odds of that? And he starts getting some of the other guys to like think and stuff. And I'm like, this dude's definitely a flat earther. But then another guy chimes in, and he's like, how about the moon landing? He's like, I don't buy that one bit. And uh, he's like, I'm not a flat earther, but he's like, I definitely don't believe in the moon landing. And then another guy starts talking about, he goes to one guy, he says, you know how the sun's bigger than the moon? And the guy goes, allegedly. And I'm like, holy crap, I'm at a table with like 3 flat earthers. And
We're winning, boys.
I definitely think there's a lot more of us than we realize, is what I'm saying. Like,
I like how the impulse is still to be like, I'm not a flat earther, but it's like, you know what else
Yeah.
started that way? Well, I'm not an anti-vaxxer, but
yeah, if you don't believe in the moon landing, you're already a flat earther, but you're just not there yet.
Yeah, I think I think you're somewhat onto something with that. You just
like
what you're probably if you don't believe in the moon landing, what you're not doing is you're just not allowing yourself to continue the train of thought. I think I did that for years. I know at least that's what it was for me. I didn't want to. I was afraid of the truth. I think is really what it comes down to.
And it was funny because these were young guys with. This was actually a high end table I was dealing at. These were all like pretty rich, 30-year-old, 40-year-old guys, and yeah, they didn't seem like people that you would look at them and go, oh, that guy's a flat earther. Like they looked kind of, I don't know, like the people we argue with on the internet. But you'd be surprised. And if you go on, I mean, I go on Facebook all the time and I see these pages like space.com and just NASA, and I see the ratios and I'm like, holy crap, there's like thousands of laugh reacts. And I look at, some of these laugh reactors and it's not you guys, it's just random people. Like there's a lot of us out there that like the polls that show like, well, there was a poll that said like 40% were, either flat earth or like skeptical. And yeah, I think the whole flat earth is dead nonsense is just that, it's nonsense. Like I think we are winning. And thank you guys for doing all your hard work, and I think you're making a lot of progress.
Well,
Thanks,
yo,
broski.
thanks for the encouraging words, and yeah, it's. I'll just say anecdotally, I don't know. Reddit is a total mess, and I put things on there every now and then. I'll post things to 3 different flat Earth communities on Reddit, and every single time, I've learned to just stop looking because for a little bit I actually would reply to people and stuff, but it's just so toxic on Reddit. It's like it's impossible. So I stopped looking,
Yeah.
but I noticed that it's at least worth it for the SEO. Like if you post a link on Reddit, there's a good chance it will do well in search results on like the mainstream stuff. So I posted some stuff on there the other day, and I was like, didn't look, and then I randomly looked at one of them, and I was like, oh, there's like actually multiple positive comments here, which really caught me off guard. If like there's people breaking through on Reddit, one of the most astroturfed and like probably AI astroturfed platforms on the internet, um then something's happening for real, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Just a total anecdote.
X seems pretty toxic so far. My experience on here. I haven't been on X for too long, and it's been kind of a cesspool.
Yeah, it's not super censored, but then it has the thing of an insane amount of trolls, like an insane amount of trolls. And
Yeah,
you
there's
can't
a
What is
lot
post
of
censored?
trolls.
Dude,
you
there's
can't
definitely
post
like shadow
anything.
banned.
I mean, I've got people that have an account, and the account follows 4 people. It follows me, Witsit, some other random person, and an Xbox. And then
Yep.
they just follow me around and comment on everything that I say and do, and it's just like, oh, that's a awkward way to spend your time there, buddy.
Yeah, I've noticed they all gang up and like they all like each other's comments, and they're like they go around in groups.
Yep, they do
Yeah,
that
it's
too,
And
and they
they
weird.
have
just
lists and
gang up.
stuff. Yep,
Like
yep.
a gaggle
They
of
have
teenage
multiple
girls
accounts.
at dance time, you know, they're all kind of like
Oh,
unsure
that's
of themselves,
such a good
but
analogy. That
but
is
like
such
together
a
as
good
a group,
analogy.
they feel like they're strong, so they can, you know what I mean?
They have multiple accounts as well.
Yeah, it's super weird.
Dude, I've never seen so many people like a retarded comment like so quickly in my life too. Like someone will make a comment and you'll be like, "That's legit retarded. I hope everyone sees that." And then they all like it, and you're like, "What? What is wrong with you people?"
Like, this topic is retarded. Let me spend all my time on Twitter searching up people who tweet about it so I can call them retarded.
Yeah, dude. Like honestly, guys, how much time do you spend honing down the people who believe in things you don't agree with about stuff that you don't care about for a group of people that you couldn't be bothered with? If it's more than 0, you might be an anti-flat earther.
They sure
Yeah,
are
Hey,
quiet
it's a
tonight,
it's a
though,
pre-
huh?
wait, this is
it's a pretty
XFP.
tight
You guys let me
threshold.
speak? I mean, you allow me to be a speaker. I don't want to interrupt.
You're good. What's up?
Oh my God, you guys. I caught you guys probably halfway into this conversation. Only want to say a few things to begin with, but the first thing I caught was the paraglider, the parasailer, cutting through Iraq. Is there any math that can show that you can do that on a spinning globe? I mean, that's insane. I've been seeing that for 20 years. That's insane.
That's
And
a
my UI is
great
bugged out.
question.
Who's speaking right
That
now?
is my am I not being heard?
No,
No,
we're
no,
just asking who it
I,
is.
Yeah, we don't know
Who
who.
yeah,
are you? It's hard to
We
tell.
can't
yeah.
tell.
I'm just some random dude who's been following you guys for a few years. I used to be a Glober,
Oh
obviously.
no. I mean your Twitter name. I can't tell who's
Oh, X
talking right
and a
now.
bit of RP.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
Right on. And so I came in this conversation pretty much halfway in, I guess I would imagine. And the first thing that just blew my mind was the parasailer flying through Iraq. And do you know how insane that is? I mean, how small the space that, of course you guys do. So I want to know if there's any math on that first to know. Obviously, you guys are also talking about the guy who just jumped off with no parachute, 25,000 feet. Obviously, with people, with him to protect him, all that kind of stuff. But that math I can maybe understand. Is there math
that can maybe show that you can be flying like that at, and go through that eye of the rock in a parasail? First of all,
No, there wouldn't be any map or any kind of way of showing that on a globe. No, they'd have to show that there's rotation and that somehow the glider, the guy with the squirrel suit on, was taking that into account and like somehow timing it so the rotation of the thing that he's going to fly through would be at the perfect time for him to. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's just a kinematic concept that you're moving along with the spin and that he's cancel it out in their heads mathematically, or it's just a way of like brushing over the idea that it would cause a lot of problems for all kinds of things. Who was the guy who was saying that, by the way? I was going to ask because I wondered what his name was. The guy was talking about the paragliding through the little cracks. Does anybody remember?
His name was
Google it.
XRP something. I didn't hear
Well,
it, and I still can't see him.
a little bit of
The
RP.
original?
I'm not going to get into the reason why, but yeah, that's me. I've lost a bunch of accounts, so I'm not going to get into that either. But again,
Not you. I'm talking about the other guy that was mentioning what you're mentioning.
That just blew my mind.
XRP. Is he still here, or is he gone?
Yeah.
The original dude, I think you mean, right? Who was asking?
Yeah, the original guy.
Yeah, I forget.
Oh, is there another XRP? That's why I got a few spaces in front of my X//RP. Yeah, I've.
No, I'm asking you who it was that was mentioning that when you came in. The guy you're talking about.
I don't remember the names. Yeah, I don't remember the names.
If he's still here, just mention.
The guy who, he lived in Florida here with me and was talking about doing some skydiving, and you guys were then talking about the person who was jumping 25,000 feet straight fucking down. Pardon my language. Oh, shoot. Pardon my language. Straight down. I mean that I can understand a little bit more with the math, but what I don't understand is in the math. I mean, trust me, I don't understand. But being able to fly through that tiny little rock in a parasail. Now that was my first question. You guys have brought a couple of things. So my first thing is I used to be an Earth Glober not too long ago. Because of X, found you guys, and obviously you all made sense with what you said, what you showed. I mean, the P1000 cameras, all that kind of stuff going on. I've sailed. I've seen them going over the water. I thought, and now, but what I'm saying is, I used to use a different thing back in the day. I used to be okay, fine, evolution. Tell me about stellar evolution. Tell me about chemical evolution. Tell me about all the different types of evolutions there are. There's 6 different types of evolutions. The one evolution you can talk about that really makes sense is dogs can be different dogs. I can get into that kind of thing, but you're not going to try and tell me that some fungus in the ocean became this and everything and came up. So that's what I thought was the real truth on the globe Earth and the globe everything else. I was like, what the fuck are you guys even? I'm just trying to apologize again. Nothing came into everything and just became everything. And it just blew out in one direction, but then it started, circling on itself and convexing on itself, and and then one scientist said, hey, it takes 20 suns to explode, and one sun can be born. Anyways, I'm not trying to get into all that, but my main thing was asking you if there's any science that can prove that a parasailer can fly down at those types of speeds and just go through the eye of the rock. And all I gotta say is, it took me not that long to become a globe earther, because I thought, all the science of that was crap, but it had to be true because there's no other truth. Flat Earth was never even a thing to me back in the day. I never even heard of it. And so it had to be created. I thought everything, all the solar systems, all the Earth, all the universes had to be created. Obviously, it had to be created, and there's no science that can prove that could have been created. But man, it gets even more insane, awesome to think of a flat Earth. You guys rock. That's all I gotta say. I mean, there's probably a lot more I want to say in the next couple weeks heading up to this. But man, you guys are awesome. That's it.
Yeah, thanks for all the kind words, and
welcome.
It doesn't make any sense, man. Sometimes it's best to not even try too hard to understand what they're trying to say, because you have to, and you end up having to you have to internalize too many assumptions, take on too many assertions that are unsubstantiated, and it just starts to get really messy.
Dude, imagine
Well,
this, right? In order to
Flat Earth was
understand
the
these people,
only. I mean, globe Earth was the only model that most of us know. There's no other option. A lot of people don't even know what a flat Earth is. They don't even understand that. So I had to disprove how nothing could have created everything. So I thought God created this spinning ball around this spinning planet, around this spinning universe, around this blah, 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 blah. And there's just no option for that. There's just no option for that being other than a God doing it. But there's no option. God. Anyways, you know what I'm saying? I don't think people know about the flat Earth option.
if you try too hard to understand the globe, like inverse logic, it's like wading through a pit of, say, muck, right? No matter how hard you try to not get any muck on you, you can wear like those trousers that have the rubbery soles, and you can wear like the whole over, and you can walk through it. At the end of the day, though, you're gonna get shit on you, and there's no way around it. So
yeah, let's just like me and what was it, 7 months ago, or no, not that long ago. Never mind. It was about 4 or 5 months ago. Had a debate with a dude about special relativity, and I'm sitting there, I'm looking at it, I'm saying, like, me and Alan were debating this guy, and we're looking at it, and it's like, all right, you moved the light emitter this much by this much speed, and that much speed showed up in your reading. So clearly, the speed of the light emitter is affecting your reading. And the guy so confidently told us that we were wrong and argued with us about it for so long that, like, I was like, I must be missing something. So, like, I went and I spent like a whole weekend. I spent like 3 days just like reading papers, trying to figure out what I was missing, watching his video and stuff. And I'm like, watching the debate, rewatching the debate over and over again, trying to figure it out. And then finally, it just hit me one day. Just like, oh my gosh, he's just literally internalized. Like, he's literally just cognizing. Like, that's all it was. Like, there was nothing to figure out. It was just like, oh, the length. Again, at the end of the day, finally, we did get to an understanding of a philosophical impasse regarding, like, a local length contraction. He literally said that things were like that length was contracting. That literally, matter was contracting, and that was related to what was happening. So once I finally figured that all out and just realized I wasn't stepping out of reality to
make an argument,
to make it make sense, it was like, okay. And it's just, you got to be careful, because it's like, I don't know, like, it's like there's so many of these arguments they'll drag you into, and you don't even realize it till you're halfway through the argument that you're like, I don't even agree with like 6 assertions that got me here in the first place.
Dude.
It was a massive display of gaslighting.
I was going to put a thesis together on the whole evolutionary theory, on all you need 6 theories of evolution: stellar, chemical, biological. I mean, come on, just to even come to this fact of, and this is just to make an Earth ball pop out of nowhere and just start spinning and contracting on itself, and then everything just gets better and smarter and okay. I mean, that was a thesis, and then because I found you guys only not even a few years ago. I mean, that's how long it took just to stop me from doing that. Because I'm arguing stupidity.
Yours is a commonly walked path.
Took me a hot minute to let go of the moon landing, dude. I did not want to walk that path or whatever, I wanted to stay on that glob.
Friends don't let friends argue with trolls or whatever. Sometimes you got to be pulled out.
and you guys have shown so many sciences. You've shown so many. Can I ask you one more question, real quick? Let me just. I know I said I was going to say one. Traveling to Antarctica with it. Are you allowed to go
There
there?
it is.
That you're going to be able to go
There
there
it
on a
is.
scientific tour by yourself, land
There
your
it
own
is.
crew, and travel there? I mean, can you do that?
There it is. That was a long setup to get there,
Yo,
though. What do you
good
guys
call,
think?
You
Shane.
felt
You've
that
got a
too,
sharp
right?
one, man.
Well, I'm being serious here. I mean, I don't want to bring
he
that up.
even knows. He even
But hold
knows.
on, here,
Like, bro, you didn't have to do this crazy ass setup.
because
You could
come
just go
on
straight to the
now,
point,
hey,
bro.
now on the papers, Witset's going to say, hey, I'm Witset. I'm going here, and I'm going to
Oh
bring all
Dude.
my
boy,
buddies.
Dude.
that's X and a bit of
You,
RP, right? That's
you
totally.
gotta love the long play, dude. The
Dude,
long play.
The
think
lore
about
was
devoting your
crazy, bro.
Friday night to
I,
pretending to be someone that you're not.
wait, what?
Your lore was impeccable, bro. That was crazy
No, no,
work.
no, 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 no. Wait. Am I been misunderstood here?
Have you been found out or misunderstood? Which one is it?
No, no, no. I think I've been misunderstood here.
I think
Because
you. I think you might. We might. I think people might be assuming that you are trying to pin Witsit on the challenge to go to Antarctica, but I don't think you are for some
no,
reason. I
no, no,
think
no,
that's
no, no,
what
no,
they're
no,
saying.
no. That's not me. That's not me.
Okay,
What? Because if
you
you
were
look
just
at
talking
my
about
last
free
comments, look at
travel.
my last comments,
Okay.
and you can look at that up. I got into an argument, well, a discussion with somebody who said, like, well, we challenged Witsit to go to
Somebody, hey,
Antarctica. We paid him to go
somebody.
to prove 24 hours sun, but you cannot go there. And I'm going to tell you, none of you guys are going to be allowed to
Somebody, Trin.
sign the documents and go to Antarctica. Am I right or am I wrong? I might be wrong. I might be wrong. Am I right or am I wrong? Which is there's no way, and any of you guys are going to be able to travel a ship and land on Antarctica and go and travel anywhere you want to go. And that's what you've been attacked with. Just go there and prove us, and just go to this place and prove us. Right? That's what I'm
Well,
trying
you
to
know,
say.
it's not that you can't go there, though. That's the assumption that you can't go there.
You
It's that
can
you
go
can't
there, of
freely
course.
travel
You go
independently there.
spots, yeah. If you go anywhere else, you get attacked by airplane and Navy.
Right,
So,
but the point for the challenge was that they would actually go there with some kind of permission to do so.
oh, I didn't know there's a challenge that was like that.
Yeah, it was about the 24-hour sun challenge. That's why
Yeah,
people thought you
yeah,
were
exactly.
coming in with
For
that
instance,
angle.
I'm not really up to
Yeah,
understanding
we
them.
totally misread you. My bad. I apologize
Okay,
if
yeah. No. Trust me, guys. I'm 100% on your side. 100% on your
well,
side.
I'm
just to
not sold.
clarify,
I'm not
let me just clarify
Please.
why we're acting the way we are, because this whole trip to Antarctica thing from the get-go has been riddled with, we've caught them in like, what is it, like 3 different lies now. It's just really awkward. They keep pretending like,
Yes.
so yeah, so we're all very skeptical
Yeah.
anytime anyone brings it up.
Oh, my bad. No, because this is one of the biggest. So check my profile is filled with porn bots. I can't delete them fast enough. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Like I've lost my account a bunch of times.
No,
But
you're
check
good.
my.
They realize that you're not coming from that angle now. It's
Okay,
cool.
no.
It's just that.
Hell
But
to
as
no.
far as like your question was, are they even gonna be able to go there? But the idea is that they would get permission to go, and then they would film the 24-hour sun, or
You'll never
not
get
film it, and then it would be like some kind of final
we,
decision.
yeah,
But that's not really the case.
no,
It wouldn't make
we'll never
it
get
wouldn't
permission
make
to
or
go
break
there
the flat Earth.
to prove this. No. And the last guy is like, well, he's like, well, I'm not going to respond to these guys because they're all trolls. They're just bullshit. The same thing you're all saying is like, I mean, look, I got all kinds of things to do, but that's my point. You'll never get permission to go there to prove your points. You'll never get permission to patrol around or fly around. You can't fly around. And that's my man. I can't believe I get to have this conversation with y'all. This is amazing.
Well, you can actually go there though. That's not that
You
you
can go
can't
to
go
certain
there, but with
spots.
permission, you
Yeah.
can go there. They could give permission to go there and try to film the 24-hour sun. That's not in question.
No,
It's not like they wouldn't be able to.
30 spots. But that doesn't mean that you get to go around anywhere you want to go because the tent
No, you can't do
says,
that, right? But that you wouldn't need to do that to get the 24-hour sun, though. Just to clarify.
hey, dude, exactly. And that's my, see, this is, I'm just trying to back you all up. with these trolls that say, "Well, just go there and prove it to us," and we want it if you can do this. That's my point. And that's the other side, man. These guys don't even know, man, that you've been trying to do this for however long. I don't even know, man. I've only been here for a few years, but I've seen the videos. I've seen that you've got to go to any government you want to go there to show that you're going there for a scientific reason. And even if you were the best scientist in the world, I mean, if you're trying to take little pictures here or there, or leave a bud cam light on the outskirts, you're not going to get there if they don't like you and they don't want you. If they don't trust your science, if they don't believe you, if they don't. So all these people who say, "Oh, go there, patrol." I had one guy say, "Well, fly a plane, avoid the radar, avoid the Navy, avoid it, and just don't die." Check my feed.
That's so
I don't talk to too many people. I don't do that, but
Why didn't we think of that? Just don't die. Holy shit.
Just avoid the military radar, bro. Just just
It's definitely
skedaddle
die.
while you're there.
No, you definitely die.
Don't die.
Also, while you're on your way there, don't die. Thanks,
Don't
brother.
We've all played Call of Duty at least once.
Don't
by
trigger
now. We know how
their,
to die.
the early response
Green
warning
fuel,
system.
by the
Don't
way,
trigger the
no, and
laser
I-
beam. Don't hit the radar buoys. Definitely don't hit the secondary line of reinforced radar guiding systems.
Parallel. I mean, we
Hey,
see what
X,
Earth at 60th parallel looks like. We know the
X.
Navy.
My man, it's all about the singular most important issue here, is that the people on the Globey side here who are offering to finance the opportunity are the slimiest piss goblins
Seriously.
in the group.
I know, man.
And we simply will not come within 50 nautical miles of those idiots.
You'll
It
never
is
know. You won't
just
even
not going to happen with them.
It's not.
That is the problem.
Seriously. And they
No piss
think, well,
goblin
no, and that's what I'm trying to say. Look at my feed. This one guy said, "Well, just fly here and avoid this, and just don't die." I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Well, I don't speak English. I'm.
Chingu, the speed with which you can emoji, dude, is single-handedly super impressive. I just want you to know.
Yeah, Simbu, I've been watching you. Are you time dilating to cue a bunch of those up?
He's got like a back row or something.
You guys are my.
That's
dude,
emoji contraction there. Look at that. Holy crap.
Oh yeah, dude.
You've been fan for years. You've been fan for years. I can't believe I get to talk with you, man. It's just amazing. And I'm so many things I could ask and say, but no, you're fan. You're legit. And all we want is one thing. I'm gonna end it with. Well, I don't know if I'm gonna end it. We might talk more, but give us one proof of a globe, anything. I mean, some people say give us pictures from the ISS with people upside down, and we can see that. Show me that. You know what I'm saying? I look. My science was on the other things I was telling you about. The evolution of, and it was all bullshit. And I was going to make a thesis on that, and I was like, dude, once I met you all, it was pure and utter bullshit. I'm arguing against why 2 + 2 isn't butter and cream.
What the fuck does that mean, dude? Could you break that down for me? What the hell are you
Okay,
talking
what
about?
I'm
Never
trying
mind.
to
I
say
don't
is
care.
why-
Hold on. I'm just kidding. Hold on.
Why chemical evolution, why all these evolutions aren't shit, is because 2 + 2 doesn't need butter and cream. That's my point. It's just there's
Okay,
no
well, you
reason
tried,
why
but
to
it's
go
still-
into any more study on why stellar, chemical, biological evolution, other than birds are birds, and birds become other birds. I'm saying you can a lion and a tiger can become a liger.
Okay, that's terrific. A liger. We ended with a liger. Liger would be your last contribution. Are you sure?
Well, I've seen one, maybe, I guess, and
Great. We'll finish with that then. I appreciate it.
But that's my point.
Nice. Yo, what up, Hyde? I see you got your hand up, brother.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the Antarctica trip nonsense. Why now? Like, what took them 10 years to propose this? Like, Why didn't they just immediately come out, in 2015, 2016 and say, hey, Eric Dubay, how about you go to Antarctica and watch the 24-hour sun? Like, you know what I'm saying? Why now?
Well,
Attention.
it's ridiculous because you would have had plenty of ball earthers that could get to that area, or even the government or whatever would have put out plenty of videos that were actually legit, or even more believable than the one guy that's put out the 24-hour sun videos, and each of them have been, found out to be fraudulent. All of them, just from one guy. So the fact is, the 24-hour sun footage would exist in abundance, regardless of how many people are down there. They would have that, or they would have had a baller go get it by now. So the idea that this is some kind of challenge now that is going to decide something is just ridiculous on its face. We would, if 24-hour sun existed, it would be well known and documented by now, and it doesn't, and it hasn't been. So
I agree. I just wonder what their motive is for all of a sudden coming up with this. If they're just going to pocket the
well,
money if
yeah,
they
it
got
seems
like
like that
funding.
they're trying to push back a little bit because it's gotten to the point where they're a little bit starting to get a little scared. Maybe, I don't know.
It's like, hey, flat earthers, come into my lair. Nothing's gonna happen. I have it pre-set up. Oh, my friends are here. We're in the shadows. The lights aren't on, but don't worry, it's all above board. Why don't you want to come to my lair? Hey, come on, flat earthers. Like, what? I don't know what's going on, but I'm gonna pass.
Yeah, they've been doing that with the space thing too. I hate when they're like, well, if you were to go to space or challenge a flat earther to try to get to go to space," I'm like, man, they're either going to get some shill flat earther to say they went to space and said it was this, or if it was a real guy, that I would be, really scared to try to get in. I mean, what would they do? They might put you in a capsule and make you think you're about to go to space, even though space doesn't exist. What would you do then? It's just like very sus to
Well, they
even
just
agree to
coordinated
I'll
any of
just
that.
TV
I would
show.
like to just interject one thought here real quick, and that's, everyone has their own burden of proof, and their own outlook on things. For me personally, like, I would be very intrigued to see the actual sun, the sunshine itself in Antarctica for 24 hours, like to see it circle. That would be very intriguing. I don't, I've since I've seen, what is it, like I've seen definitely one doctored, two doctored videos, and then some others that I'm skeptical of because the other ones were doctored. But like for me personally, like I would find it intriguing, but I wouldn't jump back to the globe, that's for sure. I would probably start thinking about some Pac-Man Earth type of theories, things like that. But and I would maybe revisit some of the curvature claims and stuff, but um no, I don't know. Like, it's like, if there's no measurable curvature, there's no measurable curvature. If there's no measurable motion, there's no measurable motion. I don't think we're really supposed to be able to so easily describe this place. And if it ends up being really weird, like, really mystifying, then I'm okay with that. But, I'm not going to jump into NASA's arms, that's for sure. Why would you go back to the people that have deceived you and been caught deceiving you from the beginning? So, yeah, I would be intrigued. I don't think it's like a totally useless discussion or whatever, but I also personally, even if I was convinced by it, I wouldn't want to use it to, like, how you can't really use that to make a proof from a point of logic, right? You really can't use an intangible in the sky to make an assertion about the tangible ground beneath your feet. It just doesn't really logically hold, in my opinion. But there's my 2 cents.
I think we should come up with a list of challenges for them, just like really simple stuff that there's basically no reason for them to wiggle out of, but they'll have to wiggle out of it anyway. Like, if we make a public challenge towards NASA, for instance, like, hey, let Austin call in on a live stream on the ISS. Like, why would a phone call? Like, how much does that cost? Like, what do you have to hide? So if they don't accept something like that, the longer they don't accept it, I think the more obvious it is that they're guilty by omission, and it's going to be a bad look for them. I think we should start pushing things like that at the Globers and be like, put up or shut up. Just,
Well, it's
you know.
funny. People will say, "Well, it's not. They're not doing it to, to prove things to you, flat earther. It's not about
Oh yeah,
proving things to you." Well, okay, so it's not about proving things to me, but apparently it is about brushing your teeth and like
gorilla
doing
suits.
little shows for us. Like that's all it ever is theatrics. Like every time they stream, they do a little tour, they do a little show, they talk about how happy they are to see each other, and then they like brush their teeth or they play with bubbles of water. It's like, they're not there to prove anything to flat earthers. They're not there to quantify anything. They're just there to put on theatrics for you at home so you can keep living in the make-believe world.
There are two things I have yet to see up at the ISS there, where they got all those cameras and they got all those so brave, stunning and brave astronauts that are just going to get out there and do EVAs because, that's who they are at NASA. They're going to jump out there in space with their camera. They're going to shoot the Earth and say, look at it going by. Isn't that fabulous? But in the history of space, I have yet to see one of those bozos spin around and do a 360 with the camera. Not once. Okay, the other thing that I haven't seen inside the ISS is the thing that they've been claiming they've been trying to get functional for some reason. They just can't seem to get the thing to work, is an atomic clock up on the ISS so that they can prove time dilation once and for all. All those stupid flurfs. And you read about the articles going all the way back to 2012, 2014, 2004 even, that say, next time that thing's going up to the ISS, that next rocket up, we're going to put our atomic clock on that boy. We're going to ship it up there right away. But 20 years later, they just haven't managed on their gigantic budget to do such a thing. It's just amazing.
That is amazing. And 34 years ago, a man named Ruyong Wong wrote a little paper about, hey, why don't you guys bring an interferometer up there? Maybe we could learn some stuff about, Galilean
Linear
relativity.
motion.
Yeah. Why don't you guys bring an interferometer up there to the ISS and do a little MMX experiment? 34 years ago. And then ever since, I think we've heard some cricket chirps.
Science and space are hard.
The next time that you're watching those stunning and brave astronauts do their cool circus act up there on the old ISS,
astronauts,
listen to the audio, and depending on the team, you just might hear some jet noise in the background, idling jet engines, because you don't want to turn them off while you're in flight now, do you? You can't. Too much atmosphere. They spin anyways, and they make lots of noise. So yeah, they have yet to even try to cover up that all the time. It's amazing.
Aeronautic engineers require a Hollywood star, I heard, or something. That's probably unrelated.
Shane's on the ISS right now. He's or a parabolic flight.
Totally.
Let me put my camera on.
Toilet.
And I'll do a better job than NASA. Hold on, let me get my green
Saying,
screen.
do they have the gravity propane tanks up there? Please tell me they have the containers of gravity. Please.
They come out of nozzle, yeah, and whenever you press it, you just get more gravity. That's how it works.
Even if all of this was real, like even if the globe was real, and space and NASA and everything they do, isn't it an egregious waste of money when we have starvation and homelessness? Like, shouldn't the politically left shouldn't the politically left be like, this is an act of violence? Like using this money for space travel, sending crap to Mars when we have like dying kids and veterans, and I mean just like
Kent cities.
Exactly.
Are you making sense right now?
Yeah,
like,
exactly. It's
like stop doing that.
Yeah. I mean, it's just weird. It's like, what's the standard?
It is weird because it's almost like it's not even about the money. It's like the superfluous just waste of money. Like they're burning it in front of you and looking in your eyes. Like, you like that?
500.
You like, yeah, poof.
What is it? 500 billion a year on space.
You keep making that much sense, they're going to hit you with a psych eval and take away your sharp things.
Yeah.
I
I think that needs to be illustrated
I'm
more.
still waiting for my psych eval, dude. They gotta take my sharp things away any day now. It's gotta be coming. I gotta come down to Uruguay.
Boys, I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation, no pun intended. The only way to solve worldwide hunger is farming on the moon. That's it.
Oh, no, it isn't.
Yeah,
Just ask
dude,
the UN. It's peanut butter food bars. They make trillions of those each year, but they just can't seem to stomp out hunger with all those goddamn food bars. What's the deal with the math?
I thought if
The
we just
only
ate
thing.
bugs, we'd be fine. though. I thought that was the plan.
Bugs and moon crops.
Nice.
Take your
Moon corn import export will be the biggest, economic boom.
Start
Bro, wait
shipping
till they
out
get the
those ether
train
hot
set up.
pockets, guys. Get them out.
Wait.
Get them out there fast.
Those counter
Wait till the
spatial hot
loonies-
pockets. I've already made a bunch of them tonight.
Imagine eating disgusting earth-grown corn and not having delicious moon corn.
Wait till they get the lunar runway set up. It's over.
Lunar runway, yeah.
Make sure they're growing that moon corn in the right moon time zone, too.
Shane, you didn't hear about that? They said they were going to set it up. They said they had all the money to do it, and then they said, nah, we can't do it right now.
It's like a runway or like a space elevator. Which one do you think you would need, though?
Both. I mean, why? Thank you. Yeah.
Imagine not
runway.
having a space elevator, dude.
We're gonna put a runway on our non-atmospheric moon rock of 236,000 miles away. But if you get a good running start, you should be able to land nicely.
Dude, didn't they sales pitch that not long ago?
Yeah, I wish I would, dude. Who's that guy on YouTube that does like the sales pitch meetings for horrible movies and like breaks it down in like a minute and a half? We should employ him.
Like, I'll make it easy on NASA and point out that, I mean, they're already the kings of fakery. Why didn't they just put up a fake atomic clock on the wall on the ISS and point to it? How would we know?
That's a
They've
very
already
scary.
done tons of movies about time dilation. They could have just pulled something from the script from the old drawer.
Dude, they did a number on all of us. They got a lot of people, even some truthers, thinking that like things exist not in 3 dimensions, but in 4. Like, what? That's retarded. Don't be retarded, guys. Come on. Things are continuing. You can define them. You have XYZ. Come on, everyone. Stay with me.
Stay with me, boys. We're in the lab frame. It's Cartesian.
But wait a second. You pulled the Tesseract out.
Because, dude, like,
No,
people
put the Tesseract away, Simpu.
even
Don't do it.
like even the movies, it's like, okay, time travel's possible because time is linear and extension of our dimension. No, slap. Come back. You know, you're just being set up for nonsense shit later. None of that's real. Stick with me here, right?
All right, so listen, none of that's true, and if you believe in enough math, you can be your own grandfather.
That might be the steel man of the counter position, not gonna lie.
Nah, that's crazy.
Anyway, yeah, there's only ever here and now. You only exist in the present. There's no past or future. Anyway, seemed super simple to me.
Never have, never had, never have had, never have had. Did you guys see Big Bang Theory or not?
Oh, dude.
Past participle verb tensing? Here we go.
You guys remember that clip?
Yes, I do. Yep.
That was stunning.
I didn't know that clip, but I did know what that was.
Oh, I chopped it up. I'll send it to you, man. It's
nice.
Young Sheldon's pretty good too.
Yeah, I think I've seen it from you, maybe. Yeah, it's a classic.
Actually, you did.
Guys, I used to watch The Big Bang Theory for fun.
Oh,
I enjoyed
no.
it.
Oh,
I would be like, I would look at the time, and I would go, "Ooh, is that Thursday night, 8 o'clock?" we're about to listen, about to watch some Big Bang. I wonder what Penny and Sheldon are what shenanigans they're gonna get up to in the laundry room.
So you'd like put RuneScape away and like focus 100% on this, or you put this on in the background and then play. Okay, I'm not worried.
Hey,
Then,
just to clarify, this guy did call me a nerd earlier, right?
Dude, that's so much worse than going and protesting the Keystone XL pipeline and climate
Okay,
change.
don't get carried away.
No, it's worse. I stand by it 1,000%. It's worse.
Hey, don't drop in your baggage here, buddy. Come on.
Yeah, bro. Like,
No, I stand by it. He's watching Big Bang Theory. Nope.
One question, please.
Yeah, we're fast. Raise your hand
Yeah,
if you
real
ever
quick. The parachute man through the fucking the keyhole. Is that ever possible?
What do you guys think? You still with him?
Yeah, no, it's all good, brother. We've established that it's possible on a stationary Earth.
Yeah, you just stomped all over my
Oh,
cryo.
no. I meant on a globe Earth.
Yeah, same thing.
No. Let me stand up again. Hold on.
Right now, like I'm gonna fly myself out there.
Check
and do
your
that
telegram.
Dude, Toby, this man just saved you, bro.
Is it possible?
Saved me? I'm not the one watching Big Bang
Bro,
Theory.
I was about to cook you, bro.
We all started with the Big Bang, bro.
I know, but I thought you're all gonna hang up on the Big Bang because that's the way to hang up.
You can't cook me. You can't cook me. Don't you know that science is clear?
Honestly, guys, Toby cooks himself. Like we don't have to do any of it for him. He just does it all by himself.
Yeah, dude. This is just like open the package. It's ready, baby. Hot and ready.
For anyone that doesn't realize that I'm being sarcastic when I call climate change real, I'm being sarcastic. But
And think about the fact that you have to say that out loud.
Shut up.
That means there's some history.
I mean, you're flying at least 200 miles an hour. I mean, just moving like fucking hell, and just you go through a hole.
Oh, do you have no social awareness at all?
I know one thing, man.
At all.
You cannot read a room, my brother.
I know some of us are not born with it, right? But do you have any? Any?
Wait, are you talking about me or what?
Yes,
Probably.
100%. 100% you, dude.
I know how to read a room. I'm just making a joke about the fact
That's doubtful, though. It's 100% doubting right now. My doubting state of you being
Come on,
able to
man.
read a
Don't
room.
give me that doubting stage. I'm just making you
Reinforcing doubting stage, 100%.
Well, stop that. Come on now. Reinforcing the fact that is it even close to being possible ever that person could ever fly through that kind of hole on a floating
I'm
Earth?
trying to remove them, guys, and I can't, so I don't know what's going on.
Maybe would
Don't remove me. Don't do that.
Well, you do. Hey, X and a bit of RP. Wait, hold on. You do gotta let the conversation breathe like a lot more.
My bad.
You're good. It's just let's just we got Riggs with his hand up here, so why don't we cycle over to Riggs here? What's up, Riggs?
Totally. Jen Psaki is not here. We do not need to circle back that many times.
Yo, what's up, guys? I been trying to get in for like the last 30 minutes. My phone's been dying, so you guys were talking about the trip to Antarctica, right? The final experiment, and I had the pleasure of speaking to a bunch of globies the other day, and they were actually arguing within themselves about the proposition, and that the way it's coming across is more of a dare instead of an inquiry. So from what I understand, they were talking about it. It's supposedly a 5-day trip. So this is not a scientific expedition. It's not a blank check. It's not, it's more of a dare, right? It's like, oh, will you do it? Will you do it? And the people that are proposing this are historically trolls. And there's no evidence that there is a receipt or tickets that have been purchased. So until there's, it just doesn't seem like it's actually happening is what I'm saying. So I would like to see some tickets. I would like to see, realistically, if this is going to happen, why waste the money? Like, let's open up the door for investigation. Let's go for, weeks, months, let's go through different seasons. Let's get the freedom to travel. This just seems like more of a gotcha. So I just wanted to say that. And, I think that people should really just look at this from a different angle.
So
And
by
I
the way, like they're
quote,
not going to purchase tickets until like flat earthers agree to go. But what's so funny is everyone kind of said no, and Jaron had originally said like, well, I'm not going to go on myself, so it'd have to be me and Witsi. You'd have to give us both 45K a piece to cover the expenses, to cover all these different things and the equipment
Yeah.
that we want to bring. And apparently he's now saying, I think I'm gonna like satisfy Jaron's request. Jaron's request was before we got them lying about everything. So anyway, that seems to be the next step where they're gonna pretend to throw both of us 45K each to go and see if
Well,
we'll
what
do
can
it.
you do in 5 days, right?
and I
What can you
quote,
do in 5 days?
a 3-hour tour, a 3-hour tour.
And how much of that is traveling? I mean, I don't even know like the full extent of this trip. There's really no way to know who's hosting. What I mean is like how are you supposed to verify where you're actually at? And they say, oh well, GPS. I'm like, okay, that doesn't help in this case. I just call bullshit where I see it, guys. I mean, if they haven't proven something, it's been over 10 years now of like really hammering on the door about flat earth and Antarctica, etc. All the videos we've seen have questionable circumstances, overlays, CGI. And then the ones that are the most prevalent, they all come from the same guy who, he basically admitted that he spliced one of the edits together, and so that it was circling around, but really it was different footage that they just spliced together. And then he released that footage later, and I'm like, all he did was prove our point and that they faked the footage. But how am I supposed to believe this new footage now that you fucked it over, how many X times already? And then all these other sources are basically cutting out, like 10 hours a day from their footage. And when you ask them what's going on, they say there's technical difficulties or some bullshit, right? So I just, if they haven't proven it by now, I don't see what this is going to prove. What I really want is the freedom to explore and the real scientific inquiry, because this is bullshit.
I think the big issue here is that when it comes to Trunsky, his opportunity for anything like this to convince us to go with him anywhere has long since passed.
Yeah, I was
Real
just telling
quick,
you
I'm
guys
gonna
what the
I'm gonna
inside
rotate a
scoop
couple
is.
mics. Just gonna throw that out there. So just if you get moved down to off the stage, don't take it personally. We just need to move some other people in so we can get people in and out.
So just clarify, if they say, hey, Jaron, Austin, here's 45K each, the trip costs 20, spend the rest on equipment to get whatever that you think you need, we should say no.
Well, do it on the condition that you and Jaron get to go and they don't, and then you're looking good.
Well, Jaron was looking into a lot of it, so it's like a lot of the crew that works there and stuff would be on the same plane as us. It's like a real scheduled trip already. It's just got a certain amount of tickets available. Like there is a bit of a protective barrier, right? Like the idea that the plane would go down or something. I mean, they'd be taking out a lot of workers, I guess. But yeah, it's a whole thing. So I don't know.
With that amount of freedom, maybe they definitely would be considering it. But I don't think anything like that will be offered, let alone deal. So.
Well, he's acting like he's gonna take Jaron up on his offer. Jaron's offer was both Austin and I go 45K each. Not to make the money, right? Let's just make it very clear. Like to pay us some for our time, to pay us for like the clothes, the equipment, and the trip.
Yeah. And also, I think just to show that it's a legit thing, I would think too, right?
Yeah,
You got a
because
random
90K,
person trying to send you across the world. So I think
90K is pretty serious.
asking
Pretty
them to
serious.
put some money up, it makes sense.
Yeah. And like, I must be real. Do we really think that they'll actually go through with it? Like, I think it's much more of what Riz
No.
was talking about, which is like try to make it look like the flat earthers know that the earth's not flat and they're scared to go. And it's like, what's funny is Jaren and I are way, way more the kind of people that would actually go. Just like we're way more the kind of people that you're not going to talk like this face to face too. It's like it's all just real funny in the grand scheme of things. So we'll see what happens. This could backfire. You call their bluff, flip them, and say, "Okay, let's do it," and then they don't, and it's like, yeah, see, all of you are just like, you guys are scared to go down there and see the sunset, my guy.
While you're down there, slide your captain a couple bands. See if you can explore the Antarctic peninsula.
I mean, think about it. Like you got like infrared, solar filters, different mounts to track it, like voltmeters. You could do time lapse of the star trails. No, you can't actually. It's daytime. So all you could really do is like track the sun, measure the electric field. There's not really too much more that you could do.
Is that 45K for the permits and everything too?
Yeah. It's like the trip would be covered, and then there'd be a little bit left over for the equipment.
I say call their bluff.
That's what That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they thought they were free rolling. Like they were like, oh, Witsit and Jaren, they're never gonna agree to this, right? So they're gonna look like they're scared. I think they thought this was a free roll.
At the same time, it's like they're gonna look like they're scared, but they're like non-existent in the real world. It's like
yeah, they've got
like,
way
oh,
less
man,
to lose.
This weird anti-flat earther was bluffing. It's like, duh, they lie every single time they make a video. You know what I'm saying? But yeah,
He was probably lying. Was his mouth open? Yeah, he was definitely lying.
Yeah, I mean, like the easiest way to cover it up is just scream at me about how I'm a liar, and they'll never know.
If they're not mewing, they can't be trusted.
Wait, you don't trust Mattoon?
No, I'm just saying if they're not mewing, they can't be trusted.
No,
like
you
if they're
should trust
mouth breathers. Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, he emailed me. I haven't responded. I thought about just sending him a video of Mattoon turning into a demon and been like, just to clarify, like this is the guy that you're buddies with. Just to clarify.
That you want to trust with travel expenses and/or arrangement and/or my life.
What's funny? And Mattoon and FTFE came right out and said we can't go.
So who would be going?
Apparently, Dan the McKeegan guy is one of the guys.
Oh,
Dave
good
McKeegan.
grief! That sounds like a really pleasant, fun trip.
Oh, it's good. I mean, dude. At one point, someone was coming to me, literally being serious, saying, "So you're gonna go with FTFE to Antarctica, right?" Like,
a nice long cruise, just the two of you.
My attorney hit me up and said I should go to this other one. There's like there's a cruise to Antarctica that a bunch of famous scientific communicators are on, and it's 10 days. And he's like, dude, we want to get you here. It's like $40K, so that they'd be stuck on a ship with me for 10 days. I'm like, bro, if I can make content, that might be worth it. Yeah,
but they would love it and you would hate it, right? They would just they would do what they do all the time. Like, what's it? You stupid. But what do you think about electromagnetism?
No, I mean like Neil deGrasse Tyson and stuff like that. I'm talking about. There's a cruise that has like these famous people going on it to Antarctica.
Sounds intriguing.
Someone was like, "We want to get you on that ship, so they have to be stuck with you for 10 days."
Ooh.
Yeah, if you can make content, definitely.
That'd be epic.
If you can't make content, definitely not, because I want to see you come home.
Yeah, I agree.
Make it a running gag.
But
to
if I
just
go down, but Neil goes down too, like, is it? I mean, it's not worth considering.
That is
make it a
not a
running
wash.
gag. You
No,
gotta,
it is
you
not.
gotta walk
I'm
up to,
joking. I'm joking.
you gotta walk up to everybody on there and just look out at the water and say, look how flat it is. Look how beautifully flat the water is.
Think that would get Neil deGrasse, dude? Honestly, you think that'd be it? That'd be the one?
No,
He'd
it's
pull
just
out a beach ball and start teaching
Dude, the
you.
beach
no,
ball coming.
you just gotta troll them every now and then. Just periodically just walk up behind them on the ship and just say, hey, man, look at the ocean. It's so beautifully flat.
All right, here it is. Here it is. So it's called Space to Sea. If you go to spacetosea.io, William Shatner, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Scott Kelly. That's the astronaut, right? Scott Kelly.
Walk into a bar.
Pretend like none of us know who those people are by name or something.
December 19th to December 29th, 2024. I'd be on a giant Voyager for 10 days going towards the Antarctica. It's a luxury voyage to the last frontier. Neil, William Shatner, Scott Kelly. If I could record my conversations with them, I would. Yeah, I may not come back, I guess. Huh?
Exactly. But I would be pretty funny to hear you interviewing William Shatner about his time in space.
Yeah, and then Scott Kelly, and then talk to Neil deGrasse Tyson and be like, buddy, what's going on here? What'd you do? What do they got on you, man?
As soon as your name goes on the manifest, they're getting the briefing on you and why they're never going to talk to you.
Yeah, they'd avoid me the whole freaking trip.
Well, they all get personalized McToon messages and emails and like letters probably to their wives that are like, listen, you're about to encounter a person who has you're not allowed to speak, you're not allowed to ask questions. You're gonna give them the rundown.
It's like, dude, here is everything I know about him, and here's all of his talking points. Let's study.
and then they throw your Exodia in the ocean.
Yeah, randomly, the flat earther falls off board. Flat earther thinks he's gonna swim to the edge of the earth.
I was just gonna point that out. He was obviously looking for the edge and he fell off the boat. Dumb flurper. We knew that was happening.
He just randomly screened extra lands.
No. You guys are being way too fun about it. It would be way more lame. It would be flat earther is also an anti-vaxxer, caught COVID on the ship and didn't make it home.
Yeah, right.
Oh, he spread it to the crew and everyone died.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
he's responsible for all of his ignorance and stupidity and science denial is responsible for the death of those heroes.
And they
Do you
throw in
know what
climate
it
change.
takes to go on boats to Antarctica, bro? Those are real heroes. Heroes work at antarcticaships.com. So that's where you can find heroes.
And
how
the
the
flat
heck do you
earther
do
ruined
that?
all future voyages. It's all shut down.
Oh,
No
nobody
one
can
should
ever go
there.
again.
Yep.
Oh,
We
Thanks to
dude,
the
a
science
penguin caught
denial of
COVID.
Austin Whitsitt.
We turned around. It was just the middle of the night. He just started screaming "outer ponders" and jumped in the water.
So they quarantined the entire boat for 2 weeks in your honor.
He started screaming outer ponders and jumped in the water.
Where's Dave? Dave's already talking. Oh, he's not here now, but he'll be here in like 4 shakes.
Yeah, we
right?
just
Hold on.
manifested him.
If you say outer ponders in the mirror 3 times, Dave will appear.
I heard
Totally,
they don't let
we'll bring it up
civilians.
not as a joke. Like totally, we'll like every single time we'll be like, yeah, but seriously, you know, I mean that's what they're gonna do.
How do you get to Antarctica? I heard they don't let civilians do that. You have to.
No, you can go private guided tours, right? So this is like it's a guided tour, right? Like they let you go to the little tip, just the tip. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, you can't just do whatever you want down there and go explore or whatever, right?
No, you just go to the
No, God, no.
Yeah, what the hell are they hiding? You know, you should be able to. If you can go to Mount Everest, why can't you go see the
Well,
South
they're
Pole?
just protecting you, man. I mean, that's the same reason that they shut the world down, and then we have these stupid conspiracy theorists that aren't grateful for our overlords.
Well, yeah, partially, I would say, you know, a little conspiracy theory here, maybe, but they were really looking to get Trump out. They tried to impeach him a couple times. That wasn't working. So you could do a double doozy. You put some bullshit cold out there, and call it super deadly. You scare everybody. And then you get to do mail-in ballots. But it was to get him the fuck out of office. Pardon
I
my
don't want to talk
French.
about Trump, dude. I'm sorry. No
Yeah,
thanks.
then randomly he decided to facilitate a bioweapon.
No, that was for the good of all mankind. You're not reading it right.
Dude.
Actually, he did warp speed quickly so that they had to
hyperspeeded
make them
it,
do
yeah.
accidents. Otherwise, you
Yeah,
wouldn't
because
be
they were
able
actually
to.
going to shut down the whole world for 5 to 10 years. We would have never gotten out. And then
Yeah,
it would
yeah.
have
Oh,
been
you
way
do
more
know the story.
dangerous.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, shout
Yeah,
out
but
Every
he's
war there
gonna
are
restore our
war there are
relationship with
casualties.
Israel. So
Yeah, dude. Every war there are casualties, man. You know what's funny? Like even the people that's their sales pitch. They're like, every war there are casualties, and so like they're minimizing the damage. Those are wrench on their plan. They were gonna have digital IDs and passports. Who would have never got out of the house. He sped it up. You can even listen to what Biden said. He said, "I'm not." Listen to what Kamala said. I'm not taking if it's from him, but he was playing 40 chess this whole time, and he has to keep it going until he gets in office, right? But then you hit on with the yeah. What about being printed on Israel's coin? They just have nothing for that. They're like it's funny. I mean, some of them do. They'll be like, oh, well, so you got to keep your enemies close.
Dude, I love you. Gotta keep them close.
It's like you mean like his entire cabinet?
Please tell me someone hasn't actually made that argument to you before.
No, yeah, straight up. They're like, gotta keep your enemies close, man.
Oh, come on, how delusional do you have to be?
The most.
That's insanity.
Yeah, I mean, you look past the bioweapon, how are you gonna get past the Zionism, though, right? I mean, I'm like, it was like his entire cabinet, bro. You serious? They're saying, like, he's saying that we aren't backing them enough right now. Well, yeah, it's just come on, man. This is warfare. See, actually, Netanyahu's not alive anymore. So anyway.
Yeah, I was on board the Trump train until I went into like his campaign funding, and I was like, "Oh wait, hold on, let me just go down the list: Jewish Zionist, Jewish Zionist, Jewish Zionist, Zionist, Zionist,
Yeah,
Zionist."
dude. One meme changed it all for me. I saw a meme with a whole bunch of stars of David on it, with Trump in the middle, and I was like,
Well, if you go, just look at his most recent political ads, or at least the only ones that I have seen. It was just hilarious to me. It was all about how he was going to restore our relationship with Israel. And I was like, wow, this is kind of hilarious that this is the one ad I'm being targeted with.
Wait, are they mad at us or something? What's wrong?
Yeah, but so what's the deal? Israel's not in with the World Economic Forum. Trump's not in with the
Wait,
West.
why are our besties in the East not chill with us?
We only gave him 33 billion this month.
Ooh,
We're
why
gonna have
didn't
to
you
up
turn
that.
on the boys,
Yeah,
dog?
no,
There he is. Yo, Dave, we said the words. Wait, is he up here yet?
Summoned you,
really
he
came.
appears.
There
Let's
he is.
go.
Dave, why don't you just real quick give us a rundown about what an outer ponder is?
Yeah, what exactly is an outer
Don't be
ponder?
a masochist, bro.
Also, do you have a sales pitch for like an outer ponder people pooper thing or whatever that you can
No,
sell?
no,
us for?
hold on, slow down, slow down.
Dude,
Slow down.
Outer ponder party people.
No.
Come on, outer ponder party people.
Shane?
What's gonna happen with the outer ponders and lead into it somehow with the plane?
Please, that'd
All
be
right, so
awesome.
if
shout out
they
to your
do the
boy, Red
outer
Fan.
ponder, here's the question that's going to be facing us very soon. When they do the outer ponder party people, psyop, alien ancestor, advanced society invasion, when they fly their ships here, are they going to treat our pond as stationary, even though our pond is supposed to be actually a ball spinning?
This is a weird way to phrase it. So
you've lost my plot, bro.
So what is a pond? You gotta like.
Well, a pond would be the
educate
idea
the
is that
audience
if
here.
there is some sort of like firmament or edge to the lake, you could say the pond, right? If you live in a pond of continents, then there could be other ponds of continents with their own star or their own sun and moon system, and it could just be like a kind of like a cookie cutter, like you know, like a cupcake pan of ponds of other outer ponders. Now, whether that's true or not, I think they're gonna at some point be forced to, if not, already they plan to admit to flat Earth and just use the outer ponders as the aliens and
Don't
merge
forget the
those
airplane
two,
tie-in.
ideas. That would be their best plan, unfortunately. But I don't know if they're going to do that. Seems like they're leading into that. Seems like they're giving us predictive programming for it.
Basically, the summary is that New Perspective has found a way to say that if flat Earth comes out, it's actually a bad thing.
Right?
Yeah.
So creative.
Well, it could be that they'll have to do that, whether they meant to do it or not. What would you do? We should start thinking like them. Is all I'm saying. If we think like, what would we do if we were in their position and we're being called out,
I would
and
expedite the
it's too
bird
late.
flu.
Yeah, that's one of the things they've tried, maybe because of what we're doing. Yeah.
I know. I'll just say, look, dude, bird flu, man, and then I'd be like, oh, you
Sounds
see all
like they're
these
going to do
people,
that.
dude,
I heard they're doing that now, right?
I'd be like, bird flu causes myocarditis and neurological diseases plus cancer. And they're like, oh, look, that's all of a sudden people would notice. Oh, wow, this is
Are
happening.
you playing Plague with the symptoms?
Then they'll come in with a much more lethal dose, right? And then it's like, all right, well, we can manage the leftovers.
I think they're going to bring back Ebola, but they're going to call it Rebola, and then just
That's too clever.
vaccinate from there.
Wow. And then the aliens come.
Got to rebeta Rebola.
Dude, that's what it's going to be, bro. It's going to be the coma cluster vax. The coma cluster vax is going to save us, and then
Coma cluster.
yeah, it's going to get a vax from the coma cluster, and then Elon's going to get taken up into a UFO and come back as a god, and he's going to deliver the vaccine directly into your temple.
Yeah, that one is believable.
Yeah, he's going to hover back down with an inoculation. It's going to go right into your brain.
Yo, I think either Shane or New Perspective, one of you guys are hot micing.
Oh, it could be me. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, probably the
So
guy.
anyway, that was cracking up when you were saying that you're going to jump off the boat and go out of ponders.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that you heeded the call.
No, like literally, think about it. Here's the narrative. So we were about to turn around and leave, and the flat earther got super mad. He's like, "No, we're not done here." And they're like, "Dude, this is just a conning on the bottom of the ball, man. We gotta go." He's like, "Dude, I turned the ship around, or I'm jumping off." And then he did it. He jumped off into the icy cold water, the Antarctica waters, and then he just screamed outer ponders and started swimming.
Save me, outer ponders! Save me! I'm here. Rescue me!
You know what would be interesting, actually, though, is if you went out there to document the twilight time. Yeah, thank me later.
We could do that from the south end of Argentina without a permit.
Yeah, but I think, like, obviously the twilight time would progressively get shorter the further out south you go.
Yo, that's Dematic. You're hot micing.
What do you guys think?
Is
You
that
think
who
that
it
the
is?
twilight?
Gotcha.
Think the twilight would be way much shorter out south?
Yeah. Do like the furthest away you get from the last line of sun transit, which would be like the outer tropic, then yeah, it should absolutely get longer and longer. Actually,
no, shorter.
Shorter, yeah. Like wait, it should be instantly
dark,
becoming dark. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of like how the globe should be when you have like the transit over the mass side of the sphere. It should be like dark, bright for everyone.
Isn't it crazy how like an actual sphere Earth would have so many things happen, but none of those things happen, and so what they do is they just like make up reasons why it happens that way. Like it's like every known way that would falsify the globe just happens every day, but they're just like, but nah, that's how it works on the globe. Isn't it crazy? It's like
it's like every proof is like, listen, it's gonna look that it's like perfectly flat and appear as though it's perfectly level, but it's the opposite. That's how they have to start every globe proof. It's like, wait a second.
Yeah, we're going to be like 3 million miles closer to the sun, but it's going to be winter. Just letting you know.
Yeah, and just say the word tilt. Say the word, but like say it with conviction. If anyone pushes back, say gravity. And if they keep arguing with you, pull out the big guns. Say the R word.
How is the Earth tilted on its axis in space if space has no like directional orientation?
Just off of actually, what is it in relation to?
Exactly. There's no such thing as up
Polaris.
and down in space.
Is it? No, it's not, right? Because the North Pole's directly under Polaris.
Yeah. So
It's
then
all supposed to
with
be
the tilt,
relative to the sun ecliptic.
Yeah,
that's
it'd be
ridiculous.
relative to the observer. That'd be the answer they'd give you.
Well, like, okay, yeah, the sun looks like it's on the ecliptic because we're tilted or whatever, but like, where do you get yours 90?
Exactly. They
Because
just
in
made up.
reality, you get your 90 because we're standing on a flat Earth, and we know what's above us, and we look at the sun and we see that it's at an angle. Okay?
How would you get a 90 in the vacuumness of space for an orb, and not just one but multiple?
That's actually kind of a trip. And obviously, yeah, they're just reverse engineering the ecliptic of the sun, but it's so funny because it's like you had to use a flat Earth to do that.
So is the sun flat?
I don't know. I've never been there. You know what's also really crazy to me is like,
Wait, was that one of our guys
dude, check
just
this.
making a joke, or is that a serious question?
There are billions of people on the Earth that literally think that's a good point. Like, bro, we are screwed. We are totally screwed. Throughout all of history, all the Masons, everyone, they're like, yo, plane geometry Earth, spherical geometry sky.
Right.
And now we got people that are like, they literally think that the sun's a circle, therefore the Earth must be a ball. Who told you that? Where?
I know Freemasons who definitely don't lie, who tell you everything you need to know.
But the Masons know that the Earth is plane geometry and the sky is spherical trig, right? But like,
whoa,
it's so crazy to think about. It's like, and then I try to say this, and it's like I speak a different language. I'm like, okay, you realize that if the Earth's not moving, it's in the center of the universe, right? So everything else is moving around the Earth. Everything is smaller and more local to the Earth. So if everything in the universe is moving around the Earth is the only thing in the center. It's distinctly different from everything else. It's the only thing in the center that everything else moves around. What makes you think it needs to be the same as everything else? It's actually stupid.
Yeah, well said.
It would be stupid to think it was like everything else.
It's not. Yeah, it's literally not logical.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the exact opposite of the logical pattern. It's like,
yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, I've often said that they have to make everything about the model fallacious and a far stretch, even though it would have to be anyway, because it's the opposite of what it seems.
That's why they do
But
it.
it
That's
works.
exactly it.
Yeah, that's why. But it's almost like they stretch out it makes you have to have faith in science rather than knowing it, right? Because if it was something that just made common sense, they wouldn't know they gave you that idea, right? It would just be what we would come to on our own, right? So it has to be outside of the realms of common sense, because then they know they're the ones controlling your thoughts. That's what you have faith in. And they made science into a faith that way. It's crazy.
We're also talking about a population that looks up at the sun and they think, yeah, that's exactly the same as the stars. Like, what?
They got us good, bro.
Bro, nothing about it looks like a star.
And the one that we see, like that sun dog, that's a average, insignificant one even. The other
Yeah,
ones
so
are infinitely bigger.
way bigger. Yeah. So like, why? So why wouldn't you? Is the moon a star?
Nah.
The moon's not a
No,
star,
how
but the
dare
sun's a
you?
star.
We
Oh.
just
No.
figured, nah.
But wait.
That one's a rock.
Could the planets be the same thing as stars, but just be closer? No, that's insane.
No, we
You're
figured that those
insane.
ones that move a little different, those ones are rocks.
Yeah,
or
the
balls
sun
of
moves a
gas
little
that are
different.
not
and
stars.
The sun moves
gases.
a little
Yeah,
different
sorry,
too,
my bad.
Toby.
Frozen
Yeah,
gas,
no,
frozen gas.
The sun moves a little different too, man.
Man, them scientists in faith. I think I want to read Michael Brenner's thing that was like the evolution quote. It's called the scientificality of the globe.
Well, did you
Yeah,
know
but
that
think about that.
anthropomorphic activity is actually driving climate change on the planet Jupiter, and the red spot is getting bigger because of all the fossil fuels that we're using?
Yeah,
Hey,
6
that's a lot of
million
word salad,
times
brother.
bigger.
That's word salad.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what I was just think about this though. Okay. They think the sun is the same thing as the stars. And they will mock you as if it's insane and you're retarded if you don't automatically believe that. If you say the planets may be just wandering stars, then they'll mock you as if you're retarded for saying that. So the planets that look much more like the stars in our sky can't be like the stars, but closer. That's impossible. But the sun doesn't look like the stars. 100% has to be the same as the stars, but closer. Pretty wild. What is
That
the
doesn't really make sense. You've got some that emit radiation in the form of photons, right? And others that merely reflect it. They're not producing or radiating heat and light.
What?
A planet. You were just saying that because they appear as though they're a star or something. I didn't follow your logic there. That the planets.
No, I get it. Logic isn't something that most of you guys follow. But just because you start reifying models you were shown cartoons of doesn't make it somehow a rebuttal, man. Like when we look at the sky, we see the planets look like the stars. They're lights, they're bright. You zoom in, you get more detail, and then NASA feeds you guys cartoons for adults and you eat them up like it's Saturday morning Cartoon Network or something. Okay. So when
Well,
we
no,
look at
I could get it.
no,
I've
you just
done
gotta
this. I've
listen,
taken
man.
a
When we
large lens,
look at the sky,
right?
we see the planets. They look a lot like stars.
Sure.
They'll look a little brighter.
They are points of light. Sometimes they have different color, right?
Yeah.
Like Mars is kind of reddish.
Yeah. So then we can zoom in on them.
Yes.
Yeah. What if they're just much closer than the stars?
Okay, then what's with the sun? If
No,
that's
wait,
the
no.
case.
This is what Glovers do. What's with the sun then? No,
No,
you're
I'm all up for thought experiments
bro. You
completely.
got it, buddy.
And I know
You
they've lied so
you
much.
just
Like
said
they try and say that humanity, whatever, give it 100,000
Yeah, that
years
was
ago
very
or something that we
precise.
were
Joe,
Neanderthals.
check this,
I
man. Look,
mean,
you
you
said the
look at
stars.
the pyramids and the construction and whatnot. We obviously were a very sophisticated society at some point,
Yeah,
or
man.
something was here.
Check this. You said that the stars can't be like the planets. That doesn't make sense to you because the stars are radiating their own light and heat, but the planets are just reflecting them. And then I pointed out to you, wait, when we see the planets, they look just like the stars. Then we can zoom in on them and we can see more detail, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so I need you to conceive the logic, which is, oh, well, if the stars were the same thing as the planets, but the planets were just much closer, then the stars are going to keep looking like the planets did before we could zoom in on them.
Okay, but that you like equated that the sun and the planets were similar, correct?
No.
Oh, maybe I misunderstood you then.
No. Talking about the mainstream model says that the stars and the sun are the same thing.
Well, okay, that you were talking about that. Yes, that's something you said, that the like the sun is a star or the sun is not a star or different. You probably have different types of stars, right?
Can you acknowledge the point about the planets and the stars?
Okay, define, like I'm a 5-year-old. Explain your point.
Okay, you said that it doesn't logically follow that the stars and planets could be the same thing, and then you said one gives off it's like a source of heat and light. It's radiating out heat and light, but the
Right.
planet is just reflecting light, and that's just because that's what you believe, just some model that you believe. I pointed out they absolutely can be the same thing because when we look at the planets, they look just like stars. But then we zoom in on the planets and we can see more detail. If the stars are just further away, then logically it would follow that they're going to look like the planets did before we could zoom in on them. But they may just be further away, so we can't fully zoom in on them like we can the planets. If we zoom all the way out, the stars and planets look the same. So what that proves is that depending on your resolution, the planets look like stars, which means if the stars were similar to the planets, they would look like stars until you could zoom in enough. Right. I don't know how.
Okay, I'll honor that. That possibly, sure.
Okay. And by the way, that's what planet means. That's literally what it means. It means wandering star. That's what the name of it means.
Yeah, okay, well that makes sense though. If you were looking from Earth and if you're staring at the sky and you got no TV or nothing, you're just like in the middle of nowhere, no light pollution, you see the Milky Way, it's just freaking incredible. There's bazillions of these things. And some of them trek way faster than others. So that would be a wandering star to a primitive human, right?
Yeah, sure, man. So I mean, anyway, the point's been made. So like if the planets are just closer to us than the stars, they could just be the same thing.
Okay,
They
but
look a lot the same, and like actually these cartoons you see of the planet, like when you actually look through a telescope, you don't see the same thing you see from NASA. And to even get like a static, more solid looking image, you have to stack like dozens of pictures on top of each other.
Okay, well, I've worked with satellites, KU and C band for communication, and I have a FCC license, and I'm a photographer, videographer, right? So I've had access to lenses and what you would call a telescope. I've also been to.
What would I call it though? If you call it a telescope?
Well, okay, you call it a long distance lens, basically, with lots of magnification. So I can get
Yeah, I'm
images
cool with
of the
telescope.
moon or of planets. Right, with this tool, it's just glass, and then I mean a lot of what I did, it was recording photons on silver oxide emulsion. We call it film.
I guess I'm just not understanding why every time a point is made, you don't acknowledge it, right? Like the point was that the planets don't look like these pictures that were shown by NASA.
Well,
Well,
that's
when you look
totally
through a
hold
different.
on. Like,
telescope.
I get a better question: is who are you, and why is your Telegram group full of anti-flat Earth bots, dude? What's going on with you? Who are you?
Just a dude on the internet.
No, come on.
That's pretty lame, buddy. If your Telegram's full of like anti-flirt bots, what's up with that?
No,
Little
that's our bot.
fake
You like flat, bro?
flat bro. So why do you have a flat bro, and why is your picture that retarded. I mean, hold on. Let me just show everyone what we're dealing with here, so we know, so everyone can be on the same page. I'll put it in the jumbotron here. Here's we got like the group, and then your chosen avatar. Say, let's share that one up. I don't know, man. Am I like a mystic, or am I sensing trollish vibes?
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
No. I totally believe that we've been lied to at a level that
The
is
tone and inflection of that,
not
the way you
comprehensible
delivered
to most
lied to
humans.
was indicative of somebody who's trying to troll. Like the way
I
you
mean, I'm just gonna be
delivered
honest.
that
Every
lied
time you
to.
have your point directly refuted, you just respond by moving the goalpost, which is exactly what trolls do.
Well,
Yeah.
I'd like to hear what you think we've been lied to about. What's your list of things we've been lied to about?
Oh,
You
yo,
never,
Oh, it's
never
lifeline.
fails, dude. It never.
No.
So much
No,
credit just for your
we-
consistency, new perspective.
He believes the best in humanity, guys. There's nothing we need to
Yeah.
say about
Dude,
it.
we need to have like a new perspective room. So once we detect the troll, we just like send him over there.
New perspective can
Take him
talk him back.
serious.
What you guys don't want to hear what he's going to say.
I
You
have
don't want
a
to hear what he's going to
crypto
say.
coin.
No,
If you-
he's just
So
here to
much
waste
faith
time.
in humankind, man.
Yeah, I would say out of the like unified exhale of disgust the room immediately gave you, the answer is probably double down. No.
Dude, he's
I
just a
don't.
dude on
I'm
the internet
confused by it
making
because
flat
he's
bro channels,
obviously.
Dave.
I
Flat
want him to
Bro
dig his
is
own.
an
Let him dig his own
AI
hole. Let him
model.
dig his own hole.
I do
Let him dig his
like
own
the
hole.
approach. I do like that approach.
Okay, what have we been lied to about?
Okay, let's take the pyramids for example. Right? They obviously show that we were very advanced at some time.
How?
Can we do any of that today?
Yes.
How though? What was advanced about the pyramids? What?
Any of
Please.
what?
Well, okay, there's pyramids all over.
That's
right?
not. That's
You've
not.
got
That
them
was,
in
Let's
that was
South
just
not
deal with
America.
Cheops for a while. Of
That
what?
was not the
At
Pardon?
question.
Cheops, what can't we do?
What's advanced about the pyramids?
The tooling, the movement of the rocks,
Did you see a tool?
the precision.
Did you ever see a tool? Did you see a rock moved ever?
Did you just watch the History Channel or something?
No, I don't actually watch the History Channel much anymore.
So you don't know what's advanced about the pyramids.
Pardon?
I don't
Nothing,
watch
go
The
on.
Big Bang Theory much anymore either.
The pyramids were pretty clearly like sophisticated chemical.
Liar.
So you don't know what made the pyramids advance. Continue.
Well,
What else do you got?
I
What
was
else you got except
starting
for
to tell
pyramids?
you, and you guys were cutting me off.
Okay, well you can chug fluoride and know the pyramids can't be replicated. So what else you got?
I don't know what your point is there. You didn't even
You
let me
could
finish.
literally chug tap water and know that the pyramids can't be replicated.
I like how you chose that to elucidate.
What's the double delta there?
Let's say you guys tried to identify me as a troll.
What else do you got except for the
Well, Shane
pyramids,
did,
buddy?
to be
What
fair.
do you want to know?
You
Ask
wanna
your
blame
question.
I'm just look. I don't know how else to say this. I know people that got 5 boosters that know that we can't rebuild the pyramids. So what else do you got?
Yeah,
What else do I got?
you said that we've been lied to on a level that most students can understand, right? So that's
No,
like
no,
a
no.
kind of a norm. It's kind of a normie thing. A lot of people have heard about the pyramids. So what are these things that we've been lied to on the level that's like beyond most
It's
people
mind blowing. Yeah.
being aware of it? Yeah. What are those things that you think we've been lied to about?
Well, there's a lot of them. But let's just go. We'll go with what I was going to talk about on the first thing here.
We all know
That
about the
humans
pyramids.
were
Let's
very,
try
very
something else.
advanced. We had an advanced society at some point, and that's all been cut out of the instruction book we call the Bible. There are a few parts of it that, like the book of Enoch, for example.
Bro, you're reading from a script in real time. Please stop. It's painful to hear. It's really painful to hear.
Well, do you guys
Just
want to
stop.
accept or not? If you guys are
Brother, listen,
prejudged already.
brother, your tone and inflection is indicative of somebody reading from a script in real time. Please stop. It's painful to hear.
Reading from a script, okay?
Yes,
See, you're prejudging.
You're not confident.
If that's the way you want to
you're
think,
not confident in your delivery and your tone of words.
How about this? I got an idea.
Yeah,
we'll
like,
ask
please.
you questions. We'll ask you questions.
Okay, go ahead.
All
Ask
right.
a few
Did
questions.
giants
Let's do it.
exist? Did giants exist?
Yes.
Is the mainstream story of dinosaurs true?
No.
Is fluoride good for you?
maybe in tiny amounts on your teeth, but
Wrong.
not to consume in a shower. Or that like dumbs us down most likely.
Did you take the jab?
Did I what?
Take the jab.
Yes.
Would you
The reason
again?
why is because I had a dying parent in a nursing home. The only
My
way to view
follow-up
them
was,
was to do that.
would you again?
Oh, hell no.
Okay.
I
Do you think
protested severely.
Do you think any of that was orchestrated?
Do I what?
Do you believe that situation was orchestrated?
No, I just told you. I think that was a way to remove Trump. I think it was a compilation of a maneuver between the World
Trump's the
Economic
one that
Forum and the
pushed it
CIA
out.
and
Trump's the
the
one that pushed it
CCP.
out. Trump pushed it out. He just bragged about it 3 days ago.
Yeah, and he's an idiot for that. So I worked in virology and bloodborne pathogens in a hospital setting, doing the video that I was talking about, photography, back in the 90s, and I actually worked with the man, Mr. Anthony Fauci, and did not
Does
like him.
NASA
Really?
NASA lie? Does NASA ever lie?
NASA?
Mhm.
What if you accept unbridled truth from our government? Then
I got an applied
okay.
question
Here's the
for
deal:
you.
you lie to me 1% or 99% or 100%. It doesn't matter, right?
Has NASA ever
Truth
faked
has been
space
breached.
footage? Is
I
the
have
question.
an applied question for you based on your career there, what you just mentioned.
Mhm.
You're a photographer, work with Fauci, you're in virology. Well, that's all
Mhm.
fabulous. Well, then that would mean you have pictures of 90 nanometer wide viral particles on them on their own replicating. You got that?
No, but I did.
You don't? Well, that's
clone.
about how big they all are. You don't have any video
No. This
and
was all. I mean, this was back in the AIDS crisis when he was much younger. I
no,
didn't
now
recognize.
viri. Have you got it or not, man? Like
No,
forget
you're just trying to
forget the
bait.
80s, the 90s.
Okay, not falling for that one. All right,
No,
next
I mean, have you
question.
got any? I'm looking for
What
pictures
do
of
I
90
have?
nanometer wide viri
Why would I have
replicating.
those laying around?
Well, you're in virology. You're a photographer.
No.
You're doing for Fauci. You're into that thing. You should
that
have
was
that.
during
You
the
should have
AIDS
volumes
crisis.
of that, right? Have you ever
Pardon?
taken it? Have you ever taken any of it? Ever?
Taken any of what?
Come on, bro.
I have to say this for
No,
the
come
fourth
on.
time.
You guys are like so close-minded or whatever here.
I'm
Like
looking for
I'm
evidence.
open to
I'm
thought
totally open.
experiments
You
and
can't be
trying
more
to figure out what the
open-minded
hell
than
you
I
guys
am
are
in
all
this
about.
question.
Well,
My
just some guy
question
on the
could not be
internet.
more open-minded. I'm giving you the benefit of
No,
every
you're just
doubt and
being a dick.
asking you to show
Is
us
what you're doing.
what you do. You're
No,
in
you're just
virology.
straight
Okay,
You're
up
hold
being a
on,
dick.
hold on,
you
hold on.
got
Can
you're a
we,
photographer.
were you saying that you were photographing viruses? Is that a misunderstanding?
That's what he
No. I
said.
was helping to
No.
record educational material for
Yeah,
teaching
it
hospitals.
was misundersting. Okay,
Oh,
so
so
that
you're
Right.
taking happy pictures of staff. Is that your photography
yeah,
for
See,
Fauci?
yeah,
Why
there
that's
you
would
go,
you
it.
trying to
even
be a
mention
dick
him?
again.
How is that relevant to him then at all? It's not.
I do have a question.
Well,
It's
but
When,
name
he
for
did
this
meet
guy.
dropping.
Whoa,
Fauci. Hold
everyone, we
on,
got too many
he
people
did meet
talking. Hold
Fauci
on,
though.
Name
hold on.
dropping.
It's interesting. Did you see
Yeah.
through
Hold
Fauci
on,
I
back then?
everyone.
flip.
Hey,
Did you
new
French
see that he was
fries
perspectives.
a
All
with
right, hold
fraud?
on, hold
gnocchi. How
on.
you doing?
Guys. We got like new perspectives trying to talk. Stone's trying to talk. And I think also Bassmatic's trying to talk as well. Let's just do one at a time here. When I unmute here, why don't you go ahead and go Stone, and then let's go back to Basto, and then let's go to new perspective.
Thank you. I mean, the way he was laying down his CV was implying all kinds of glorious things about his career history. And I was looking for one piece of material that if he was the man he was implying he was or is, that this is something that he would have in his portfolio. That it would be an an everyday occurrence for someone in his
No,
department
you
and his
made a
function
giant
the way
leap
that he
to
described it.
you made a giant leap to whatever you thought or were trying to
Okay, I'll quote
point
you.
out
You
or
said you were in
whatever your motive
virology.
was. But
You
you're
said you were.
generally just trying to be a
Yo,
I'm
dick. I
quoting
let
mean,
him
you.
finish.
obviously the tone in your
Let him let it
voice,
Basto.
your
Let Stone
diction.
finish. Basto, let
Let me
Stone
quote
finish, and
you.
then you can go.
I will quote you. You said you were in virology and that you're a photographer and that you worked with near Fauci, and you know what I mean? That suggests that, a lab-oriented function to what you were doing. Otherwise, you wouldn't
There
mention
was
Fauci as
lab-oriented
important at
functions.
all. Well, then are you the guy taking the pictures of viri or not?
No. This was in the 90s too. We were not working with
Are you the
mRNA or any of
guy
that
who
crap.
was taking pictures of viri or not?
I did take pictures of bloodborne pathogens. We were in the AIDS crisis.
Do you or did you take pictures of 90 nanometer wide viral particles replicating?
No. Did I say that? I don't know what your point is.
I'm just trying to nail down the raison d'etre for anybody working in virology. If there ain't
There are
no
many different
virus.
capacities, right? We were cloning DNA. We were
Okay,
working
take
on
it away.
Lyme's disease and HIV.
Yeah, I think maybe we need to rotate some mics here pretty soon.
I had a quick
Well,
question.
okay. Since I was on the list of like people
Oh yeah,
debunking, I
yeah,
was just
yeah,
trying
yeah.
to
I'm
say. I
sorry.
think.
New perspective, please. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I was just, yeah, I could tell that it was a misunderstanding. He wasn't taking pictures of viruses, but it is interesting that he's now seen through that epidemic that we were just in, and he took the jab, but then wouldn't take it again. So I think what might be being missed, as far as like where Stone might be coming from, or a lot of people here have the opinion of viruses not even existing. So you may have seen through the pandemic, but have you gone to the point where you actually are questioning whether virology or viruses themselves are actually a psyop altogether? Like it's just a fabrication. Have you ever thought of that or considered it?
Well, that's an interesting thought experiment that the viruses are a psyop.
Mhm. Well, what it seems to be, I don't know if you ever heard of microzyma, but they make microzyma are you heard of those? Okay, yeah. So it makes the cell pleomorphic, and they can actually overrun the body if they're trying to attack an infection of some sort that could be a threat, seen as a threat, or implemented as making the body think it's a threat. So yeah, so it's interesting. I think that there's a viral reaction to an infection within our bodies, and they're calling that viral reaction the virus and acting like it's something that comes from outside of us. When you can't really have this living thing that attacks you come from the outside because it can't survive, without being inside the body, if whatever it is. So it's not. It's just a
Right. It's sort
misinterpretation. Like they do it's like they're showing something real, and then the interpretation that they come up with, just like with the globe Earth, which it sounds like you might have got. You haven't been tuned into that part of a lot of the lies yet. It seems like, and we're not on have you considered the idea that we're not on a spinning ball, regardless of what you see in the sky with your pictures? Have you considered
Yeah,
the idea?
it's
Yeah.
I can like I said, a thought experiment. I can
Hey,
absolutely.
when you say that, when you say thought experiment, what definition are you invoking?
I'm just saying, like a lot of things. If you
What
how to
definition
put
are you
this,
invoking?
if
Well,
you
just
want to
let
find
him say it.
truth, right? Sometimes you have to examine things from different angles, right? So you need to do what I
Mhm.
would call a thought experiment, where
What
let's
definition
postulate,
are
like
you
for example,
invoking?
let's do this: the death of the president of Iran, was that an assassination or
Oh,
not?
man.
What definition are you invoking when you say thought experiment? Please answer.
Well, how do you? So
I mean,
you, the
no.
scientific
No. Hey,
method,
hey, hey,
right?
hey.
You come up with
It's
a
not a me ask
hypothesis
you a
and then you
question.
try
It's
and
not a
prove if
me
it's
ask you a
repeatable or not.
question, bro. It's not a me
This
ask you a
is
question. You ask me one
such
back.
deflection.
All right.
I asked you a
Hold on.
direct
Wait a
question
minute.
because you
I
understand
think
that I
if
just cornered you, bro. I asked you a direct question. I'm asking it again. What definition of thought experiment are you using when you say it? Go.
I don't even know
I'm
what you
using
mean
that.
by that. Like, what do you mean by
No, because
thought
because because he keeps
experiment?
saying thought
What's the
experiment. He keeps
definition of
saying,
a
look,
thought
he keeps
experiment?
saying thought
Okay,
experiment, and I
like
took it
let's
upon
take it. Let's
myself,
take something else.
and I
Is there
took
a
it upon
God or
myself to
gods?
look up
Right?
the phrase thought experiment, and it has many
Oh
meanings.
boy.
So which meaning are you trying to invoke? Because one
Well,
is a very respectful meaning, and the other one's derogatory. I'm just trying to figure out what you're doing right now.
No, it'd be the respectful
hold on a
one. Like
minute. Hold on.
let's do
I don't know
the.
who the guy. Well, I don't know who the guy is asking about what definition of thought
Because
experiment it is.
because
But
thought
in my
experiment can be
opinion,
something that's a hypothetical
regardless if
in
this
the
guy's a
realm.
troll or not, It does. That's not. It's not a very well formed question because I don't think anyone on the
It is.
panel
It is a well
really
formed
knows how
question
to
because he just
differentiate
came up
between
here.
thought experiments.
He just came
Like
up here.
it's like
Yeah, agreed.
New
Agreed.
perspective.
Right.
You're not understanding my train of thought. It has a multiple meaning
I
phrase.
think you're interrupting
He's
him
been
though.
throwing it
With
Yeah,
out.
I
you're
think
like
you're
He's been
being.
interrupting
I
throwing
don't
him.
know. I think you're being like defensive
he's been
about.
throwing it
Yeah,
out
you're
because
interrupting
people
him with
ask him
trying to
stuff.
Yeah,
pin him on
Senpu.
something
I'm not pinning him on
particular
anything.
about what he's saying,
It's
and
called using
it's not
logic to
helping right now, bro.
understand what people are doing. He keeps throwing it
Okay,
out, and
fine,
people
but
ask,
can you hold off?
can I get my
Can you wait till
thought
he's
out? Can I
done?
get my thought
No,
out?
you're
Can I get my
interrupting
thought out?
him.
Can I get my thought out? You won't let me get my thought out.
No,
He keep
because you're
he
actually
won't
out.
because
You should be muted
I'm
right now
explaining
until
my
he gets
train
his
of
thought
thought, and
out,
you won't
bro.
let me.
Toby, I think you were speaking there, but you were actually muted while everybody was muted.
Oh, my bad. Huh. Go ahead, Senpu. I'm gonna give you the mic. Just make it quick, man, and then let's go back to New Perspective and Basto. But just make it quick.
Yeah, I was trying to. I kept getting interrupted. The phrase thought experiment has two meanings. It has one meaning, which means you can have a hypothetical that we can all throw out on the table and talk about, and it has another meaning where an idea is just fabricated in your own mind and it's basically imagination. And he keeps throwing this phrase out when we ask him direct questions and obfuscating to something different. So I took it upon myself to figure out, why do you keep doing that instead of just answering the question. So that's why I asked him, what definition are you trying to invoke when you say that? Because you keep saying it, and I
Okay,
think you're
okay.
just trying to make fun of people.
We got it. All right, so go ahead then, Basto. Did that make sense to you? The question.
What question? No, I understood his explanation of what he was like trying to
He was trying to
convey.
ask you about what you mean by thought experiment.
Oh, am I trying to be insulting? Is that what his question is? He's not very direct there.
Yeah, yes, I was very direct because you
Okay,
keep
no, I'm
using
not
it
trying to be
whenever we ask you
insulting.
direct questions, and you obfuscate and say that instead of just answering the
hold
question.
on.
No. Okay, to smart kid, you're not very smart, or at least socially capable.
All right.
Yeah, we don't need to go back and forth between you guys now because it was interruptive. Can you continue with what you were trying to say? Because regardless of what you mean by thought experiment, I think we all kind of have a common understanding of
Yeah,
what you mean
obviously
by
that was
thought
a
experiment.
trigger to the smart
It
kid
was
there.
just a question,
Yeah,
but
but let's not
everybody
worry
kind of
about what
blew
he
it out
said
of
now.
proportion. I just was
Let's
trying
move
to
on
answer
from
the
there.
direct question, and
But
nobody
now,
did.
now it doesn't even matter what he was saying because that kind of disrupted the whole
Yeah, talk
idea.
We're
about
not.
But
Yeah.
anyway,
obfuscation that didn't even
but
allow a point to be made.
regardless, I think you were saying something about. I asked you directly, have you ever considered the idea that we're not in a spinning ball? Have you looked into any of the things that totally show us? I mean, everyone here you're listening to has looked into this for a really long time, and we've realized that there's no possible way we're on a spinning ball.
No,
Whether it's
that's what
one
I'm
thought
curious
experiment or
about.
not, there's
That's
lots of
absolutely
reasons
what
for
I'm
that.
curious about. I
It's
believe that
interesting, right? Yeah.
okay,
Okay.
if you take the Bible, right, and you go more literal, that we're on a firmament, right? That there was nothing, there was void, darkness.
Okay.
You know, you follow that path. If there's truth there, if there possibly
Right.
could be,
Right. Bible
which
is definitely
I'm
supports
up
the
to
flat Earth.
say, like, you know, there is a God. Gods, maybe there isn't. Maybe they existed. Maybe they will. Maybe they don't. Now, who knows? That's what I mean by like thought
Well,
experiment.
Did you say
wait,
on
we don't
earth?
even have to go. There's lots of practical ways. We were just talking earlier
Yeah,
how
yeah.
long
No,
you've been
I'd really
listening,
be
but
interested in how it's so clearly defined that like you can refute without a shadow of a doubt the possibility that it could be like
well, since I'm talking to
if it
you,
is
one of the
All
things I
right.
talk about. Let me hold
Guys,
on,
guys,
wait.
guys, guys.
Since I'm talking to you, let me tell you right now.
Hold on, we're way off in the weeds here. What are we talking about? Microzyma? Are we talking about viruses? Like, New Perspective, ask like a formulated question, and then let's put like we're gonna put a timer on this, and then we're gonna cycle some mics and change the topic up a bit.
Okay, yeah, okay. So we went from microzyma and the virology and stuff because he was. I think a lot of people were jumping on this guy because he was talking about taking space pictures and talking about the planets and how and he's a glober, right? But he's not. I don't think he's an anti-flat earther, which I think might be a little bit of our misinterpretation of him. But right now he's entertaining the idea that the viruses aren't necessarily what we were told or that they meant not exist. And then I asked him about the Earth and how, has he ever considered it? So he's new to the conversation let's give him the benefit of the doubt for a second, is all I'm saying. And then I was going to go into what I would say would be irrefutable proof that we're not on a spinning ball. And it's the only argument that I even make any longer, because if we can't land a plane on a spinning ball when the pilots are taught to treat it as stationary, it's not a spinning ball. There's just no way for that to work. So I don't even know who the guy is that I'm talking to, what your name is, but have you thought of that? I mean, if you walk through the logic of that.
Dave, no, his name is, he thinks you're a retard, bro. He's literally a troll. Shane already posted his stuff in the thing. Like, this is a waste of time.
No.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Okay.
That's why I asked
something here.
Yeah,
okay.
we've been like, there's no reason he should still be here, honestly.
To be fair.
Oh, really? Okay, never mind then. I didn't know that. If that's the conclusion, does he have anything to say in his defense? He was about to.
No, bro.
His defense is I'm some guy on the internet.
Well,
we were
you
about
guys
to
are
ice him out.
judgmental as ever.
Yeah, we were
That
about to
is
ice
bizarre.
him
I
out,
don't know.
and you were like, "Yo, stop talking."
All right, sorry to waste the time then.
Out, Dave, and you were like, "Yo, 1 second, I gotta talk to him real quick." Yeah.
Well, I thought he was going to dig himself a hole, and then he ended up actually seeming like not that way.
Nah, the hole was literally.
No, Dave was trying to save you and then send you 17 messages to be his friend requested. To be honest,
like you stopped.
Well, actually, I was giving him the argument that no globe earther would have an answer to, so he would have found out anyway.
I mean, he did repost a bunch of our stuff, but your Telegram chat picture, man, is what I'm basing it on, right? And that flirt for life emoji here with what could only be described.
I just rotated him out. The discussion was getting insanely redundant, so it was time to change things up.
Fair enough. Good call too.
Cool, I'm fine with that.
But I do appreciate, Dave. I know we like tease you for it, but I do appreciate the way you give people the benefit of the doubt. Honestly,
always and against.
Well, it's not. If he's a troll, if he's a troll, he would have exposed himself a lot worse than that, it seems. But maybe he's that good a troll. I don't know.
Well, actually, he did expose himself. And what he did was he took my suggestion of actual experimentation and changed up the nomenclature and dismissed it as exactly what you guys were chewing on. Some kind of thought experiment that we might do in the future. Oh, that's worse than trite for dismissal.
That was like his 6th time saying it. That's why I was like,
yeah.
What the fuck
I mean, I've been sitting here in utter amazement watching you guys grapple with this ass.
I mean, like, well, see, that's the reason I
I've
went
just
to the
been
plane.
listening.
Even with somebody that doesn't know the arguments or any normal person, if you explain to them how planes couldn't even land on a spinning ball, everyone's been on a plane. They know they land safely. The only way that's possible is if it's actually stationary the way that the pilot treats it. He would have no refutation to that, and he would have either saw it or given some weird answer that would have made us know he was a troll. That's what I was trying to do. But then everyone jumped at me for like giving him the chance.
It's not the way to go, Dave, because he's not a pilot. We had to take notice of what he mentioned in his own CV and then put his feet to that fire, the virology fire, the one where he's standing upon using fallacy of credential to somehow impress upon us something he's reading off a fucking page.
Now it seems like we're wasting time talking about it. If he was that much of a waste of time,
see what was actually happening.
Toby was commending you.
Identify it in the future, right?
Toad was disagreeing.
All right, so let's see here. We got some other people on stage. I don't see any hands up though, but if anyone else has any questions or thoughts, I see we just brought Soldier on stage here. Limitless Energy. D369. Oh yeah, D369. You had your hand up. Go ahead if you have a question or thought or something.
Yeah.
What's up, everybody? Late to the party. What did I miss?
A little bit of trolling, a lot of fun.
Thought experiment. Missed a whole bunch of thought experiments.
Okay. I have a thought experiment for everybody, right? So we're talking about the model, or I'm talking about the model. The model is kind of like we're in the center of a field, essentially, right? Like a double torus. We're kind of in that center region. So one interesting thing about the primer fields video was when the guy, I don't know if you've all seen that, but hopefully you have.
Nice.
When when the guy is using the little metallic objects, he rolls them between the two magnetic poles, and that's kind of like where we're saying that we would exist. And so what happens there is they're on top of a, I think it's glass or clear plastic, and they arrange in a circular shape, which is really cool. So then my question from there was like, okay, well, what if he takes away that that table or that glass? I'm wondering, like, does anybody have any ideas about how matter actually forms in that region? Um, every picture I can find, it usually has either like a light source there or just a sphere in general. So I'm like, all right, well, is that the truth? Is that or is that all that just hypothetical? Like, I'd like to see.
It's
Uh,
the truth.
Are
I
you?
literally just got some magnets today, bro, and I've been fucking with them this entire time. And when you put them really, really close together and try not to let them connect with each other, you can literally feel like a ball of energy right there. It's super trippy.
Repulsive force. You mean like the ejection jet sort of thing? Are you asking
well,
like how matter
the
just
ejection
screens
jets are at the
through?
ends,
Sorry.
right?
Yeah.
So like, yeah, so the ejection jets are cool, but I mean, like, so like the matter in the central plane, we call it a plane, and when we look at any rendition of it, it does look like a plane. But how does matter actually form there? Like, does it form with the sphere in the center? Because that's exactly where we're saying we are. So if we're saying we're in the center and then a sphere is always forming in the center, that's a problem for a plane, in my opinion. But if that's just the magnetic part of it and it actually doesn't form the matter in a sphere, but it forms it in a plane around the sphere, then that kind of makes, that kind of aligns with what we're saying. So then,
That's the fear.
like, you see what I'm saying? See what I mean?
Because even with the magnets that I got, because they're sphere magnets, when I have one on the table and I have another one super close and I bring them super close to each other, the one on the table begins to rotate in a circular fashion, but it's not like a complete circle. It's like it's following
Mm-hmm.
the magnetic field. So I just knocked over a whole bunch of shit. So yeah, it does that.
Dude, are you? I lose you when you start saying where matter is created, and I'm trying to connect those two concepts.
I get what he's getting at. When he's saying that, he's trying to say is that where the energy would manifest at, and it's like, yeah, but at the same time, no.
Well, if you okay, so Shane, like, matter is coming from somewhere, right? And it does coalesce however it does, right? I think the guy is really on point in that video. I think the magnetic field is really responsible for how things are aligning. So I feel like it that's what's creating the because we see the same shit, same thing even with the models that they have. These are just models, right? The probability zones that they have for the electron, right? They all take a geometric shape. Um, I feel like magnetism is really what's aligning everything in the
And
physical universe.
dielectric.
Well, the dielectric is creating, I think, the pressure to keep everything, but I think it's aligning. But you may be right. I mean, I'm just guessing, right? So it's probably a mixture of both, right? That's aligning everything. So at the center, I'm wondering how it aligns everything. Does it align it all in a plane there in that inertial area, or does it align it in a sphere?
I've been trying to figure this out all day, bro. I like again with
It's
the
a focal
magnets.
point, guys.
Yeah.
Well,
This is just
Right.
polar concavity with a focal point. It's not
but
toroidal.
Did you watch the whole thing on the primer fields? With like that way he went on to like the whole expanding shape of it, the toroidal thing, the ring zone, the flip zone, the double thing.
Yeah, yeah. So we're talking. So here's the thing, right? It's an interesting thing because I can't figure it out either. So we're saying that we're at that central plane, which is below the flip zone and below the ring you're talking about, the second ring. There's two rings there.
the block
We
domain.
would be under that on one side and above that on the other side. So we'd be in that central area. So we got the torus above and the torus below. We're in the central area. So when he does when that, and that's exactly where he has the glass pane that he puts the rolling I think they're steel or something, little magnetic balls that he has there, and they align in a circle right at the central point, which is really cool. And then there's When you go outside the bowls, there's another ring that forms there. Now, because these are just single objects on a glass plate, what I'm thinking is, okay, what happens if you have smaller objects and you remove the glass plate? What shape does it all take? You feel me? So like in
Yeah.
the large scale, it would take the full torus shape on both sides. But what about just that central plane where we're claiming it's a plane? Does it actually form as a plane, or does it form as...
I see what you're asking. Would it actually be flat for real?
Yeah,
Like,
because
yeah, I see
that's
what.
what we're saying we are, right? So if it does
So
form
then
that way,
that's a
that
question of
kind of
scale.
gives us proof, because everything is the same from scalar, scaling up to down, down to up. It would make sense that we would have the better model at that point. But
Why
if
is
it
that
does
so true?
form a sphere, then I think we have some serious questions that we need to ask ourselves.
I'm glad you brought this up, bro. I'm really glad because, like I said, like me messing with the magnets, and I've like never like, because like, bro, like me understanding the ether and shit now. Like I had magnets as a kid, but having magnets now is way cooler. And I've been messing with them, bro. And it's just when you can feel the ball, and then even still, like as I'm doing it right now, the magnet on the table is making a circle, and I'm not doing anything. I'm just holding them close to each other. So it's like, what's going on here? Whenever you get them super close toward the middle. I mean, yeah, you can. It's doing the sacred geometry like formation. Like it's not making a complete circle, so it's like the magnetic field. But
So the guy that does that video, I don't know if you guys know, he has all of his blueprints and stuff and CAD files downloadable for free, so people can make use of it. I think that's something that would be really cool. If anybody in here has the wherewithal to create those and like experiment with them to see, I think that would be really cool. Anyway, that was my thing for today.
That would be cool. And I like how he calls them CERN bowls, like specifically. He's like, let me get my CERN bowl magnets and get some stuff and play with some things and play with the
Yeah.
forces of nature or whatever.
Yeah, his videos are awesome, man. I really think he's onto something.
Yeah, but the guy really real life like showed us how an inertial plane gets formed and like how everything in the sky can be explained without nonsense, retarded dark matter, dark energy, and all this shit. And people push him aside, and we're like, oh, we'll scoop him up. That dude's legit. He'll be on our side before long.
Speaking of that, did I miss any back and forth about the Terrence Howard thing?
A bit.
What's the general consensus for you guys?
Did you catch the free range moron comment?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I'd see you missed a fair bit.
I think it's like cool that he's talking about some of the things he's talking about. I think like honestly his whole thing about 1 × 1 = 2 is really silly. And I think the fact that people act like it's profound is also kind of silly, personally. But that's me or whatever. I don't know. I think he's just kind of stumbled in some interesting information, but I don't think he's. I don't know. He doesn't seem to actually have the depth that some people seem to think he has. But his patents are not. If you actually look into his patents, they're not. From what I've gathered, they're not impressive at all. Most of them are design patents, and one of them's for a toy, and one of them's for a piece of jewelry. And then he oh yeah, the biggest thing, he makes up a lot of stuff. It kind of seems like he talked about seeing his own hand in the womb and stuff. It's just bizarre. Like, why would someone say that? This is so bizarre. But it's cool. He's talking about Walter Russell stuff on Joe Rogan, so I'll take it.
I think he might be onto something too. The reason I say that is the counter space argument was also mentioned by the other guy, the actual physicist that I do like. The only thing I don't like about the physicist is that in his theory it kind of recovers relativity. That's the one thing I don't really like about it. But he's a baller. He's a globie, and
that's my gripe with Ashton right now too.
but I do think a lot of the stuff that he does aligns with kind of the things that we're saying. So instead of calling it the ether, he calls it the spherical Planck something. It's like all the way down at the Planck scale, but it's like a substance essentially. And he does believe everything is all connected. So I think they kind of overlap in that sense. I think that he might be onto something. That counter space argument, finding the using the counter space of what we are seeing as the lines in the
Wait, who
flower
though?
of.
You're not attributing that to Terrence Howard, right?
Well, what he's doing with it is something that I haven't seen before. What does he call them? Linchpins. I think the whole linchpin idea is pretty cool.
Oh, I'm not familiar with that one. I missed that.
Yeah. Anybody know what I'm talking about with the linchpins?
Yeah, the hydrogen bonds.
Yeah, the bonds
Yeah.
between.
Which hair was he wearing when he mentioned it?
He was on the Rogan show. I don't know, just like his normal hair, I guess.
Was that the Gladys Knight hair or the Dionne Warwick hair? Which one was he wearing?
his normal hair, I guess.
Because he mentioned it twice. Like he mentioned it in I think in Africa or Nigeria, wherever he was, and then he mentioned it on the Joe Rogan podcast. And he showed the prototype twice. And
so
then like
I can't hear him unless he has the Raquel Welch hair on. I'm sorry.
Got you.
I did not listen to the interview, but maybe I'll have to check out some of what he said. I also have not read that Walter Russell book. Familiar with parts of it, bits of it. I have it, but I have not read the whole thing. So, yeah, I'm sure there's something I could learn from listening to that podcast. Probably.
They're giving us convoluted dubs. Like they're giving us like the ether and whatnot.
Yes, dude, that's exactly what it feels like.
That's what I'm saying. Like, when's the buff, bro? I keep saying it, and it's just like, golly.
They talk about everything but the point, right? It's like, oh, you can like kind of talk about the ether a little bit and act like the ether could be a thing. Oh, maybe Einstein's wrong. We'll never know. Like,
bro,
look, they warped an airplane. Like look over here. Ether could be real, but just look over here. Don't look at the whole reason we stopped talking about the ether in the first place. Don't look there. Wouldn't that be the first place you should look? Is why we stopped talking about the ether in the first place.
Yeah, that's exactly. He says that right in the video too. He's like, they threw out the ether. They should, they were wrong. They shouldn't have done that. Another cool thing was when he was talking about what you just mentioned was Walter Russell and the periodic table. I found that to be really interesting too. I never saw that version of the periodic table before.
Me neither, bro.
That was really cool, right?
Like, yeah.
I really got to look into that. That seems really, really interesting.
If anyone needs a copy of the book, I can message me. I can definitely hit you. I can definitely hook you up.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and I'll drop down.
Yo, well, thanks for sharing. Appreciate it. Let's see. We got some hands. Looks like New Perspective fell off. Oh, a lot of people fell off. All right.
Should we give Gleam a mic? He's hanging around down there.
Gleam doesn't always want a mic. If he wants one, of course.
No. Give that dude a mic immediately now. No exceptions. Get him up here. Everything stops until he gets up here.
I mean, if he wants to come speak, yeah, absolutely. 100%.
The show is now on hold until Gleam.
Nobody will commence anything.
We need to kick someone off stage for Gleam.
What have I done?
I will step down.
Or no, we got a spot.
No, let me step down for him.
We're sending you a mic, Gleam. You do no pressure, but we're sending you a mic.
I shall step down.
Right, dude. We all know the difference as a leader. It's so funny.
But my experience.
Hey, real quick about that, I was going to comment about Terrence Howard thing. The guy that was asking about
Order
that.
in the court. We are waiting on Gleam.
Nothing can come.
Is he actually coming?
You weren't paying attention.
I mean, he won't if you.
on the floor.
He won't
This is
if
how
we don't put him in
blackmail
United
works.
Front.
If it just goes, everything just, if we just go totally quiet until he comes on stage, maybe we can get him to just come on stage.
Shh, don't scare him away.
Overruled?
What were you saying, New Perspective?
Oh, just that the Terrence Howard thing, like the fact that he acted like he came up with the idea that about the periodic table himself, and then he found out that somebody else, also had that idea, was a little sus. And yeah, acknowledging
Oh, I
the
didn't even
ether
realize
and
he
talking
claimed
about
that. That is real sus.
yeah, completely. So
Dude,
it just
the
seems
dude
like
claimed like a lot of stupid stuff, bro. Let's be real.
he really did. It's a good thing he didn't claim that he's a flat earther, actually, for us, because of
Yeah,
all the other stuff that he was ridiculous on.
It sounded like he misled a lot about the nature of his patents, is my understanding.
Yes.
Because if you look at the patents, they're not very impressive.
Yes.
That was his whole, like, he was like, people wanted to know if I'm legit or not. I mean, I think the patents have proven it.
Like, the concept pretty cool, though. You can't knock the concept, but yeah. Execution, that's something.
Man, I will say, I don't know a ton about patent law, but I don't think it's super easy to get patents through. But also, once you get a few through, you probably kind of know the process real well, especially if you're just doing design patents.
They're handing them out like packs of beer these days. You can pad it with anything. Some of the stuff I've read over the last year and a half coming out of the office is ridiculous. I'm pretty sure DEI has infected their office too, for what I'm seeing.
Are you saying you don't think 1 × 1 = 2, Stone?
I don't know about that, man.
What is the definition of multiply?
If you got 1, you're going to count it once. I'm pretty sure you got fucking 1. I don't know, man.
You're sounding kind of bigoted there.
That's what I'm saying,
deal
man.
with the empirical there.
You gotta multiply it, man.
Oh boy, I'm gonna trigger someone. My bad.
Gleam says he just woke up. So does that mean that you're coming up, or like you got like your morning voice? You got to sing your morning shower croak out before
It
you
means
can
you got to come on
talk to
stage
us,
and drink some
or-
coffee and chat with us.
What kind of coffee
Speaking
should
of
he drink, Toby?
Go to Starbucks. No, I'm just kidding.
Pick up Black Rifle Coffee Company. No, don't do that. It's actually
Patriot
not good
Supply
coffee.
Coffee. It's
Yeah,
the
pick
only
it. Brushtail Coffee is included in our My Ether Patriot Supply buckets. You'll get a bunch of counterspatial ether pockets and some Brushtail Coffee. My coffee company, for real, my coffee company is Brushtail Coffee. BRUSHTAIL. I roast it myself on a grill, and it's roasted, of course, on a topographical plane, stationary plane.
And then we roast
platter.
him for crying about climate change.
Yeah. Well, stay tuned. Maybe I'll be doing a presentation about climate change over on Aether Cosmology.
Well, again, he roasts himself.
Signal the whole time.
Well, we're going to talk about how the climate changes. And that's what the climate does.
Isn't that what climate means?
Yeah, precisely.
Isn't that kind of like saying a parent horizon?
Yeah. So that'll be coming in the pipeline.
Like stationary Earth.
But I'm a success story, you know? If I can avoid taking the jab and figure out the Earth's flat, then I think anything's possible.
Bonjour.
But 6 million though?
Dude, it made me cry.
Yo,
Was that Gleam? Is that who that was?
That is what that was. What's up, Gleam?
With the friend, I'm finally in. Salute. This is my first time on this Spaces. Well, first time on Spaces, full stop.
Nice.
Yeah, and just
Pretty
to think
cool.
of that, space is a misnomer. I can't believe I'm here.
Funny. He's a Glober. He's allowed to say that, guys. It's okay.
I will trigger my fellow Globers though, idiots. But anyway,
You see, I don't go. I think I've asked you if you're globe before, you kind of said, well, you're kind of like undecided, right? Or
Come
no?
on, Dave. You don't even know. You can't.
Dave.
I know that's what people say. I know that's what he kind of says, but I don't really think he thinks that.
Straight away, I'll tell you my belief. My belief is that I cannot tell you what shape the Earth is because I don't know myself. However,
See, that's what. Yep.
yeah. However, I cannot say that I am a flat earther for that same reason because I don't know, and that's simply as it is.
Yeah, I've
I,
talked to
I
Gleam before, and that's the answer he gives. That's not saying I'm a
So he's
Glober.
really only a
I don't like
Glober
it
by
when people say
default.
he's a
Yep.
Glober.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's his answer. That's not
Well,
a Glober.
Well,
All
put it
right.
this way. Put it this way. When you're arguing against somebody, McToon or Flat Earth, Fight the Flat Earth, who you know is lying, who you've got actual evidence that they are lying, then as soon as you say that you lean towards the flat Earth, that completely allows them to get away with that and negate it.
Yeah, you're
In
then
their mind.
justified by the ends that can be
Yeah, in
horrible
their
to you.
mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I say it as I'm at a football match. I don't support either team. However, I'm allowed to call out fouls for both sides, and it just so happens that the Globers are actually the dirty ones doing all the fouls.
Wonder what the reason is for that.
It's pretty
Wonder
funny.
why.
He's like, I'm just gonna sit here neutrally and call out logical fallacies on either side, right? I'm not gonna play sides. And it's like, oh wait, they all come from one side though. Look, I have nothing to do with that. That's not my problem.
It's a very neutral strategic position to take. Not I'm a Glober, decidedly, kind of the way people make them out to be.
Yeah, but
I've been
if he's
confused about that
introed
since
that
I've talked
way,
to you,
it's
and I've heard people say the
advantageous.
opposite.
Yeah, we'll put it this way. The interesting fact about me is that Ranty tried to convert me to a flat earther. And I said, no, because I don't believe in things like these one photos. I won't base my belief off of just one photo. And he agreed with me. He agreed with me adamantly when he was a flat earther. Then 2 years later, oh, black
One
One
ball.
photo.
Yeah,
Wow.
one photo changes his
That's
belief.
chopped off.
Yeah, so it's all fun and game. But yeah, I'm gonna back down. I will join back in a minute. It's just literally I woke up at 7 and it's 7:17 and I'm hugging this coffee. And
Well, dude,
I
thanks
think I
for.
need to wake and bake as well because it's a nice sunny day.
Absolutely,
So
we're already zooted here. But anyway, dude,
I
thanks
know
for grabbing the mic.
what from now. What time did you start? Because I think it starts at 2 a.m. my time, which is 5 hours ago.
Well, there's no Flat Earth Friday today. We're just chilling, doing something
Okay.
totally different. Name brand excluded, but we've been going for 5 hours 10 minutes, I think.
Yeah. So it would be 2 o'clock. So yeah, I need to pull an all-nighter or something, which is easy to do, but yeah, I need to come in and do a proper chat. I want to have a go at that. I want to have a go at that physicist that Wits it has a go at Franco. Yeah,
No, you say that. He just tweeted at all of us at a nice collision that he just made from CERN. You guys didn't see that, like in real time as he's
Oh,
talking.
did he find it?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
here we
missed
go.
it.
I'll put it in Jumbo.
Dude, he found the VP.
Bro, I was talking to Frank.
Dude, I would love to hear him and Gleam talk. Let's prioritize that possibility.
Oh,
Well,
okay, all right.
it's more. I know what he's going on about. He's very, very wise, and he'll stop. He's got a very harsh limit where he'll stop and he'll say, "No, I'm not qualified to speak on that."
Yeah, that's true.
And
You're right.
yeah, and it's like it's like I don't know. That's the indoctrination, isn't it? You must have a piece of paper before you can even say anything about this matter. And it's
You're not allowed to even ask that question until you have a PhD. Also, you're not allowed to read PDFs on the internet unless you have a PhD.
But what was weird was like the argument he was making had implications, and then when I would bring up like adjacent topics that are those implications spilled over in, he'd be like, no, I'm not qualified to talk about that. It was like, okay, then why are you making such an adamant argument over here on the other side?
That's it. That's it. I mean, the harshest thing is he's on Twitter Spaces saying that you can't talk about it. And you're like, this is the forum for it. This is the exact forum for it. I'd understand if you're up presenting something in the Royal Society or something like that, or London Institute. Yeah, by all means, check my credentials and kick me out if I've not got the paperwork to clarify. But we're in bloody Twitter Spaces. Come on.
He does that
Sorry.
right before he's about to rage quit, bro. He does
Yeah,
that. He'll tell you that you can't talk about it, and then he'll just spaz out and dip.
I do respect him though. Every time I've heard him speak to you lot, he's got time for you, and I mean, you get him in a fluster, which is what I crack up about. He's you can tell he's thinking. You can tell he's thinking about it, and he does have a lot of the answers. However, it's the generic answers, isn't it?
You
That
can hear
anyone
when he hits that logic wall, and then he
Yeah,
usually
yeah,
taps right out when that happens. It's really
exactly.
interesting. It's
Dude,
BS.
the best
The one
best
guy, it's
question was
BS, called him out on it. They were going back and forth, and he was like, he walked him down like very specifically down the line of logic of Einstein contradicting himself. And then right when that happened, I want to say Franco blocked him, but it's BS was like, hey, look, like he gets it, like that's why he stopped talking to me and he didn't answer because he gets it. Like he's smart enough to understand the contradiction there. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I asked him. I just point blank asked him. Remember, this is like the last time I said, "Do virtual photons exist?"
I remember you starting with that.
And he refused to answer. I'm like, all right, man.
But you're not qualified, obviously. So who is allowed to ask if you haven't got a piece of paper? Why are you not allowed to ask? Why in science have we just made up some invisible stuff? And why is that not God?
You don't have the invisible stuff degree. So
Aren't I supposed to be asking you anyway?
Yeah, that's it. That's
bro,
exactly it.
Y'all have a whole physics conversation, and he'll just get mad and say you don't understand physics, completely forgetting y'all were just talking about physics. just because you just hit the wall.
That's it. That's it. But I do like him. I rate him. I rate him because he knows his stuff.
Yes.
You can hear him. You can hear he's confident, and he knows his stuff. He's obviously done his degrees. He's watched his particles fly around CERN, and also smashed them together and managed to get more mass than what he actually inputted. But yeah, that's all right.
All right, since you like him, we'll allow it.
No, I actually do too, though. I was trying to say the same thing. I don't think people should run him off. I think, like the last time I talked to him, I was really trying to keep him around, tell him a few compliments, because like you could tell he will talk about the substantive parts of it, but just in his narrow avenue, you know.
Did you ever hear of Barney Tearspell? Used to be on Sean G's show ages ago, loads.
Nope.
He was very similar in as much as he'd done a PhD. He'd actually designed his own gravity model for his thesis. It failed, or it doesn't work anymore because recent evidence proved it wrong. But it was basically a Lissasian model where I don't know whether you're aware, but the original ether ideas were if you were to say that it was negative electrons in a sea, similar to the Dirac sea, but the Dirac sea was slightly different to the Lessage's one, where Lessage's was calculated up, and actually Feynman talks about this in one of his talks. But they calculated it all up, and it turned out that there would be a thermonuclear disaster because it would get so hot. There would be a build-up of heat, and his model wouldn't work basically because of that. And I think it was Eddington who actually proved him wrong, or something like that. But Lesage sees it as more that gravity pushes down onto Earth, rather than it coming from the mass internally dragging everything towards the middle. It was space is pushing down on each sphere, basically, to create it to be a sphere in the first place. But he was much like Franco. He would get involved and he would know stuff, and he would actually tell Globers when they're wrong straight away. And that was the issue, that they all ganged up on him, and he became an enemy of the state, sort of like thing. And he's a qualified guy. He was really open to talk. He literally, anytime I spoke something woo woo, let's say, he said, no, you're talking bullshit there. I know that there is no evidence for what you're saying. And I'd have to admit, obviously, straight away, no, I know that. This is just what I'm suggesting. But he was like that. He knew his stuff. He pulled both sides up, and confidently, because he knew what he was on about. And that's what I fear Franco will be. Franco will be here, teach everyone, get everyone up to a next level, if you know what I mean. And then you'll go out there and speak to McToon and they'll go, yeah, I don't know about this. It's just worth salad.
Wait, Franco calls out other Globers?
Well, no, I don't know that, but that's the way it goes. As soon as a Glober gets comfortable in the flat Earth spaces, let's say, they get rejected from the globe side. Hence why I'm here. My name's Gleam. I've had a 6-year obsession with flat Earth conversation, and I'm
You
looking
don't
to
gotta
get
make it
off of
sound like
it.
a support meeting.
I'm looking to get off of it, but I don't know the correct ways, and I'm just wondering if anyone.
Right. That's kind of how
AA
it
meeting.
goes, right? You're hoping there's a little part of you that's like, oh man, I don't want to be a flat earther. You're like looking for that thing, and then you find it a couple times. You're like, oh, yep, there it is. There's some curvature, Lake Pontchartrain. Yep. And then you think about it for like 10 more minutes. You're like, oh shoot, that can't actually be curvature. Nope, that doesn't make any sense. Doggone it. Oh, am I gonna be a flat? No.
I think the
Maybe.
core of it is I've seen all the evidence, and it's the same thing. It's I cannot go to a glober, and I cannot comfortably say, because I'm not a scientist, I've not done the experiments. I cannot comfortably say, like, put it this way, Whitsitt can, because he's been out there, he's done some experiments, so he's got that weight behind him. I can't. I literally can't. I've done a couple of optical experiments with a camera, but that's nothing. I'm nothing in comparison. So I can't say you're wrong for believing it's a globe or you're wrong for believing it's flat, because I don't know. I'm wrong for saying that. Put it that way.
Bro,
I'm
Gleam,
gonna.
if the Earth is a ball, man, like it is constantly conspiring with
Yeah, that's it.
every variable to make it look like it's flat, bro.
That's it. It's the old God works in mysterious ways, but would he be this deceptive?
It's pretty
I mean,
crazy, man.
for me, it's like
lifts it right up to the eye level.
Yeah, it is. I seriously have been there, and a lot of my friends, even good friends, musical friends as well, that have later interviewed me about the topic, thought I was a flat earther because the amount of posts I did supporting the flat earth, in as much to say it wasn't well, it was supporting the flat earth, but it was more putting out the question there that I know that people would not know how to answer. Yeah, so the old thing is photos from space. Yeah, how do you know they're all real? How do you know even if they're showing a sphere, how do you know that isn't just a flat Earth represented as a sphere, as in optical illusion wise, it's creating a sphere when you're looking down on it from the ISS or wherever. So it's I don't know. It's something I don't want to chuck my belief at, but what I'm really angry about is the fact that Fight the Flat Earth and McToon keep on needing to lie when they should have the stronger position. And
But
that
they
is what.
think the globe's so pretty. We're 100 miles away and I still clearly see that city. How about you?
That's good. I like that.
Yeah, like what else is crazy, bro, is like this conversation is important just because like physics is like at a standstill, you know? And it's like pulling back these like layers, relativity, the ether, stuff like that. And if the earth is flat and stationary with an ether, it opens a door to a unified theory, as far as I can tell. And so that would be pretty significant. So to have like these little weirdos like talking about how awesome relativity is and shutting it down is just pretty unacceptable, you know.
It is. And all this McDuffie stuff. That is hilarious, if anything, but really appalling and really disgusting from the Glober side. It's sort of like how do you understand you got to keep it secret if you don't want anyone to know, but it just looks so deceptive, doesn't it? And especially if people are risking their reputation and life, you don't want to start it off on that. I fully understand why Jeranism dropped out. That is, It is disgusting. It's
Yeah,
disgusting.
well, we knew exactly. We knew immediately it had to be like a anti-flat earther because who else acts like that?
Exactly. But for him to have been sort of like been coached by Toon, that was the funniest. Robot Punisher done the one where he was speaking to, I can't remember the guy's name, but it was literally, oh, is your friend in good faith? And he goes, yeah. What's his name? McToon. Bro.
Yeah, Sean.
I love that. That is such a good representation of him. It's funny.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
It's mad. I'm gonna back out just for 5 minutes either way, just to catch my head and wipe the sleep from my eyes, and then I'll rejoin back up. I'm just gonna mute out for a minute.
Cool, man. Thanks for popping up.
One.
What I want to know, what do you guys think? Like, do you think the pastor is gonna like stamp McToon's little outburst where he was like possessed?
Stamp it or like exercise
No,
it?
he'll make up an excuse for it probably.
Yeah, do you mean justify it because because you're a disgusting liar and you're spreading poison to everyone's
Yeah, but I
mind?
mean, yeah. I mean, like, will he disavow it, right? Because in this scenario, like, you can easily prove I didn't lie. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
Oh, they don't care though.
yeah, but this is a preacher. Like, I know that he doesn't care, but I'm saying optically, he has to care. I don't know.
Nah.
We'll see. I'm gonna
Yeah,
reply with that email. I'm just gonna show that
just-
video of that dude like frothing at the mouth.
I think his ego outweighs it. I think his past previous sales life is stronger than his godly world. I tell that from his face, and I'm not being any mad. I'm a good judge of character, and yeah, I've got something weird about him.
Yeah, yeah,
As
big
in
time.
conniving. But I've got to say that one of the main conversations that I joined the whole flat Earth debate was the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and the very first person or the very first time I met Professor Phil Bell or spoke to him in the comment section was exactly this. He said you cannot explain 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and I was like, it can be done. And I don't know whether I've even said this to everyone else. And it's not as if this is a dead cert, but it gives mechanism, let's say, gives mechanism to allow you to explain 24 hours in Antarctica. And the part about going over the back of your head, I think can be explained with the perspective dome. But the facts that I give Professor Phil Bell, and it was so embarrassing because I embarrassed him straight away, and this is why we kind of get on now, but he hates me because I've got all this screenshotted. But I said to him, he goes, right, give me some reasons then why 24-hour sun in Antarctica would work. So I listed 5 things, and I'll go through each of them. So the first one was that Antarctica is the highest continent on Earth, which everyone knows. Now, this was the bit that he fired back and he said, shut up. No, Asia is. We got we got Mount Everest there. And I said, highest continent on Earth. So it's net continent. It's not the highest peak. Okay, so it's basically the bowl edge is higher than in net than all the other land on Earth. Okay, so number one, that gives you elevation. So you can look over stuff or resolve more at distance. The second one is that I don't know whether anyone knew this, but Antarctica actually has the clearest skies on Earth. And there's a massive reason for this is because that 90% of the population live in the north and only 10% of the population of Earth live in the south. The natural outcome of that, especially with the past few hundred years with us pumping shit into the atmosphere, is pollution. Pollution causes light to be blocked. Now, from a very simple and basic perspective, if you were in the center of a flat Earth, you looking up would see a lot of pollution and would not necessarily get that 24-hour sun. However, if you're like a king up in the throne in Antarctica looking around, you could probably see it, or you would more likely see it because the sky's clearer and the air above this pollution where the north is clearer. So obviously light will travel faster. Now, the other thing is that obviously the whole of Antarctica, or the majority of it, is covered in snow. And snow has an albedo of 0.95, which is 95% of sunlight gets reflected. So again, if you've seen the magnifying glass or the dome glass where he puts a light in it and it lights up all the rim, it's similar to that. So you could have reflections that go right the way round that light up the whole outside of the rim. And I forget what there was a couple of others as well. But those were the main core things to say that. And then there is obviously the geometry of it. If it goes around the back of your head, you're going to have to use the personal dome, the perspective dome. But I see how it could be a problem. I see how they're going to take this as definitive. But personally, I see that there is mechanism to help the flat Earth explain it. So I'm going to bow out on that either way. I don't know whether I've said that ever before, but my personal thing is the 24-hour sunshine does not debunk the flat Earth.
Absolutely, and not only that, but you would also expect that by now there'd be plenty of proof for it, and there'd be plenty of not just one guy's videos that often are easily shown as frauds. You know, I mean, there'd be so much proof of it.
Yeah.
There'd be so many different videos, and so just the fact that that's absent tells you something.
Well, how does a cardioid debunk flat Earth again? I was unfamiliar with the principle.
What?
The 24-hour sun.
Yeah,
the cardioid.
He's
Like
asking about the cardioid.
Right, the shape that it would make. Otherwise,
Yeah,
why is that?
Yeah, the 24-hour light for sure, dude. One thing that's interesting, right, is like the best argument that for stuff like what New Perspective said from a globe paradigm is that flat Earth is a psyop, and they've rolled it out, fill in the blank, right? Distraction, whatever. And they do stuff like don't release the 24-hour sun videos in Antarctica and then release a fake one, wanting you to catch that it's fake.
What was that,
Just
Dave?
Just like Nat Geo gives you these globe proving videos where they put a helicopter layered on a scene when it's blatantly not real, claiming to prove the globe, or when they say, oh look, you know, the bottom of the boat's covered, or the bottom of the sign's covered, but the horizon's behind it, and they lied about the amount of lines, blah blah blah, like Netflix doing a hit piece, that they try to so poorly fake it that it breathes life into it. And then you go even further down the rabbit hole. And Mindshock's brought this up. He's like, I've been trying to figure this out. And it's like, if it's a psyop, some people have suggested to me that they prop people like What's It Up or these other flat earthers that are good debaters. And then they prop up people like McToon and FTFE, who are just terrible, to make flat earth more of a thing. But obviously I don't buy that, right? I mean, it's like Netflix, they did a good job that if you don't know the behind the scenes context, you wouldn't know. The faked videos in Nat Geo, like the helicopter, it took us a second to catch that. The Antarctica video, same thing. I know, obviously, I wasn't put in place by the government, you know, and I don't think that McToon was put in place by the government to be terrible at debating. So that kind of goes out the window. So now it's just like, well, why don't we have the videos in Antarctica, and why do the government cameras conveniently cut out for like 8 hours when they're supposedly, you know, marketed as 24-hour cameras? So it's like, yeah, that's like the best I can come up with. That's the best like apologist argument for those like weird reoccurring things. And I mean, to me, it's just a super reach. So
definitely.
Well, it works both ways. In fact, if like the whole angle there you're explaining is that if flat Earth is a psyop, they're doing it poorly on purpose to feed flat Earth. But then the other angle that we've talked about before is that, well, if they're planning on doing the whole outer pounder alien invasion psyop, even though there might be outer pounders, they may have their own psyop version of it. But just that if they're trying to get there eventually to use it against us, then putting McToon and I've even from the start said that I don't know why they would put Neil deGrasse Tyson and guys like Bill Nye out there to defend their position if they plan on holding on to it forever. I mean, why put these clowns in front to defend it? That doesn't make any sense. So it's like it's very easy at the same time to see that as a psyop because they're such clowns. Then you could just either write off flat Earth, or you could say, oh, wait a minute, maybe they're gaslighting the other side, and they're going to eventually tell us it's flat. And it's a psyop, but it led to the truth. You know what I'm saying?
No, yeah, like I said, the only reason that I gave the reasons that I don't think that's the case is, yeah, it's like it's not really presented in a way that it's always very obvious. So, like the Stephen Hawking thing wasn't extremely obvious. Once you see it, you can't unsee it, and it's undeniable. But it took Jaron being like very attentive.
Right. Well, I say, why is it that they're showing us the harnesses on the ISS? I mean, it's one thing to have one mistake, but there's just so many of them that we can catch. You think they
Yeah,
do
but
a
you say,
better
okay, well,
job of
look,
hiding
you
it?
say that new perspective, but sure, there's a good amount of times we've seen sketchy stuff on the ISS, but in the grand scheme of how many hours they've put out to the public, it's like less than 0.01%.
Right. Yeah, I heard you talking about that with a guy. That guy, that big tech guy, is really a good target right now. Not target necessarily, but someone that does seem like he might actually be trying to figure it out now that you've come on a show and shown him that it's not what he thought. At least I think like last night or the night before, whenever it was, he's much more open to seeing it, that there's a possibility that you're not just lying like he insisted to begin with. So that'll be interesting to see where he comes with it.
I can tell you
Sure.
the raw truth about it now. From start to finish, from when debate started, the first boom, right the way to now, what's actually happened is all the scientists have left it to the likes of Professor Dave and bloody Fight the Flat Earth, and they've not done a good job. And they've realised it, as Sabine has just done her video saying, "Oh, I'm pretty scared about it now." It's it's a natural progression of scientists not doing their job. If scientists were to come and debate you lot, yeah, and have it all out, then the debate could be even more settled. But the fact that they were all like, oh no, snubbing you off, saying you're not worth my time, like Neil deGrasse saying, I don't debate, and Simon Dan adopted that as well. It's so funny. I don't debate facts, and yet your whole life is built on challenging them. if you know what I mean, it's like you're backwards. And what it is, it's human ego knowing that when they get up in a debate forum, they may not be as good as debate as the likes of Witsit. And just with debate etiquette, they can be ruined. Their whole credibility can be ruined immediately just with one debate. So that is the reason on both sides. Basically, the scientists have got too big a ego that they're not going to help the YouTubers, and the YouTubers have got too much ego that they overestimate their ability. So funny the amount of times I've heard on Simon Dan, oh, this one's going to really debunk the flat earth for good this time, honest. And McToon does it every time as well. The flat earthers can't get out of this one, honest. And they're still making videos. It's hilarious.
I don't know. I see your argument for that MO, but I'm not so sure that it's the optimal one when we're going up against so much appeal to credential. That I think we're going to have to evolve this war into the world of the scientific paper. We're going to have to publish against them. It seems to be the more concrete way to do it, that we're really going to be getting through to the audience that counts. When we're doing debates, that's against, whoever we want it to be against in a interpersonal single occurrence broadcast where the predominance of the audience are plebeian, not educated, not skinned, not keenly researched in the critical matters. I think it's got to be done on paper and thrown at their own system of peer review and take it to their level, literally meet them at their level of academic need, because they're screaming so loud that we're not even qualified to read papers. We need to supersede that statement with the assertion of papers and get their attention that way instead. I think we're going to further the dialogue in really concrete ways instead by doing that.
Very solid point and very articulately put. I like it.
So I don't necessarily disagree
Thank you.
that it's important. I think that's important, but I do disagree that it's how you accomplish the goal, because I think that they will ignore it at all costs. I mean, I think that's actually not even debatable because, for example, look at the papers that we go over and we read that have just absolutely eviscerated relativity. And frankly, we would say, via proper interpretation, heliocentrism. But when it comes to the like consistent correlative relationship of periodicity and all this, like with interferometry measurements and linear interferometer, right? Where there's like just a couple people in the whole scientific world, just a couple people with the balls to even address it, even pretend it exists. And then, of course, they have to do mental gymnastics and invoke absolute space and fictitious coordinate systems, right? For the linear interferometer, for example. And then, like, there's just like maybe one or two people that'll try to address Dayton Miller with just like hand wave dismissal with like vague allegations of statistical error, right? Do you see my
Yeah, I'm
point?
agreeing. I'm agreeing with you that the papers are out there. That's a salient point, but um, I don't know. I just watched the debate between not Professor Dave and James Tour, Dr. James Tour, about the origin of life debate, and one of Dave's louder points that he was trying to make was the overwhelming number of papers that exist on their side of the argument. And I think it's making it easier for them to ignore us, that there's a population problem here, and we need to start filling that gap.
Right. So, like I
There are lots of papers that exist in the past, and sure, we can rest on them, but I think it will raise a point of legitimacy by continuing to publish in greater variety of points and even to reassert some of those,
Yeah.
reconfirm some
Yeah.
of
So,
those.
like, just to make sure, like, I'm in complete agreement with that, like 100%. Um, but the only part I'm disagreeing, and I'm not sure that you're saying this specifically, but I'm just disagreeing with the idea at this point, that will be like the shifting of the Overton window. Like, I don't think it will, because, for example, look at Luka Popov. Uh, um, we don't even have flat Earth papers really written, and we should definitely do that in like very specific papers. Like, I'm all for that. I feel like I don't have time, but I get it. Or like like books and papers and stuff. But here's the deal, right? Like, Luka Popov wrote the Newton-Machian, uh, you know, the Newton-Machian Neo-Tychonian analysis of planetary motion, and show the dynamic equivalence. Very short paper. It got published. He came back with two like hard-hitting geocentrism papers that they outright refused to publish. We're talking about a PhD physicist. They refused to publish it, not on grounds of improper math, improper physics, just refused with no reason why. They didn't even give them a reason. And if you're going to take it the next step, right, and talk about, the earth being flat, I think the publications will be tough. And so say that you write like 200 awesome papers, like, well, you're not going to get through certain publishers. They're going to be dismissed because of that. And more importantly, the scientists are just going to ignore them. Like, there's like one alleged rebuttal to the Luka Popov paper that was published. We should have them. We should do that. I think it's great. But what I think is the reason I do what I do is like not really that the debate's going to change the world. Even when I debate Professor Dave here on the 15th, say it gets millions of views, it's not going to change the world. It's that if it spills over into enough of this, like the normal person realm, if you get these famous comedians and people talking about it and stuff like that, it puts so much public pressure into the equation that they're going to have to react in some way. Right, like eventually these people that are running from it pretending it doesn't exist, they're gonna eventually have to acknowledge it, in some type of way, where even maybe the government, like, so I guess that's what I'm saying. I feel like you're more likely to get some like official response by utilizing like the power of numbers. I could be wrong, but it's just like what I think.
Oh, sure. No, I don't think it's either or either. That's entirely fine. But I think as well that continuing to force their hand in terms of peer review, to continue to categorically shoot down papers like that is serving as further indictment. And I think that also works for us, that they do that. We can, take the time and invest in their skullduggery.
Yeah, I'm in agreement for sure.
I will say what would be really, really good is to leave a legacy for obviously when all the good debaters on the scene pass and hand over to the next generation, so to say, there needs to be a reference point. In as much as I'm sure you'll agree with me, Witsit, that there are many flat Earth documents out there from flat earthers that you've read back to front that you found very interesting, that you have learned new things and understood something better because it was on a paper and it give you that time to read it, even go back and read it again if you didn't understand it. So to have that, as in it, how I see it is a collection of papers that are not even published, similar to Shane's website, but formally done in separate documents, concentrating and isolating each individual topic of electrostatics, of perspective, of whatever, the Earth turn, and put the side of the argument actually on paper. So when this whole generation dies, the next generation still have these bullets for that to actually continue it. However, on that aspect as well, you're never going to get anything to do with flat Earth published. You know that it's going to be a reference point. But I think from that will uplift all the flat earthers understanding to the same level or a minimum same level. And that's still higher than McToon and FTFE in debating. So
Entirely.
you're all
No,
good.
you're right. I see it as an evolvement in how we're handling the topic, that the next generation that you speak of will have databases of information handed to them to implement and augment and further the cause, win the war, so to speak. I think in that aspect of paradigm, our generation, might be viewed as the FE boomer generation. Hashtag FE boomer. Yeah, just a thought.
I will say though, and definitely, I'd always use this against the likes of Professor Dave, who is a credentials man. It's more that I always mention Eric Laithwaite, and everyone would have known this guy. You've always all seen his videos on gyroscopes, but he is a guy from Yorkshire in England, northern Yorkshire, and he invented the maglev train. And he was presenting his ideas, and it was before he actually invented the maglev train, but he was presenting his ideas, and you see him actually do it in lots of videos on YouTube, older ones, where he's got a gyro on a disc on the end of like a broom handle, and he lifts it above his head, and he's saying, look, look. And because he had a suggestion that this, whatever it is, this gyroscopic motion, had anti-gravitic properties, meaning you can float from it, he was laughed out of the Royal Society when presenting to them. So this is the harshest thing on, because he invented it, he would never ever allow the UK to have maglev train because it's his patent, he owns it. So that is why we now have in this world today maglev train in Japan, Germany, even the States. I think you've got one now, but UK, we're not allowed it. all because someone laughed at him. And if you understand the significance of that, that's massive. If a group of people, even if they are massively the top scientists in the world, if they laugh at someone who has a genuine new discovery and can create and invent new things from that, you're stopping scientific progression just for laughing. And it's that is an example I always use against any glober pulling any papers on me. It's like doesn't matter.
It's interesting there when you were describing the mechanism. It struck me as a different phenomenon. The maglev train is about focused magnetic field holding up, conflicting polarities underneath the craft, etc., along a rails. But then you describe gyroscopic momentum, which kind of reminded me of the guy who invented the technology of trains that only need a single track because the cars are all stabled gyroscopically from a big gyro inside the car. Have you ever
Mm,
seen single rail trains?
I don't honestly. The single rail I assumed is the maglev. They've got a single one in the middle of it, and that's the one they've got in Japan,
It's
where
a
they
different
charge the
physical
track
mechanism,
and it
though. I'm
floats.
talking about regular wheeled trains, but you only need
Okay.
one rail. You only need one track, one wheel, so to speak, underneath the
I'll get
center
you.
of the car,
No, I haven't
because
seen
the
that then.
entire car is gyroscopically stabilized from within with a
From left and
giant
right.
gyro
Yeah,
spinning. Yeah, and
getcha.
they just
Yeah,
gear
yeah,
against it and use it as a ballast. I thought that was
yeah,
awesome technology. That's like 130 years ago,
yeah. I
140
can understand
there.
that.
Yeah, really
Yeah.
cool stuff.
I'm Navy trained, and although never served, so there's no stolen valor here at all. I went to a school because I'm from a Navy family, but my father said on the ships, all gyroscopes. He says, "Son, I've seen some absolutely amazing things that you would never believe possible just watching one of these massive gyroscopes the size of a room." And he goes, "Yeah, it just floats about and it will go quick, bang over on the other side when you're hitting waves and stuff like that, and it will just settle you." And he goes, "They're amazing things." He goes, "I don't even know how they bloody work." And he's top spec. Yeah, but it is that I I think the first what Eric Laithwaite presented was this gyroscopic motion, which essentially would be the technology for that train. However, what he actually invented then, he was the guy that put it's like loads of steel plates all the way down, and you see him. He puts a magnet, a very thin magnet, on top of it, and it shoots across, which is essentially a magnetic railgun. Yeah, I'll drop a video in some sort of chat. I don't see there's the jet propulsion one. The primer fields. I'll pop it in there. I'm sure everyone will seen it as soon as you look at the video. But as I say, the UK will never have maglev train just because they laughed at this guy's science, and it's appalling. It's appalling. It's harsh. It breaks my heart to know that laughing at somebody and in the same way laughing at flat earthers when one of yous could come out with the unified field theory. Yeah, not saying that it's going to happen, not saying that it's likely to happen, but one of yous could. And because everyone's laughing at you and trying to put you in a box in the corner and say, "Shut up, you don't know what you're talking about," then it might not come out for another 100 years. You know what I mean? It might be your predecessors. It's horrible. It's horrible. I hate it. I'll drop a link in there though for Eric Laithwaite.
Yeah,
That's
and on
fascinating.
that, I dropped a link for some Eric Laithwaite too. There was a Michael Brenner comp that was written where he does like a review of everything you just said with the gyroscopes and the rotational mass and all that is really interesting.
Yeah, gyroscopes are weird and wonderful things. If you've ever bought one, you know those spinning top ones that you can buy one on there. They you can say they defy gravity, but they don't. Yeah, you can see where the heavier bit bends out and it keeps on rotating around, and it's almost as if it's just about to fall, but it stays there. And that appears to be, oh, that's not dropping, so that's defying gravity. And that's just as he explained it. And for that very fact of them thinking that he was saying, "Oh, I've invented an anti-gravity device," they all laughed at him. And it's like, no, the guy is onto actually something here. He then used that knowledge to create a charged version and control the motion of a maglev train. It's horrible. It's such a story, though. An interesting fact as well, that's where Richard Feynman used to live when he was in England, up near him, in Yorkshire. Yorkshire, lad.
Oh, he's from bloody England, is he? Sorry, that's the best I could do.
Dick Van Dyke style. Sorry, you don't want me to do my American
Oh,
at all.
please.
It will come out South African.
Give it a
Everyone is
shot.
so much
There's
better
so
at
many
American.
kinds of American. You could just pick one.
I know. I've been there a few times. I love it there, actually. I love it there, up in San Diego, and watch the green flash with my own eyes.
Bro, dude.
Yeah,
Did you
love
go
it.
to the valley? Bro.
Dude. I was up in Carmel County Valley, up there, the posh ends, up in the hills. Loved it though. Loved it. I love the United States. I do. Literally, probably been to Florida as a kid, done the old Disneyland thing, but went back as an adult and ended up in Orlando ghettos in a recording studio, hiding our gold and being told to. It's funny.
The quality of this conversation has been epic, just so everyone knows. When there's no troll nonsense, and as soon as Gleam got here, and we all could just chill. I'm just kidding. No, it's been nice listening though, because I've been sleeping on the couch.
Yeah,
I will say, just in case anybody didn't know, I'm an ether creature as well. So I know the topic was ether, wasn't it?
Nice. Yeah, I noticed you were. I think I caught you tweeting about it once or twice. A little bit of something about the MMX or something like that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, put it this way: if anybody ever tells you, MMX debunked the ether, say, go and look at the conclusion of the paper and tell me how you got to that conclusion from that conclusion.
Right. How about the title of the paper?
It's hilarious, and
Or
the whole
first
reason why
paragraph. Yeah.
fight the flat Earth blocked me on X for this whole reason, and it's so funny. And it was around about the time that he had his heart attack, that he was debating with Whitsitt. But he's literally, I've got him in a trap, in as much as he said to me, you know nothing about relativity. And I was like, okay. He goes, you haven't spoken to the experts. And I showed him an email that I've got between me and Brian O'Cloberlin. And I don't know whether you know of them, but when I get involved in conversations, I email loads of people, as in the people who write the papers and whatnot. And I'll ask him, and I'll actually tell him it's from a flat Earth perspective. Yeah. So either way, sometimes I get an answer, sometimes I don't. But Brian O'Cloberlin actually come back to me, and he's the guy who's got an article on Scientific American saying, is there an ether? And he says, short answer, no, like that. So he completely discounts it, completely disregards it. However, he did entertain me, and he was pretty angry in his response, but in all honesty, I couldn't argue with his response, because he says that there are many other quantum theories that can operate just fine without there being a concept of a quantum vacuum, which I never knew was possible. Yeah, but it turns out there are. But either way, yeah, so fight the flat Earth, going back to him, I said, right on his original video, he does a video about Michelson Morley's debunk of the ether. And he literally says in there, and we got rid of the ether. And I posted on that video 4 or 5 years ago when he first done it. I said, you're talking out your ass. Here's all the papers. And it was at the time when you could post links in YouTube. So they're all still up there. But literally, he said, right, debate me on it. And I was like, okay, absolutely no problems. Set up a debate. And he goes, not on my channel, though. He'd set up a channel with Team Skeptic, and it was called Science or Satire. And he goes, we're going to do it on there. Oh, and it's going to be me, Team Skeptic, and PhD Tony versus you. And I'm like, all right, let's bring it on. Fucking hell, this is
It's super easy. You don't want to even bet us best.
Yeah.
Come on.
So we do a 3-hour session, and literally I get them all on lying. They are all winging it. Literally, PhD Tony was writhing in the chat, and they let him in, about 10 minutes, 20 minutes in, and he goes, "No, I've just got to tell Gleam where he's wrong. Here's the points I've made." And he had 5 points. And after point 1, I said, "No, no, 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 you're incorrect." And he overtalked me, and then they muted me. And it was like, "No, he's got to get all his points out first before you can rebut any of them." And I was like, "Ah, this is ridiculous," but go on. But anyway, so it goes on, and the core thing I've locked Craig in on is that he's telling me that neo-Lorentzian relativity is a variable speed of light theory, and it was not invented until 1960. Now, if you actually know about the history of it, that whole sentence I've just said is an absolute load of bollocks, and I'll explain why. One, neo-Lorentzian relativity is the crossover point from LET, which is Lorentz ether theory. Lorentz ether theory is based on absolute space that you can detect the ether against. Neo-Lorentzian relativity is where he introduces the Lorentz transformations, which makes it completely identical to Einstein's spacetime. So that happened in 1904 and 1905. Poincaré actually published his 1904 paper, and then Lorentz actually published a paper 2 months before Einstein done his special relativity one. So they'd rescued the ether by making it relativistic and undetectable. Okay, in Einstein's terms, yeah, that did make it surplus to the actual the need. However, he later retracted that and said he needed it for general relativity. But the thing that they get wrong is that, or that Craig got wrong specifically, is that neo-Lorentzian relativity is a fixed speed of light theory because it includes the Lorentz transforms. And he said, no, 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 because he looked it up and the words neo-Lorentzian relativity are never mentioned until 1960 when somebody's done a paper on it. And within that paper, the hilarious thing is it goes through the whole history of what absolute space is and why you would have to have either a variable speed of light or have something like Lorentz come along with this maths. So he's read variable speed of light, seen it in the neo-Lorentzian paper, and automatically come back to me going, "No, you don't know what you're on about. It's definitely a variable speed of light theory. You're talking nonsense. Lorentz didn't do it back in 1905. It was done in 1960. Here's the paper." And I've just fired straight back at him and picked out all the things in the paper that discusses Lorentz's change to fix the speed of light, and it's blocked. And that was it. And it's sort of like I can't wait to catch him on a group because he'll never invite me anywhere now. He knows that I've got that pull on him, and the conversation needs to happen, but I'm sure it won't.
Well, that's crazy and not surprising, because you seem to come pretty well read on the topics that you argue. But it's funny because I just wanted to check the receipt for, it's it's been mentioned numerous times now that he did have a heart attack during a debate, and I went and checked the receipt on that, and it's tragic to watch, but it's interesting that happened when you, Gleam, were showing him the math showing that the transcontinental arc of the parallel was proving that the Earth was flat. Like, you were showing him the math that it was showing the Earth
That was
flat.
the second time. That was the second time in Discord.
Yep.
Yeah. I hate that. I hate that. And for anyone who needs to know, if you ever get cited McToon's website, always read it because it always contradicts them in the same way. That's the very first link of proving spherical excess. And it doesn't, it pops it out like a triangle, and that is exactly it. But that was his second. That was the second time his heart was going. So he'd already been in the hospital and come back out, and then try to think he could get back involved. But he's
Dude, there was a time when they were like, my wife says I can't talk to Wixit anymore because whenever I talk to Wixit, I get excited and angry. And like, we were like, oh, well, we'll
That's
support
nuts.
you, Craig. Or whatever. We were like, what? But I remember that because, dude, now, like, ever since I saw that and we all looked into spherical excess, like, that one day for like an hour, we were like, okay, listen, if anyone asks for flat earth evidence from now on, everyone just quote, say with me, right? McToon.net/SE. Okay, that is where we're going to direct people for flat earth measurements, excess evidence, etc. And I've been doing it ever since. So
It's exactly it. It's so funny. It's so funny, but they don't need to do it. And it's more, if you can imagine, you've got hundreds of thousands of people who support you. Like all their supporters, you total them all up, even though they'll have cross supporters, obviously. But if you total them up, we're talking hundreds of thousands, including Simon Dan. Yeah. So let's say 500,000 people that are relying on them to be telling the truth. So if they get caught out in a lie, to revert that is such a big thing, and that is what gets people angry. They can't revert that because they know they're caught in a trap. And I've just got to salute Whitsitt. The past, I don't know, about 6, 7 debates I've watched with him. I've just watched him sit back, put his hands behind his head, and just watch the guy just explode in spontaneous combustion. It's so funny watching the ice cold, relaxed versus the
soy
panicky.
lodge.
I've got
Yeah.
to do something. I've got to do something. But it's not even that. Even Harrison got a bit under the collar. He was just sort of like, nah, I've got to dismiss this. I've got to dismiss this. I'm gonna go on one if I don't. And it's like Whitsitt is just there like, cool, yeah, I've got to take you through this, I've got to walk you through this, I've got to walk you through this. And then even if they're firing back at him, it's just sort of like, well, you've got to understand it like this, you've got to, and it just kills them and they hate it. And it's
They do
such a
hate
good
it.
debate tactic. Not even a tactic, it's etiquette. It's in order to have a good conversation, you've got to be there willing to have a good conversation, not willing to just go ego, I'm right. You've got to agree I'm right now or not, or I'm going to lose my it's mental. It's mental. I love watching it. I keep watching it, and I'm well looking forward to the Professor Dave one because I know he's going to cluck feathers.
You can almost tell that he's done it once or twice before. You get this feeling that, like, maybe this dude might see where this road is going from the beginning. You get this slight hint, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, people need to do their research on Whitsitt, regardless. Before you go debate him, you've got to research the guy. You're stupid if you don't. Put it that way.
Dude, imagine
Because
you show up to like a modern day debate that you have no idea. You're like, oh, this stupid flat earth is retarded. I've never seen anything about it, but I know. And you sit down and you show up and this dude's face shows up and you're like,
yeah,
like, like honestly, I'd be like, shit, I'm out or whatever the global equivalent is. But
it is. It's hilarious to watch. It's not entertainment, but it is. It's just to see composure, people holding their composure, and it tells much more to what people believe. I know Whitsitt believes what he believes, and he knows his limits, so he's open about that. But it's when you've got to try and, as a glober, you've got to try and justify. Yes, Whitsitt is right, but he's a stupid flat earther. you got to deal with that at real time. In real time, you've got to say he's actually stupid and wrong, but he's right. But he's right on this topic, and I can't argue against it. So I've got to lose my shit.
No, I appreciate the kind of word. That's totally what it is, man. It's like they can't concede on anything because they think it means the end of the world.
I'm waiting for the person who comes along and says, right, yep, you're right. Who actually knows the physics and says, okay, yeah, now let's go to that next level of the debate. But they can't. It's like, no, I can't admit that little one bit, because if I admit that one bit, then it goes to the next level of the debate, meaning that it is possible. It is possible that I am wrong, and that's impossible to them.
Yeah, that's why actually what's his name? Professor Parks. The conversation with him is way better because he'll actually do that.
Exactly that. That is an educated man. Seriously, I put in the comments there, one of the best conversations I've heard. And because of that, because even if they don't believe it, it's entertaining the thought that shows intellect. And I fully agree with that. I fully agree with that. To say, I don't believe that, but yeah, let's go on. What are you saying? Like that. Instead of going, no, I don't believe that, then you mustn't believe that either. So shut up. No, you're wrong. That is the way, that is the wrong way to have a debate. That's not meaningful debate. That's meaningful ego.
Quite right. Okay, boys, 4:15 my time. Gonna have to call it at 6 hours.
Cool. And on that note, I will put.
On
I'm
that
gonna.
note.
Well, I'm not gonna. We're not gonna cut it at this very second, but I am just gonna put it out there in the open that we are not gonna go all night. So we'll probably
Not
be
35?
Nah, yeah, we're not gonna do quite the 35 hours that Sacred and Proud did. So, shout out to them for that. Holy
Right on.
cow!
Nice to meet you there, Gleam. It's been a slice, bro.
Yo, later, Stone.
Yeah,
Take care,
I'm
man.
sure we'll catch you down the road. Have a good time, y'all.
Take care, man.
So yeah, just everyone heads up. We'll probably be wrapping up within the next 20 minutes or so here.
Yo, so like, what do you guys think's gonna happen with Professor Dave thing? Like, do you think he's gonna? Do you think he is? Because so, just so you know, he was like, "Oh no, I need." He's the one that wanted it to be like 6 to 8 weeks out, and his cover for that was like, I just did a flat Earth video, so I don't want people to think that I'm about to go back into talking
That's
about
so
flat Earth all the time.
stupid. What
Yeah.
date is it on again?
June 15th.
June 15th. You're debating, dude. That's hard to believe. Let's really contextualize this really quick. This is probably one of the this will be probably the biggest thing for flat Earth, since maybe it'll be the biggest thing in a long time. Because he's a huge platform, and then you've got what's his name? I can't think of his name.
The Quartering.
Yeah, the Quartering. You got the Quartering hosting it. That dude's got a massive platform as well. And just there's like a lot of history behind this. So everything about this is shaping up to be a pretty big deal. I have a hard time believing he's not going to come up with some crazy excuse to cancel it. And he's going to pin it on you somehow, probably. I don't know what it would be, but I think he'll try and come up with something.
I don't know. Maybe that's kind of what I'm bringing up. Is like, I mean, he's like, did he ask for like the 6-8 weeks so that he can prep? You know what I'm saying? Do you think he'll actually prep and come? Because he has to maintain, like, out of all the people, he has to maintain this like arrogance about how laughable anyone that would even mention the idea of flat Earth, how stupid they are, right? Like, so it's interesting to see what he's gonna do. I mean, because for example, like if you go watch some of my Relatively Speaking shows or some of the Skull and Globers, like you really can't address the arguments and run that narrative at the same time. Like even if you think I'm wrong across the board, like you can't even address some of the arguments, maintaining the illusion that it's stupid. You know what I'm saying?
Because you have to give away way too much information to even properly address them. Yep.
Exactly. So like I don't really foresee that happening. I don't, because I mean, yeah, he got a long time to prep, but I don't really foresee him being like, okay, let's talk about the periodicity measurements. You know, like let's talk about like the instrumental error of MMX. You know, like I don't know. It's like the moon or something, right? Or like, I don't know. Anyway, I think it's going to be very interesting. And like, as long as the Quartering has enough testosterone to be like, bro, stop interrupting. Because I think if Professor Dave rage quits, there will be a lot of people that cope and be like, yeah, but of course he did or whatever. But that would be a bad look for them.
Yeah, I'm curious. Like, I haven't watched the Quartering in a long, long time, but he seems like, from what I know about him, from what I've seen of him, he seems like the type of guy that is self-aware enough that he'll be able to host an unbiased debate. But, like, I don't know, like, so whose idea was it even to use him as the
He
moderator?
he just popped out of nowhere. Oh, actually, it was the producer from InfoWars.
Producer from
And
what?
then it was the producer from InfoWars, and then the Quartering
Oh.
just like he quoted my tweet about it and said sure.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting. I don't know, man. Could it be real? I don't know. I don't know. I guess. Like, I can't see it going well for him, so I can't see why he does it.
Dude, I'm like, how'd the Quartering get in? He inserted himself, obviously, because that's what he's all about. I'm not, nothing against the dude, but like
Yeah.
his interest is totally valid. That's what he wants, right? So.
But this is the thing, like him and the producer have like a good relationship. She speaks highly of him.
I don't think
I'm a
he's
sub,
gonna.
man.
He like I said, he's too self-aware. He's not the type that seems like he will host a biased debate. I think he
No.
will.
If it gets to that point, I think he'd have at least enough testosterone to stop the
I
interrupting.
think so. Yeah. So I don't know, man. It's sounds too good to be true almost. So
Yeah, I don't think Dave
I'm
will let it get to that point.
extremely skeptically optimistic, but mostly extremely skeptical. But I'm a little bit optimistic too.
Skeptically optimistic.
I reckon I know a couple of his tactics and the reason why he needed the delay. To obviously get Craig McToon in a room and pick out all the arguments, the latest arguments. I can guarantee one thing in the whole debate: he's going to try and test you on maths. I'll guarantee you that.
On
Yeah, you got to understand he's a biologist though, but he's going to have help from them to say, right, try and test him on this maths. And in debates, you shouldn't be doing math sums anyway, as long as your understanding of the maths is okay and you can describe it and you can understand where it's going. There's no need to actually do maths. You'll be there all day.
No, yeah, you're totally right. That's what FTFE was doing in the last debate. He was desperately trying to. He was like, show the kinematic equivalent. No, pull it up and do it for us right now. That was like,
It's
that's
so
all he
hilarious.
had. Yeah,
that was so hilarious. And then for him to later admit it is Robot Polisher is cleaning up on these videos. He's so funny.
Oh yeah, well
But
use that kinematic equivalent to show all these boards are the same size. Go ahead, show me right now. Take your marker out and do it. Dude, it was the funniest thing I've ever seen.
but yeah, you nailed it too. That's what it is. Like, obviously, he's gonna like have a few meetings with FTFE and McToon.
I reckon he's going to come back with five arguments which they reckon they've got you on, in as much as you'll hit the limit, the natural limit as well. So nothing wrong with that, of saying we don't know, and they're going to try and get as many of them out of you as possible to make it look as if you don't understand, because then he can go, well, we do know. Like that. I bet you that.
You think he's gonna have a meeting with McToon and FTFE and get told enough stuff to leave from that meeting with confidence to go debate with you?
Dude,
It would be.
he is overly confident.
Okay, all right.
I think in public view, yes. Behind closed doors, no. He's a
Well,
biologist, remember.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, true that. I don't know. I'm saying even in DMs. I mean, see, sometimes people are like unaware. But yeah, you're maybe he knows the DMs could technically ever, like, they're still technically could be public at some point. So yeah, I don't know. It's very interesting. I mean, he did so bad with Dave Weiss that I don't know what he's gonna do. I mean, FTFE and McToon still can't even, like, they still can't address my points, like, about MMX, for example, from 2 years ago, or however long ago that was, right? Like a year and a half or something. So like, what are they going to tell him?
All the answers, obviously.
No, wait there. Sorry. No, I'm not having that. FTFE is definitely doing a video on relativity someday.
I remember that. Oh my
God.
I forgot about that.
I'm going to do a video and prove you're wrong. And prove you that, no, you remember when he got that guy involved? So he had the conversation with the expert.
Yeah.
Of relativity, yeah. So that was the time, and that must have been over a year ago now, isn't it? And he's still not. Yeah, he's still not learned a bloody thing.
Man, dude, it was the first time you brought it up, and he was like, "I'm gonna write a credit debunking video showing you how all the things that I don't understand right at this moment are retarded and wrong." You're like, okay, all right.
Yeah, but like when I was talking to him recently, right? I had to actually pull out the questions where it talks you through the logic, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, you throw the ether out. That matches exactly what." And that's why I knew Robot Polisher was going to have a field day with it.
As soon as you said that, I was like, "Done. Argument done. You're an idiot, Craig. You just admitted that it would work. You should be able to detect it."
Those questions are like made for him, though.
It's like, and you could tell, like he didn't pick up on it the whole time. Like I'm like, okay, so
that was
can
hilarious.
like does the interferometer work without an ether? Of course. It's like you still don't get it.
Dude, it
Of
was
course,
so
stupid flirt.
It was like you didn't really prepare for the debate much at all, and then it was on the spot while you were in the debate. We were in chat, and it was like, "Oh, dude, just ask him your questions, like your basic Glober 101 geocentrism questions that are just like based on simple logic." And that was it. That was all it took.
If I saw it in the Telegram or something, I'm like, "Oh, bro,
dude." It's the most basic line of logic, and yeah, he had no idea what he was doing, and then he does it, contradicts himself completely when he's just got that little like smirk on his face. He has no idea what. Oh, it's crazy.
Well, that's what he's mastered the art of pretending that he's dominating when he's getting destroyed. Like McToon's very similar. Like if you like where Robot Polisher was slicing him up with my conversation with him about, he's like, I'm like, orbit is a rotation. He's like, yeah. I'm like, what are you saying yeah for?
So I can appear to be winning.
Well, the debate,
like so I'm saying, he's smiling and acting like he's confident while he's like just completely losing.
Well, in his debate with Alan, he kind of forgot to do that for like most of it, and his like parts where his mouth's hanging open. Yeah, and then finally for like the last like 20-30 minutes, he remembered to start snickering between answers again. Like he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm supposed to try and look like I'm winning."
Dude, his whole demeanor like changed when he wasn't snickering. Like he lost instantly. His fans like abandoned him. There was no hope. It was just like, oh, you have to snicker and pretend to win, otherwise it doesn't work, dude.
And dude, they've set the bar so low. Like all you have to do is pretend you're winning. Like they don't care about anything else. Like we will give you super chats. Just pretend that he's stupid.
Just pretend for me, Daddy.
$5.
Well said, Alan.
Daddy, tell me how dumb he is.
Or like, let me pay you $20 for me to hear you tell me how dumb he is.
He's so dumb, Daddy.
Well, so that's why when they run around saying like, that's why you've been running from Professor Dave. Professor Dave would kill you. The reason they say that is because he does that the best. You know what I'm saying? Like he pretends to be winning the best.
But does he even? He's not even good at that. Like he just has had. I mean, he's like. I guess he's like good at being insulting to an extent. Like kind of good at it. Like however good you can be at that. But like, it's mostly like the thing with him and Dave. For most people that have basic pattern recognition, it doesn't even look good in the first place. But then even for the people that are dumb enough, like. It only worked out because it was like him and the two other. It was like him and two guys all laughing at Dave every time Dave was saying anything. So,
Well, that's why I thought Dave was gonna back out, because he messed up by responding to a comment. And I called this. I'm like, everyone needs to just go comment on his videos and say that he's scared to debate me, and he'll take the bait. He's way too arrogant. And he replied to someone, and he said, he's been running from me. So, like, keep lying or whatever. So then I reached out to him. I'm like, wait a minute. What are you talking about? And he's like, yeah, I told you, find a moderate. And I'm like, well, yeah, you also turned down like a completely neutral platform and wanted me to debate on FTFE. But so I'm like, okay, fine. And then within minutes, I'm like, bro, huge platform. Agreed. Let's do it. And then he stopped replying for a long time. I'm like, oh, he's scared, dude. He's like, oh, I messed up. So I think he feels trapped. So, like, I hope your prediction's wrong about him making up an excuse. But anyway, we'll see. I think that'll be good for FE to knock that guy down a little bit.
Dude, if it really happens, I can only see it going one way. I can. Dude, we're gonna see. It'd be like another Soy Lodge incident. I really think so. I really think he
Well,
would
this is what's
spiral
gonna happen.
afterwards.
No, just like him, right? So, like, no matter what happens, he's gonna say that he destroyed me. Like, no matter what happens. And let's make that prediction right now. He can get every single point wrong, get utterly embarrassed, stutter, contradict himself, say I don't know, get super mad. No matter what, he's gonna say that's the second, biggest blowout in internet history, next to Dave Weiss. So.
Yeah, you're probably right about that, but I don't know. We'll see. I guess he's in enough of a controlled environment that he's not going to spiral as bad as. I mean, that was unhinged what Lore Lodge did.
Well, I'm trying to get this former Space Force commander to do the debate. Got this guy that's developing space technologies. I think we're gonna do Monday.
Nice.
Monday we're gonna, and there's like 5 or 6 other big ones that are in the works. So it's gonna be a very interesting next couple of months, I think. And then I'm gonna have a baby, so I'll be out of commission for a bit.
I hope all that goes good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you, brother. I think we got to get Harrison to do an in-person follow-up.
Oh yeah, that's got to happen at some point here.
Love that meme of Cat Williams that you put under his dome thing.
Oh yeah.
I was crying when I see that.
Yo.
this dude can't talk about flat Earth, but he's talking about secret moon bases. All right, bro.
In regard to Dave, I think that the best thing you can do, regardless of whatever the debate is keep your composure. But I mean, you've already done a good job at that. But like what's his name in the origin of life debate? He totally lost his cool, and he reverted to like professor mode, and I don't think that was a good look for him. No matter, like, even if he totally crushed Dave. So he's gonna try to push your buttons. Just be really cautious about that.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, for sure. That's why that guy lost.
Yeah, super unfortunate. He was doing really well, and then he just went right into the weeds. You hate to see it. But let's see here. I got a list going, and I think we're trying to wrap up for the night. So, Flatlist, if you're here, I saw you had your hand up earlier. You're the starting point of the list. if you would like to, if you had something that you wanted to talk about.
Hey, yeah, can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, first off, I just want to say that I love being a flat earther. Like, I have this super fun, joyful way to look at the world now that makes my life so much better. And you know what sounds terrible and emotionally exhausting? Is being a globe defender all day long. But I just wanted to say that one thing, but I do have one question. And I was thinking about this earlier. And I was wondering, we're talking about like the spin of the Earth and the Coriolis with Felix Baumgartner, and I was thinking, how can the globe Earth explain a calm day? Like, what kind of perfect circumstances of things have to happen just to have like a peaceful, calm, clear, nice, beautiful day? Because I thought if I can't explain how the globe does it, I don't know how they do.
Refraction? I don't know. It's that's why we ended up where we're at now, man. Exactly.
Yeah, I think it's just fun to like I said, it's this awesome way to look at the world, and it's super fun when you get to just be out on your own, usually in nature, and you're like, yep, it's definitely stationary, it's definitely flat. Like, yeah, those moments are nice. That's kind of what it's all about.
Dude, you're so right. And like, actually, I had a short moment of reflection on this earlier tonight. Like, I don't know what was said, but something was said, and I said something about how it really was better to be a flat earther, and it just, man, it's just so freeing. It's just so insanely freeing to just actually use your sensibilities and apply logic to everything in your life. Suddenly everything can just be like objectively and should be objectively quantified, and it's insanely freeing. Letting go of all that cognitive dissonance, sorting out all the weird crap in science that never made any sense in my life with like the speed of light and crap. It's been like a mental, like, been like a psychological unraveling for me, and it's been insanely freeing. And it's funny because I sometimes say like, oh yeah, like, oh, I'm still a stupid flat earther, that sucks. Like I'll make like little like sarcastic comments like that sometimes, because I get like, I try to tell people, it's like, I didn't want to be a flat earther. Like, you think I wanted to be a flat earther? Because before, it took me forever to really like own that identity, because I was programmed, as we all were, to make fun of flat earthers and to, want nothing to do with that title. But yeah, like once I just actually started living my life this way, it's so insanely freeing. And yeah, I agree so much, man. I agree so much. Everything, science is new and refreshing and freeing, and I don't, like, it's actually science. Huh. Isn't that funny? I don't have to worry about credentialism or anything like that. I can just actually look at things from a scientific point of view. But yeah, thanks, Flatless, for that. I really that resonated with me big time.
Hey, appreciate it, man. Yeah, I think, I don't know, it's funny, that Bob Marley song where he says, emancipate yourself from mental slavery, none but ourselves can free our minds. Like, that resonates with me super hard, and I'll end with that.
And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's been a good night.
You heading off, Riggs?
Yeah, thanks for the show, guys.
Later, G.
Yo.
Salute.
Night, Riggs. So yeah, we had another person on the list here, Kingsley. Oh, did we lose Kingsley? I think we did.
Yep. Brandon. Any Brandons in the chat?
Calling all
No.
Brandons.
No Brandons. All right, Darth Jawa.
What's up, guys? I think I got a gotcha. Maybe you guys can pose this question to your next Glurf debate, but do they have an official statement as to how their astronauts are feeling when they're weightless and free falling around the globe? Because anybody who's ever gone over a hill, bungee jumped, gone on a ride, a roller coaster, knows that feeling, right? Where your guts are up and you get that uneasy feeling. So we're
Yeah.
supposed to believe that these
Hey,
guys on the
can you
videos.
unplug your mic and plug it back in? It's coming in a little broken.
Yeah, it's real garbly.
Maybe is this better right now?
Yeah, it is actually.
Yep.
Okay, sorry guys. I was talking to my phone and I have headphones
Wait,
on.
no. It's still going. It's still going.
Just peeking. I think you're just close to the mic.
All right. How about this? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Is that better?
Yep.
Yes,
clean as a whistle.
Did any of that get through?
Yeah. So you were talking about.
Do they have an official answer as to how they feel when they're in 0G?
Oh yes. Yeah, I think they say they take some pills and then they eventually get used to it over time, is what they say.
Yeah, and they say they feel a little bit more gay. No, actually, I talked to an astronaut.
Now there was a survey though that said that. That's actually true.
Yeah, I asked an astronaut about this.
I made that up.
So I can give you their official answer. They say, so when you do 0G plane flights, but it's a little bit different. It's way more rough on the body, because you go back to gravity and all this stuff, and like very abruptly. And so when you then get to space, it's like more gentle. So it's an easy transition in that sense, but it's different because you're like, it's just constantly 0G, and that you become acclimated to it decently fast, and that you grow a couple inches. So that's what she said to me. I don't know.
Okay. So how do they explain when they come back into the atmosphere? You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't they get the bends? Wouldn't they have to get depressurized or something?
I don't know. I think as they begin to transition into the Atmos, they consider transitioning. I really don't know, bro. I don't know the answer.
Okay. Well, congrats, Wits. I'm gonna go back to bed now. I woke up and my family's sleeping, so I should probably get some sleep. But congrats on the kid coming, the second. So you guys take care.
Thank you.
Hey, real quick before you head out. There's a channel called Level Earth Observer on YouTube. He has a really good video. I'll try and find a link here in a minute, but basically the premise is, because they're in 0G and whatnot, they lose muscle mass over time. So, they have to exercise and all this on the ISS, but they still lose mass. So anyway, this dude goes, but like it's a picture before his trip, and he's jacked, right? And then he does his trip, and he comes out with more muscle mass, dude. Like he was just up there getting it in 0Gs or something. But it's a really good video on that, just in regards to the so-called physics of what they go through up there, right? And what they say happens to the body. This dude got bulked up there, dog.
Cool.
That's outrageous.
Dude, you don't lift in space? What are you? You some sort of dude.
Like it should be all about. It should be insane amount of effort just to not atrophy.
Man, how are they lifting weights in space, man?
Oh, they got some pretty cool rigs. Haven't you ever watched the video where they show you how it works and they stand on their little platform and then they push off all of a little. I don't know. It's just special NASA stuff. Your tax dollars.
How do they know which way to put?
Use.
Hell yeah! All right. We got Zamriel up next if you're here. And if Zamriel's not here, the gentleman with the Arabic writing, you're up.
Moon icon.
Moonlad.
Moonlad, there we go.
Yeah, it looks like Zamriel isn't here. So, Moonlad, the floor is yours, sir. Moonlad going once.
All right.
Moonlad going twice. All right. The next up is Christ or something.
Not on stage.
Not on stage. Okay. Next is My Young.
Yo, what up, my young? Young Chow Williams? You there?
Shout out to your boy.
Everybody sleeping or what?
Dude, that guy waited a hot minute too. He might be asleep.
Dude, maybe no, you couldn't have slept through that. Through all that gravy. Come on. He'd be hopping on his bed.
Dude, the oculars get heavy, bro. Gravity acts on oculars.
The truth can be soothing, man.
So does that mean that if I was in the space station, I could go 36 hours like Sacred and Proud?
I think that's direct evidence that they're broadcasting from the space station.
Yeah, that might be
that explains why there's like 90-minute every 90 minutes there's a intermission or whatever. There's a broadcast cutout. There's some satellite coverage that can't quite make it. Like it lines up exactly the same with the footage that's blocked out in the YouTube footage. So I don't know. I'm just saying, if the ISS is passing your house and it's Friday, you might see him. I don't know, in the sky. Who knows?
It's going around the dark side of the moon. That's all.
Yes, sir. All right. So if My Young isn't there, Plain Reality. Paul, what's up, brother?
Hey guys, how are you?
Good, brother.
Yo, doing great. How you doing?
Yeah, real well, man. Real well. Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. Maybe Sacred and Proud being cyborgs are actually catching a lift on Starlink. Yeah.
They're putting together a special Starlink for Stone to have internet in Uruguay, I think that's where.
Oh, dang. So we can actually put our bit rate on our voice chat to a proper amount. Wow. Thanks, Elon.
Yeah,
Sacred and Proud.
actually saw. Oh, sorry, Toby.
Oh, you're
I
good.
actually saw Starlink 2 weeks ago.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's actually quite bizarre. I didn't even know it goes over Australia. Had no idea.
Isn't it crazy looking?
I saw it one night and I was like, dang, that seems awfully close.
Dude, it creeps
Yeah, what
me
got
out.
me though was that it just kind of like popped into existence all of a sudden because it wasn't there. We were outside just chilling because I was at a mate's property, a sort of bit more rural, so we were sitting around a fire, and I was looking up at the sky and stuff, and then I turned and looked one direction, then turned and looked back, and it was there, and I was like just looking in that spot. It wasn't there a moment ago. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Excuse the language, sorry. 20 push-ups. So yeah, I'm like, what is that? And then we're watching it for literally 30 seconds and then it just disappeared. Like, why would it do that? Wouldn't it just keep going across the sky? Do you guys know any reason for that?
I've only ever seen it kind of come in and out of view like birds in the sky. It looks like airplanes going over. But
Yeah,
actually, no,
looks
I would say it
really close.
looks more like a high altitude airplane, but or like a trail of them or whatever. But yeah, I've seen it twice, and I don't know, man. It makes me uncomfortable them having so much stuff in the sky. I am not a big fan of the level of surveillance they can easily achieve these days.
Yeah, it was bizarre. It actually looked really close. Like, it didn't look like it was, way up there. It was sort of at a lower degree in the sky. It just didn't look high up at all. It looked weird.
It looks weird. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah. It just didn't seem right. It definitely wasn't as high as normal, what you would call normal satellites that you supposedly see. Certainly wasn't that high.
I mean, even without that, it's an unnatural sight. A trail of lights in the sky like that. It's odd.
Yeah, it was real weird.
That's the other thing about it that bothers me is let's just take all the surveillance stuff and everything out of it. It's just, I don't know. It's just a new type of like eye pollution or whatever. Maybe call me old fashioned, but I like my star.
Are you gonna cry about it and make a sign and go to the White House?
Well, let's just say I like my stars without Elon Musk having little flashing lights go in front of my face while I look at them.
At least they don't have major carbon emissions though, right?
I don't know. I haven't looked into that. Do they?
I'll stop giving you a hard time.
Were they built by people? Were they built by people that consumed cows?
Yep, the same people.
So there you go. Methane production.
Lost their lives.
They were actually built by young Filipino kids.
I'm teasing, by the way, everybody.
How dare they?
Wait, real fast. I'll just let you know, man. I'll stop messing with you about that when you make a minimum of 36 million jokes.
Why?
You heard me.
So I had to do 6 million for each one of them?
No. You gotta make 30 different 6 million jokes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, where they blatantly don't belong.
We'll see. We'll see about that. That sounds like a 1 in a 6 million type of chance.
I'd rather you not do it. Yeah. So.
Yeah, hey, quick question, guys. I was having a level-headed William and Kate, that guy, the upward rising Earth dude.
Yeah.
I was having a bit of a back and forth with him the other day, and asked him about, what would be evidence against you? Like, would you accept something if something was in a vacuum chamber, and we saw displacement that looked like it, definitely went down? And he kind of said, well, there is no such thing. There is no such evidence. That displacement doesn't exist. And if you'd seen the one that I posted, which was just Brian Cox bowling ball and the feather, you can clearly see that the feather had to displace downwards. But then it just sort of dawned on me, well, if the Earth is going up, when something's dropped in a vacuum chamber, why would it drop? But shouldn't it technically have some conservation of momentum, plus being in a vacuum chamber? Shouldn't it sort of still keep going up for a little bit at least? Because it doesn't have any air resistance.
It's at rest when it started.
But it's not technically at rest though, is it? Because it's moving upwards?
Yeah, with whatever the motion of the Earth is, I'll get you at net. Yeah, we can disguise that with a little bit of Lorentz transforms. Mix in a bit of that.
Yeah, but shouldn't it technically still have some conservation of momentum, especially in a vacuum chamber? He just stopped talking to me after that. He was like, he was conversing with me back and forward, and I'm like, look, I'm not being a dick. I'm just trying to, see how we can work this out. And then I said, well, what about this actually, now that I think about it? And then he just stopped answering me. And he was like full answering me for, 30 minutes before that, back and forth, 6 or 7 ones. I asked it again, and it's now been 3 days. He hasn't replied. So yeah, I just thought maybe I'll just ask you guys what your thoughts on that were.
It's a good point, but you could put it down to it's so minute that it actually does do that on the string as soon as you release it. It pops up a little bit because it's still on the tension. But yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah. So then within the slow motion replay, we'd have to see that slight delay, wouldn't we? Even if it's just like 0.1 of a second.
Yeah, that's it. You'd have to measure it. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I thought, that might be just an interesting little debunk of it. because it does seem to be a bit of a contentious thing. And we've got them running around calling us all shills because we believe in the motionless Earth.
It is ironic, isn't it? It's crazy.
Yeah, just all of a sudden we've got these guys calling us absolute shills, and we've fallen for the psyop of the motionless Earth, the stationary Earth psyop. I don't know,
Yeah,
makes me laugh.
we fell for the old lab frame.
We fell for the old lab frame. Yeah, that's kind of all I wanted to ask. I didn't want to jump in earlier because you guys were having a great conversation, so I didn't want to even
No,
jump in and mess with it.
You're straight, bro.
Yeah, it was an awesome show today, guys. Some great conversations. I had
Thanks,
this
man.
horrible conversation. There's some dude named Conspiracy Baller or something,
Oh
and
yeah,
yeah,
conspiracy
I
ball.
jumped. Yeah, I jumped on a space with him last night. So I was going to go over the horizon stuff with him, and he started the space. So he just constantly muted me, just kept muting me. As soon as I'd start talking, he'd mute me. And then this other guy, his name's Face the Truth, who's actually a baller as well, a glober. And he jumped in, and he's just going, "Dude, what are you doing? You're being rude. Like, just let the guy talk." He's like, "I'm on your side, and you're being real bad, man." And so then and we jumped off of that one, and I ended up having a conversation with that Face the Truth guy, and he was really cool. Had about an hour and a half conversation with him. He was pretty cool. So I asked
Nice.
him to join tonight, but he hasn't replied. But I'll see if I can get him in on another day because he was pretty reasonable.
That's
No,
awesome.
no weird back and forth at all. Just a total normal conversation.
Seems to be a little bit of an influx of those right now. Maybe it's just my luck.
Yeah, yeah. Hopefully it stays that way.
A few rational, reasonable people all at once. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I
Wits
just
had a
look
great
forward to them.
conversation with that. What was that guy's name again the other day on Schooling Globers? That was a good conversation. Started with a T or something, was it?
Are you talking about big tech, or was that what he
Oh,
goes
Big
by?
Tech. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the one. Yeah, the T. Yeah, that was a pretty good conversation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you're good. Yeah, you're good, Jonathan. Go ahead and hop in, buddy. What's up?
Yo, what's up, Alan?
Oh, he was asking if he could chime in to the conversation here, and I was saying, yeah, go ahead, man.
Is he on
He's the
stage?
last one. I think so. Or maybe not. Let me.
I think that's. Oh, we got a new request. Oh, there he is. Now he's up. Now he's coming up. I
There,
think. Hopefully it
there
works.
you go.
Say I can drop if you want. It's all good.
No, you're good. I thought he was going to add on to what you were talking about.
I can drop at any time as well if you need any space.
No, you're good. We're probably gonna wrap up really soon here.
Yeah, I was up till like 4 a.m. last night talking to those guys. Pretty much a waste of time talking to that other conspiracy dude. And he just completely strawmanned everything I said. Just didn't understand anything that was going on. Got refraction completely wrong 90% of the time. But thought he was getting everything right. D369's got his hand up, I think.
Oh, what up, D3? Oh, wait. I have to do the thing. And wait to speak. All right.
Did you do the thing?
I did the thing.
I wanted to ask you guys what more did you guys ever find out about like vision? Because I still have so many questions about vision. I haven't really followed through in my own research. I was just wondering, like, um, I guess at the outer limits of it, if you could kind of explain a little bit about how that works? Because I'm still not really sure, like what the hell I'm looking at out there. I understand it's compressing, but I don't really understand the ins and outs of how that is working. I know you guys have read about it.
I've got a series of lectures if that'll help. It's a bit. I'll put them in the chat that is up at the top. You know, the magnetic field.
Okay. Cool. What have you gleaned from them, if you've gone through them already?
That there is a massive discrepancy in the geometry of perspective space from a human perspective in terms of psychological, how the brain interprets reality, and also using cameras. But
Right. I agree. I have a okay. Here's a question, right? Once we're off the plane, the surface, and we're looking out towards the edges, right? My understanding so far is that we're still looking at an apparent horizon that's not actually there, right? It's not the actual end of what the Earth is. So let's say whether it is or it's not, when we're looking off past that particular horizon and we're looking into the blackness, right? The void there. Well, not the void, the ether. When we're looking at the blackness there and we see stars in it, how do you think that's from? What do you think the blackness that we're seeing is far away, or is it at the end of that ring where the horizon is?
Definitely
Like, is
somewhere
it
within
wrapping
there.
behind it, or is it actually attached to it? I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say it's definitely somewhere within that range, I think. Right,
That's
like
what
that's
I'm thinking.
like that's the whole illusion of it. Like I don't like the depth to it, right, is only uh relative to the map and coordinate system that they've given us, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like all the stuff that they do for like stellar parallax and all the distances for galaxies and redshift and expansion, all that's just for funsies, right?
Yeah.
Like when it comes to navigation, everything's on the same plane, and it's at that 6,200 miles, 6,210 miles, which is the end of our optical limits, which is what they mapped around to make the 3959 globe for the celestial sphere.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That's
So
that's
yeah,
kind of how I'm seeing it. So like, it's not actually wrapping around. Now, what if? But then, all right. I had then another thing, right? So when we're above the Earth and we're looking down at it, we only see what's illuminated at that time, and then yeah, no, I guess it does make sense because I'm thinking like if the sun is moving away and then we can no longer see it, it's disappearing from our black celestial sphere that we're looking at, right? Because we're only seeing the apparent sun because we can't see forever, so we're only seeing the apparent sun, and then once it goes past a certain distance, it beyond that, the light doesn't come into our celestial sphere anymore. Is that kind of the right way, or is that kind of like a decent interpretation of it?
yep.
Yeah, I'd say so. I've got a good analogy of it. If you imagine yourself in
Mm-hmm.
a football stadium,
Mm-hmm.
and it's an open roof football stadium, but still got the actual seats all going up, appearing to rise.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So you have a wrecking ball on a massive crane out of town. You can't see it. As it's
Mm-hmm.
pulling up to the actual stadium, over the top of the seats appears this wrecking ball, and it will obviously appear top first, as if the sun is rising over the top of the seats. And then, in the same way as the crane is moving past the stadium, it will go over the top of your head, and then appear to set the other side. So it's you can only see a limited proportion of the sky, let's say. So the
Mm-hmm.
stars are where they are, the light's making it to you, but anything beyond that So anything that was actually a plane in the sky far away, you still wouldn't see it because of this horizons blocking it. And that's
Yeah.
just mimicking the imaginary or illusionary world of perspective.
Yo, if this is really the way our eyes work, like, yo, it's so crazy to think that you can't see that far. Like, you don't even know what's out there. Holy shit.
Dude, isn't that wild? I've been kind of thinking about that, for a while now, where it's like that all of that abstract, like it could be really close and you would have no idea, but
Yeah.
conceptually the maximum distance it could be, is 6210, right? So
My goodness. Like, man, it changes the complete way you think about it.
yeah.
But yeah, you're really probably hitting a magnified medium, and yeah, you'd have no idea what you're looking into when you look up.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I appreciate the feedback on that. That does help me kind of get a more concrete alternative perspective on that. And you said you posted, Gleam, you said you posted something in the...
Yeah, that's it. It's a series of I think it's 6 1.5 hour lectures, all by the top guys of perspective geometry, and they all show their different different experiments that they done.
Sorry, Glenn, where did you post that?
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
If
I
you
don't
look
see it
up
yet.
at the top, Shane's put a pinned post at the top of here, and
Oh,
it's
Shane
about...
posted it?
No, yes, Shane's posted the video, which is about primer fields, part 1.
Is
And
that
it
it?
says, are expulsions jets real? Can you see it?
Oh, that one, right.
Yo, I shared it to the space for you, Gleam. It's now on the Jumbotron. It's the first one. Keep scrolling to the left.
Okay.
All I can see is the
I gotta
Brenner
get up and work out. Love you guys.
The Brenner comps, is that it?
Later, what's it?
Take care, bro.
No, there
Yeah,
should
later,
be
what's
one. There
Thanks for
should be one
popping in.
about to pop up.
Yeah, Gleam,
Okay.
nice talking to you,
Yeah,
brother. I'll catch up with
just
you
a bit.
guys on the flip. Peace.
Salute, King. Take care.
Later.
There
Much
it
love.
is. I got it. Thanks, guys.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, cool. Got it.
Oh, nice. There's that. Cool. We can go ahead. Is it someone already put it in the jumbo?
Yeah, there was a guy named
Nice.
Carl Lundberg. I was reading his thesis or whatever on curved visual space or hyperbolic, curved visual space and all that. And what he was saying, he opens up with is he's like, we basically see the sky in a dome, and Euclidean geometry makes the wrong prediction for perception because the stars are like said to be infinitely big, yet we see them as tiny dots, and the sun, which is way smaller, we see at this fixed size. Like Euclidean geometry makes the wrong prediction for those parallel light rays. So he's like, how does it get converged unless we see it that way to create the optical effect to see the sun as a what's the arc? What's the size? The angular size
0.5 degrees.
0.5 degrees arc seconds. So he's like, to even have that on the table, you have to acknowledge that we see in curved visual space. And I was like, well, that checks out, and that completely refutes their just right there on the face of it, dog. Shout out to your boy.
And is he just ignored or something then, or what's going on with
No,
that?
embraced. And seriously, anti-flat earthers have not got a clue how much that it was embraced. And hyperbolics, you will see Galinsky's work, Lundberg's work, all cited in the likes of VR headsets. That's kind of how I got into looking into it and delving deep into it, because I used to program ages ago the Xbox Connect to try and make virtual reality games. And it's exactly that. Once you get into the things of head mounts and stuff like that, you have to account for all of this, or you end up with blocky Minecraft looking things which are in a orthographic view, and it doesn't look right when you've got a VR headset on, because it doesn't replicate reality, which is curvilinear.
Yeah, so to make it look real, you have to account for that.
Yeah, you have to blur the edges as well and bring it in like the eye.
You have to add in a little 8 inches per mile square to the oculars. You don't say. Man,
classic.
To make it look real, huh? Yeah, crazy, man.
But perspective's not a thing, bro.
Oh no,
No, it doesn't exist.
Wow, yo, I think this is for anybody. I think this is another thing, like right here. If you just explain to somebody, like, hey, we don't see how they kind of taught you that you see. Like, we see totally different. Like, if they can wrap their heads around it,
yeah,
that's another like springboard to like, hey, something is really off in the mainstream narrative of these things.
Dude.
Yeah, well, it was complete gaslighting for years, wasn't it? Telling us that perspective has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah.
It's all it's ever been. Don't pick up the puck.
Dude, the vision thing to me is pretty brand new. Like, this is just a month or two ago that I started really thinking about the whole vision aspect of what we actually witness. Like, we take it, everybody takes it just so for granted. Like, yeah, I see straight and it's out there. It's, like, you guys know what I mean? Like, until you really question it, you don't really think about it. You just take it for granted.
Yeah.
Fuck. Oh, excuse my language again. Yeah. My bad.
Keep in touch.
Well, anyway, I'm going to go take a look at this video. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, later, man.
Yo.
See, and I think we got the last one up was John.
We'll tag Keon on there too, and maybe Matthew if you wanted to say something.
Here.
Oh, we can tag Keon and maybe Matthew on there too. I don't know if Matthew had anything you want to say, but yeah.
Keon and Matthew, word. Yeah. Keon and Matthew.
Yeah, I appreciate you for bringing me up. Yeah, maybe you guys talked about it earlier, but I was watching Terrence Howard interview with Joe Rogan, and yeah, it was super duper interesting because he said a couple of things. Like he said that gravity has nothing to do with what Newton and Einstein told us. You know, I think he said it's just electricity. I haven't understood it quite well, but he said it's just electricity. He talked about the ether. You know, the way we think that space could be empty is actually not. It's you know, that's the medium that light travels to in space. What else did he say? Yeah, he talked about I think he talked about the periodic table. You know how some, you know, and the relationship between some elements that we don't consider. You know, I haven't understood that part well, but yeah, it said a bunch of things. So I just want to say, like, if anybody understood and had, you know, understood better than me, you know, if we can break those things down, that would be amazing.
Probably the best thing to do, bro, would be to watch the first part of the show because they went through it for about maybe an hour and a half. So if you jump onto Alan's live feed, or I think maybe Aether Cosmology is live feeding as well. But if you jump on there, then probably for about an hour and a half, they went over that.
Yeah, I like Whitsett's take on it. He's got some gravy, and he's got a bunch of nonsense too. You know, and there's a lot of like the ether and Earth's velocity are a package deal. So, you know, a lot of people are flirting with the ether right now, and that's cool. They're like, oh, it could be real etheric out there in space. But you would have to concede Earth's velocity to acknowledge that, because otherwise you could measure Earth's velocity through the ether. and you could measure it, very precisely. So if there was not a measurement to correspond to that with interferometry, then it would refute the idea that Earth is in motion. So they'll never take it seriously or acknowledge the actual conclusions of the experiment and stuff. But yeah, it is very interesting that he's dropping all that gravy and stuff.
Yeah, but have you guys understood the gravity part? Like because the
Yeah,
way you explained it, I really understood it. Like it just said it's electricity.
yeah. So that's kind of been our argument. So on the ball, right? They predict the way that gravity falls off. It gets lesser as it falls off as you get further away from it. But the static electric gradient that we have gets stronger as you get closer to the sky. So there's a downward pressure created from that. So it would like the whole mechanism for it, and then it being equipotential and all that is in our favor, right? So yeah, we're very familiar with the downward pressure from the sky. I think he was probably explaining it. I didn't watch it, but I heard he was explaining it as like an ether pressure causing the static electricity or something, or causing the electricity. But yeah, very similar concept, downward pressure.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I guess you said there's like pressure from everything, like from the galaxy and the solar system as well. I think from the sun too, and that would be gravity at this point. And I think one of the people that he works with managed to create the planet Saturn without gravity. I don't know how they did that, but I guess with some mathematical equations in a computer, they were able to create the whole planet without
Nice.
gravity. So yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. Shout out to your boy Terrence Howard.
Yeah, he said some pretty insane, crazy things, but then he went on Joe Rogan and talked about the ether. So, massive shout out for that. If you're taking
But
anyone, if you're taking that separation, that infinite separation, away from people, and you're replacing it with the logical connection that everything shares that allows for instantaneous actions at a distance, then that's a big win for truth. So I'll take it.
yeah, but I mean, let me ask you this: what did he say that you disagree with?
Oh, he just says some kind of silly things about like math and stuff as if they're profound, but it's I'm not impressed with his stuff about 1 × 1 = 2, or that a straight line has an infinite amount of curves inside of it or whatever. I don't know if I find the statements kind of asinine. But that that's just for me, and I don't know. Like wasn't yeah. I don't know. Let's leave it at that, I guess. I honestly haven't given the guy that much time of day, so maybe I shouldn't talk on him too much. From what I understand, I'm not super impressed.
I mean, because it's not only about gravity and the ether and all of that. He says also that it would be impossible for us for any crewed mission to Mars. I think he said because of pressure or something like that. So I mean,
Yeah,
if
see,
that's the case,
that's just like obviously an asinine statement, right? Like based off of what? Like, is he talking within the Einsteinian framework within a vacuum, or is he making up his own outer space with an ether? If he's an ether guy, then why is he even talking about going to Mars? Because we got to get back to this whole thing of what is the medium. If the medium's there, then your whole conception of space is out the window. You've lost all of your distances. You've lost your vacuum. You've lost your your massless photon that also magically has a mass that gives it inertia. So, like, there's a lot to this concept. When they threw out the ether, there's a lot that happens with that, and I feel like people like Terrence Howard and what's that guy Ashton, the other guy that's been talking about ether, they don't
Plain guy.
seem to get it. Yeah, plain guy that says, "Trust me, I get the ether. I got government documents proving that I get the ether, but I'm not going to talk to you about the ether."
What kind of spaghetti is that, dog?
Yeah, I might have butchered it because I'm really tired.
Close enough though.
It's pretty close. It's pretty close.
Word.
But hold on. So, I mean, even if he believes in the ether, right, that space is not empty but is full of ether, what's wrong with that?
Well, you could measure Earth's velocity through space if there's an ether, like 1-to-1. And so, like, there would be no more like, oh, we don't know, or relativity says we can't. Like, you could 1-to-1 measure it for sure.
Yeah, so that's what the elephant in the room for people like him, and I wouldn't put it past him. Like, maybe he would say, maybe he's a geocentrist. I don't even know, but the elephant in the room for people like that is that there's no measurable orbital motion of the Earth. So, the whole reason they threw the ether out is because they went to go measure the orbital motion of the Earth and they couldn't measure it, and so they're like, well, we need to just like put a cheat code into physics or like hack physics and just remove the substantive medium so we can just make up some math to make it all work, essentially, right? And and so the people like Terrence Howard are making the smart choice or they're looking at it logically and they're saying like, hey, look, like maybe everything's actually connected. This actually might have been good science. But what they're missing is that crucial point. The whole reason we forked off from the good science in the first place, which is when they went to measure the motion of the Earth. They couldn't find it. So then they lost their minds.
Yeah, but because I think you talked about Michelson-Morley experiment, and it said basically the results were not correct or something like that because they did not consider the ether or something like that, if I understood it well. So, yeah, I guess the Earth is still moving though.
Whoa. What? Where'd you get that from?
How'd you get that, bro?
Good guess.
It's a hell of a take.
But it mentioned the experiment though, and I think it said they did not consider the ether.
Well, the paper was titled "On the Relative Motion of the Earth and the Luminiferous Ether." So, not only did they consider it, it was part of the mathematical framework in which they derived the prediction to even have the fringe displacement so that they could measure the Earth's velocity through it. So, I think maybe you should read the paper instead of like listening to whoever told you that, right? Because you can find out really, because it's a pretty straightforward paper. So actually I guess it's not, but
yeah,
it is.
I mean, I probably need to go back to the interview because I can't remember what he said exactly about Michelson-Morley, but I remember him talking about him, and there was something wrong with the experiment. They did not consider something, but I can't remember now.
Yeah, no, the history of it is 1881. Michelson invented his kit to try and test the velocity of Earth through the ether. And then what happened is he produced some results, which was a null result again. However, Hendrik Lorentz corrected him and said, no, you got your maths wrong, silly. So he ended up teaming up with Morley and then doing the Michelson-Morley in 1887. Now, what happened there is that they had two different hypotheses to test, Fresnel's and Lorentz's. And what actually happened is Lorentz was considered the Einstein of his day. He was like the top boy, Nobel Prize winner, and his theory, I believe it would be like a tussle of great minds, where because it was Lorentz who pointed out the mistake, and obviously Michelson had to admit it once he reflected on it, then in the end of the actual conclusion of the Michelson-Morley paper says that Lorentz's own theory fails, meaning that the ether that he was proposing, which was a detectable ether, was not the case. And what actually happened from there is Lorentz went away to his lab, created the Lorentz transformations, which he already had on the go anyway. And that is what resolved it and rescued the ether, made it relativistic. Then Einstein's come along, used the same transformations, and said, we don't really need it. I've got special relativity here that you can throw away the ether. Then later on, wrote a letter to Lorentz saying, "Oh, I was silly. I've actually deleted ether when I shouldn't have. I should have only said that you cannot attribute any motion to it or any properties to it. I need it now," and then created general relativity. So that is the true history of it. Terence does actually explain it like that, I think, in that same interview. And it's not that they excluded it, because Albert Michelson on his deathbed in the 1930s still believed there was an ether. So there was no if nor buts, basically.
Well, that's a great breakdown. So okay, so you believe there's an ether in space, right?
To believe otherwise is crazy to me, put it that way. To believe that there's such thing exists as a nothing, I can't wrap my mind around. Or an empty vacuum, should I say.
Dude, especially how about this? The equations for how they derive C include the background medium, right? That background impedance. It's like what's it vibrating? Because it's a oscillation rate. So they literally, they literally acknowledge it as, they call it in quantum, they call it zero. What are the vacuum energy or whatever? Like, what's that you said, boy? Your vacuum's got energy in it. It's got 0 point energy, but it doesn't have any ether in it, because that would mean that Earth's orbital velocity, is out the window. But it does have 0 point vacuum energy, dude. Sweet.
That ironically moves two uncharged plates closer to each other.
The classic. Yo, D3, I see you have your hand up. I tried to give you a hand up, but I don't know if it worked. My UI is kind of bugged out. You might not even be here. But if you are, I see you, bro, and I tried. I'm going to try one more time. And then, Paul, I can see you got your hand up, bro, but you're already up here, dude. So if you want to chime in, you're good. And John, if you're there, dog, I know you've been trying to chime in for like a hot minute, but if you're out there in the ether, bro, now's your moment, dog. This is your moment, right?
If my hand was up, I must have accidentally pushed it.
Okay, cool. So you're good.
Oh, good, bro. I'm just chilling, flicking through the old Aether Cosmology chat on Discord, having a look through the old stuff that you guys were posting.
Nice. All right. Well, looks like Jonathan sadly did not make it.
Bummer. Kept trying to bring him up.
What do you guys think of the way that it thinks that planets are formed, right? Because it says every single planet is formed from the sun, from matter detaching from the sun, and then over time forming a planet.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
Man, we'll never know, bro. Nobody will ever know. I think he has a cool thought, and it could be true. It could
Yeah,
not be.
for me, I believe in that. I mean, kind of like the more into the idea of Walter Russell's way of putting it, though.
Yeah, is it the same way?
Who was that?
Limitless.
Oh, okay. What's up, brother?
Yeah, like everything is energy and wave function, creates all the elements, like from hydrogen, so to speak, and even the standard model, in terms of like, stars creating everything else, pretty much is in somewhat of an agreement of that.
Yeah, I just emptied out my vacuum, and it's got energy in it somehow.
Right.
I don't know.
All
what to
they did
do.
is plagiarize, like other ideas, and
Hey, I
they
know
just
someone
make.
was just
Oh,
speaking. I couldn't hear them. I'm gonna drop down. Can you bring me back up a sec?
Yeah, you're straight. Who was
And
that?
if we suppose that's the case, right, that planets are formed from matter detaching from the sun and then congregating over time and then forming the planet, the only way it could be, these planets can form is in a circular form, right, as a globe. Like, it cannot happen that the planets formed flat. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Well, cool. I think on that note, I think we need to wrap it up, guys. I am way out of steam, so I thank you everyone for being here, and I'm gonna wrap it up. I mean, obviously, if anyone else wants to start a space up and keep going, have at it. But as far as this space goes, I think this party is gonna come to a close here. So thank you for tuning in, everybody. It's been a really fun time. I obviously we are not sacred and proud, and so check them out whenever they decide to come back from taking a break, possibly next week, whenever that is. But then also check us out, Aether Cosmology. Me, Alan, and Shane. We have a YouTube channel, and we're here on X Twitter Spaces all the time. And on Tuesday we'll be doing a presentation, although we haven't figured out the topic on that yet, I don't believe. And then on Thursdays we usually do reading, but I think we may change our schedule up. We may start doing Twitter Spaces on Thursdays, and then maybe do reading on Mondays. But yeah, so tune in to our YouTube channel, check that out. But yeah, thanks again everyone for tuning in, and take care. I'm gonna go ahead and close the space out. Much love, everyone. Oh, and Gleam, so glad you popped on stage, man. That was awesome. Thanks for chatting with
Salute,
us.
man. Salute.
Yep. It was a
One love
pleasure to
to
meet you,
everyone.
sir.
Yes, oneness. I'll be on the next one, I'm sure.
Awesome. That sounds great.
Take care.
Cool. Take care, everybody. Much love. And yeah, to the stream, thank you, y'all, for listening in. It has been a lot of fun.